It was crazy. It was crazy. Everyone's hearts were pounding. It had not been surprising that the divine catastrophe had appeared in previous battles of the Crimson River, since it was a battle of the greatest figures below the saint level, and all of them were geniuses. Someone had proved their worthiness to become a saint in nearly every battle. However, four great cultivators breaking through to the saint plane in succession was simply astonishing. It was too crazy. Especially Yu Shang. As soon as he had seen Xing Qiu facing the divine catastrophe, he had forced his way into the sky, forcibly breaking down all the barriers that the great path threw in his way and smashing through the bottleneck into the saint plane. That showed just how tough he was. When he wanted to become a saint, even the great path could not stop him. So, he had broken through as well. Thunder roared up in the sky as the great path descended. The sky above the Crimson River was still burning red, and when it was met with the terrible catastrophe of the great path, it truly seemed like the end of days. This struck everyone deeply. None of them were fighting. They were all facing the catastrophe of the great path. The reason they wanted to enter the regional palace was to get stronger. Now that they had a chance to break through to the next level, they would naturally do that first. Qin Zhuang and Huang Jiage looked up at Yu Sheng in the sky. There was an emotional look in Qin Zhuang's eyes. When Yi Futian and the others had come to Tombkeeper Village, they were all just nobles and sages. Now, he was personally witnessing them stepping onto the divine path one after another. Today, Yi Wuqian and Yu Shang had successively broken through to the next level in different ways on the battlefield. This had a great impact on him. Yi Wuqian's swordsmanship was clear, and he had a bright future ahead of him. Yu Shang was so overpowering that even the great path could not stop him. His state of mind had not been in the right place, but at the moment that he had decided to defy heaven and forcibly break through to the next level, it had been enough. He had cultivated for many years, and now he had reached this level but had still been unable to break through. Perhaps what he lacked was that passionate blood, that swordsmanship that could threaten the very heavens, or talent sharp enough to pierce the clouds. Right now, Yi Wuqian had withstood the catastrophe of the great path's descent many times. He stood up as straight as a sword, displaying his talent as his body was refined. However, Xing Qiu and Yu Shang's catastrophes were fiercer, even seeming to be double catastrophes. Their bodies were becoming sacred. They were becoming saintly bodies. Beside the Crimson River, the great shaman stood behind Xia Qingyuan. His eyes were bright under his hood. He has had the Tao within him since birth, he whispered. Xia Qingyuan looked back at him. Princess, said the great shaman, this man's family background is probably not as simple as it seems. Some people were born with great talent, and they were destined to become enlightened. Yu Shang was obviously this kind of person. Xia Qingyuan was not too concerned. She knew that Yi Futian's background was not simple. Since Yu Shang had grown up with him and also displayed incredible power, the fact that he would have an extraordinary family background was quite natural. My father knows this. Do not tell anyone else, said Xia Qingyuan to the great shaman. It may have been possible for some supernatural people to see this, but it was not necessary to deliberately spread this information and attract attention. Yes, your highness, said the great shaman. Boom. The Crimson River surged as the sound of the catastrophe of the great path rolled over from the battlefield, shaking everyone's spirits. What was more terrifying was that besides the injured Yi Wuqian, who was struggling a little bit, the other four people who were fighting through the divine catastrophe did not seem to be hindered too much. Yu Shang and Xing Qiu were actively welcoming the catastrophe of the great path and letting it wash over them. They steadfastly stood their ground. They were truly some of the most powerful cultivators. Even if someone became a saint before they did, once they became saints, they would all be the same. The catastrophe of the great path did not cease. Yi Wuqian had been the first to face it. He sat cross-legged on the battle platform with sword while washing over him. At that moment, in his perception, everything was swords. The Tao created heaven, earth, and nature. Dazzling sword will flowed over him. An arm slowly extended from his left shoulder. Sword will flowed over it until it formed a real hand. He opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed as sharp as swords. He looked down at his arm with neither sorrow nor joy. He did not seem to be surprised at all. Xinyu would have loved to see this. When he thought of his wife, Lu Chunyu, a warm smile came over his face. He turned his gaze towards the banks of the Crimson River and looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was also looking at him, a bright smile on his handsome face. 20 years ago, Yi Wuchen had cut off his arm for them. Now, seeing that as he became a saint, his arm grew back, how could Yi Futian not be happy? Yi Wuchen's road had been even harder than his or Yushang's. Now he was finally transforming and taking his first step onto the divine path. Saints cast off their former selves and transcended the ordinary. His talent may have been commonplace before, but after today, he would be reborn. This was the first hurdle that stopped most people from genuinely becoming saints. So many people were stopped on the great path by this hurdle. It was fortunate that the three of them who had come from the 100 kingdoms had traveled so far. Next, Kong Xian made it through the divine catastrophe. The 9-colored light flashed, as brilliant as anyone had ever seen. Her skin had been flawless before, and now it looked even more divine. She was like an actual goddess, beautiful in the extreme. As the daughter of the demon peacock emperor, Kong Xian was a demon who had become a saint. Divine and demonic temperaments mixed together within her. She was stunningly beautiful. She opened her eyes and looked at Xingqiu and Yushang. The battle was already finished for her, but not for them. But right now, they were facing the catastrophe of the Great Path, so they did not fight. However, after they did this, the battle would continue. Their catastrophes seem a bit stronger, said many people with a gasp. This was especially true for Yushang. Demonic majesty rolled out from him. There were black flames in the sky, and a terrible black vortex from which came a terrifying demonic catastrophe, violent in the extreme. Every time it struck him, people felt their scalps go numb from the pressure. It seemed like this demonic catastrophe would destroy his soul, but Yushang stood firm and unyielding like a demonic god. A while later, the divine catastrophe in the sky above the two of them dissipated. All that was left was the redness in the sky that was cast by the crimson river that covered the battlefield. At that moment, Xingqiu opened his eyes. The earthly great path resonated. Countless halos of the light of the great path flashed in the sky, and the figure of a towering god of war stood proudly. It grew taller and taller, and a burst of war swept out over the battlefield. It was like a god of war had awoken. As a saint, Xingqiu was like a god of war. His intent to fight suppressed everything around him. Yi Wuchen stood on the other side of the battlefield and felt the surging intent to fight. But he did not move, continuing to stand there calmly. He had become a saint first, so he could have attacked Xingqiu. But he did not do so. He knew that once Yushang became a saint, he would be even stronger. He would transform far more than Xingqiu had. Yushang would naturally be able to deal with Xingqiu, so he did not need to get involved. This was a fight between the two of them, the fight between the two greatest figures at the Battle of the Crimson River. After this fight, Yushang would enter the regional palace while everyone watched. No one doubted it. No matter if he was a sage or a saint, he was still the strongest man. At that moment, Yushang felt the power within himself. A terrible illusion appeared in his mind. The techniques that he had cultivated evolved along with him. Demonic power rolled off him, covering the sky. In the instant that he opened his eyes, the demonic will that covered the battlefield seemed to quiver. He looked at Xingqiu with truly demonic eyes. That single glance made Xingqiu feel like he was in the midst of thousands of demons. Behind Yushang, the figure of a towering demon god appeared. It rose into the clouds. The demonic energy that was surging through the sky gathered together. Heaven and earth seemed to be wrapped up in roiling demonic energy, and demonic figures appeared all around. What Xingqiu was seeing was not an illusion. It was real. As he stood upon the battlefield at that moment, he was surrounded by thousands of demons. Each of those demonic figures was as powerful as the god of war he had summoned, and each of them had been summoned by Yushang and followed his commands. Yushang stood in the air with the figure of a demonic king behind him. He seemed to be the lord of 1,000 demons. All the demonic will in the world was under his command. Xingqiu frowned and felt a powerful burst of pressure. He may have been a true god of war, but amidst all these demons, he still felt the pressure. He stepped into the air, and suddenly the pattern of halos around him flashed with brilliant light. He reached out and clapped his hands together, and in a flash, palm prints shot out from the pattern of halos, shooting towards Yusheng. Yusheng reached out and slammed his fist downward, with demonic voices seeming to scream from it, making everyone's hearts tremble. The demonic figure behind him also smashed its fist downward. All the demonic figures around them did the same thing. At that moment, the heavens went dim as dark demonic palm prints shot out. Each one was massive beyond compare. They slammed towards Xingqiu. The shocking sounds of collisions rang out, each one making everyone's hearts pound. Next, Xingqiu's palm prints were completely swallowed up as everyone watched, and the figure of the god of war was suppressed. Finally, a terrible giant fist smashed Xingqiu out of the sky, and he slammed into the ground by the Crimson River. His palm prints were thoroughly shattered. He lay there amidst a huge, five-fingered palm print on the ground. He had been smashed from the sky all the way to the ground. He may have been a saint who was transformed into a god of war, but in a flash, he had been suppressed by this tyrant. Even as a god of war, he had fallen. Only one person was left standing in the sky above the battlefield at the Crimson River. "It is finished," everyone said to themselves. They looked at Yusheng up in the sky above the Crimson River and felt like they were in a dream. This battle of the Crimson River had seemed like a fantasy. It had been far too shocking. Now, Yusheng, who had thrown a demon dragon at the battle of the sleeping dragon, had suppressed all his opponents and had made it to the end in an unstoppable fashion. Yi Wuqian and Huang Zhoga naturally would not fight him, so there was no one else to fight. Yusheng of Qianye City was the strongest cultivator to come to the Crimson Dragon realm. He would enter the regional palace. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. A series of sounds rang out on the banks of the Crimson River. Everyone was gasping in shock. A series of sounds rang out on the banks of the Crimson River. Everyone was gasping in shock. Even though he was now going to enter the regional palace, Yusheng still had his proper place. The disciples of the regional palace were all top figures and had swept away all their opponents, just like Yusheng had in order to get in. But today's battle of the Crimson River had been even more impressive than many of the previous ones. Many people sighed with emotion. Their journey to witness this battle had not been in vain. Yusheng had defeated Xingqiu of the ancient imperial city, and so he could not enter the regional palace. Moreover, after this defeat, it would be even harder to get another chance. Other than exceptional characters, those sages who had not come here would not be able to participate in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon or the Battle of the Crimson River. But if they showed great talent and strength in the Crimson Dragon realm, they would still receive an invitation to enter the regional palace when they became saints. But this was impossible for Xingqiu, as he had been utterly defeated here. Most people only had a single chance to enter the regional palace, and thus most people chose the best time to try and do so. The Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. It was not only Xingqiu. Before him, Xiang Nan of Xiang City and the Prince of Emperor Xiang's realm had been highly favored to win. But when he had fallen before Yusheng's pressure, he had lost the right to enter the regional palace. And entering the regional palace was not the only opportunity that he had lost. For great cultivators had become saints in this battle, but this did not include Xiang Nan. Yusheng's huge palm print had crushed him before he had the chance to do so. This would probably become something that haunted him for years to come. After all, Xiang Nan was a prince of Runhuang and was incredibly proud, which could be seen from what he had said to Yi Wuqian. He had said that Yi Wuqian was not worthy of this opportunity that had been afforded by the Great Path, and that he had no right to strive for the chance to become a saint. He thought that he was the one who was worthy of these things. But Yusheng had taught him how to behave. This would leave a deep impression on him for a long time. No one knew if Xiang Nan would be able to let this go. If he couldn't, it would affect his state of mind and delay his ascension to the divine path. Kongxian, on the other hand, was an exceptional woman. The princess of the demon peacock emperor's real knew that she could not shake Yusheng, but had still used all of her power to resist his attacks 3 times. In the end, she had broken through her own limits and become a saint. She may have been defeated, but that would not affect her too much. But the Golden Rock, who had also come from the demon peacock emperor's realm, did not have such good luck. The memory of this battle would trouble him for a long time to come. All the fighting on the battle platform stopped. The demonic power coming from Yusheng dissipated. He appeared high up in the air, but his aura was different than before. He had ascended to sainthood through demonic power, making him a demon saint. High up in the sky, the crimson-robed head of the Crimson Dragon Army looked down and asked, "Will anyone continue to fight?" There were still several people standing: Kong Zhan, Huang Zhouge, Yi Wuchen, and the others. "Let's go," said Kong Xian to Kong Zhan. Their figures flashed as they left the battlefield by the Crimson River. Yi Wuchen and the others smiled at Yusheng, then prepared to leave, leaving the platform for Yusheng. "Wuchen, won't you stay?" Yusheng asked suddenly. He had no great desire to enter the regional palace. His demonic method was a perfected combat system, and so even the best holy land for cultivating in the Crimson Dragon realm was not that useful to him. But Yi Wuchen had ascended to sainthood with great difficulty. If he could cultivate in a place like that, it would have great benefits for him. Thus, he was giving this opportunity to Yi Wuchen. Many people were shocked by what Yusheng had said and looked at him strangely. What did this guy mean? He had the chance to enter the regional palace, the best holy land for cultivating in the Crimson Dragon realm. Many people came from all over to strive for this chance, and he was going to give it to his friend. Yi Wuchen looked at Yusheng and smiled. He naturally knew what Yusheng was thinking. But this was a stage set for Yusheng. Even if he did go to the regional palace, he would feel uneasy about it, and it would lose some of its meaning. The winner of the Battle of the Crimson River may enter the regional palace to cultivate. "You cannot just let someone else have the victory," came a voice from outside the battlefield. A group of people was walking over to them. The one who had spoken was Xing Kai. He glanced at Xing Qiu with a calm expression. He did not look too distressed. He had naturally hoped that Xing Qiu could come to the regional palace to cultivate with him. Xing Qiu had performed quite well, and had even become a saint upon the battlefield. But he had had a bit of bad luck when Yusheng had smashed through the barriers keeping him from sainthood and crushed him. If he had been in any of the previous battles of the Crimson River, Xing Qiu would probably have had no problems. It was just bad luck. But a battle like this was not a bad thing for him. After all, the enemies they would face in the future might be just as strong as that. The great path was sure to be full of thorns. Yusheng looked up at Xing Kai, then at the cultivator from the Crimson Dragon Army. He had also asked if Yusheng knew if what he was doing was wrong. Yi Futian had asked him to enter the regional palace to get closer to the Crimson Dragon Emperor. In the future, they would have to use the Crimson Dragon's Emperor's power to cross through the realm. Emperor Xia's realm was one of the realms within the Crimson Dragon Emperor's realm. If they wanted to go to other realms, it would be essential to have good fitting within the Crimson Dragon Emperor's realm. But when he saw Yi Wuchen, he had wanted to give him this chance. That way, he could walk along the great path along with him. "This guy," said Yi Futian with a smile. Neither Yusheng nor Wuchen liked to talk much, but their friendship was clear in their hearts. "Let's go." Yi Futian and others flashed over towards the battlefield. At that moment, Xing Kai was continuing to speak. "You may have been unmatched at this battle of the Crimson River, but those who are in the regional palace have all done the same thing as you. Since you will be entering the most powerful holy land for cultivating in the Crimson Dragon Emperor's realm, you should have proper respect for it." His swordsmanship was good, but it was far from good enough to let him enter the regional palace. Yusheng frowned and gave Xing Kai a cold look, but Xing Kai did not care and continued to look at him indifferently. There was a flash of golden light in his eyes. "He's right. You should be the one to go," said Yi Wuchen. He was not angered by Xing Kai's pronouncement that he was not worthy to enter the regional palace. Perhaps Xing Kai had spoken a bit too straightforwardly, but he had indeed not been good enough in today's battle of the Crimson River. Swordsmen should strive to move forward continuously, but they should also know themselves. Kong Xian and the others who had been crushed by Yusheng like Xiang Nim were all stronger than him, so if Yusheng swept away all his opponents and then granted this opportunity to him, he would feel that he could not accept it. Yusheng nodded and said no more. "Congratulations," said the man from the Crimson Dragon Army up in the sky. He handed a badge to Yusheng and said, "With this, you may enter the regional palace and cultivate there. Once you are there, we will further reward you. Would you like to go now?" Yusheng accepted the badge and said, There are some other things I must take care of right now. Once I have finished them, I will come to the palace." The cultivator that had come from Emperor Li's realm at Li Yao's orders had come to attack Yi Futian. He would naturally not be able to relax until this matter was resolved. The cultivator nodded. "Very well. You may come any time you like." He then looked at Xing Kai, who bowed slightly. The man smiled, and they all left. This battle of the Crimson River had officially come to an end. Yu Shang would enter the regional palace. They would have to wait a year for the next one, at which point one more person would be able to enter. Yi Futian and those with him descended upon the battle platform. He looked at Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen, and the others with a bright smile on his face. Yu Shang and Yi Wuchen looked back at him. Yu Shang grinned. There was no longer an overbearing look in his eyes. He looked simple and natural. A look of surprise came over Xiaqing Yuan's face when she saw this. This guy had just dominated the battlefield with his demonic power. Yi Futian also sometimes had this quality about him. Sometimes he was cold and cruel, like at Jutian Temple, the sacred war of the 9 states, and at the battle where he had killed Xiao Sheng, where he was glorious and powerful. But occasionally, she would see that he had a simple and sincere side to him, especially when he was together with his friends. Then it seemed like even after having experienced so much hardship, they were all still young. Yi Wuchen smiled brightly as well, a smile that it seemed that only they understood. They had once been young together, and now they were all saints. On the other side of the battlefield, Xing Kai walked up to his brother, Xing Chou. Xing Chou looked at his elder brother. He stood up straight, but bowed his head slightly. He seemed a bit ashamed. "Not bad," said Xing Kai with a smile. Xing Chou looked up at Xing Kai, then said with a smile, "A loss is still a loss." "When cultivating on the Great Path, who can avoid losses?" asked Xing Kai. "You've never lost," said Xing Chou. "Someday, I will," said Xing Kai. Moreover, there may be many historical heroes who were undefeated, but once you lose once, you can never join their ranks. So your defeat here does not mean much. If you can enter the regional palace in the future and beat him there, it will be even more glorious. Xing Chou looked at Yu Shang. Hearing what Xing Kai was saying, Yi Futian and Yu Shang looked over at them. "You shouldn't cling to that hope, because you'll probably never get a chance to fulfill it in this life," said Yi Futian with a soft laugh. There was nothing wrong with what Xing Kai had said, but if he wanted to prove himself by defeating Yu Shang, then he was sorry, but he had no chance. Xing Kai turned his gaze upon Yi Futian. A look of shock came over the faces of everyone who was by the Crimson River and heard their words. Yi Futian had a close relationship with Yu Shang. Moreover, the lord of Qinya City was not Yu Shang, but Yi Futian. Even though Princess Xiaqing Yuan was there, the position of city lord was still given to him. So was this man just as dominating as Yu Shang. Previously, Xing Chou and Yu Shang had faced each other. Now Xing Kai and Yi Futian might. This made people's blood rush faster. Would there be a battle between them? The thing was, Xing Kai was said to be unparalleled by those on the same plane as him. Perhaps he would be defeated one day in the future, but it would probably not be in the Crimson Dragon realm. "The Great Path is long. There are no absolutes," said Xing Kai. "Some things are absolute," answered Yi Futian. Xing Kai stared at Yi Futian, then said, "I am Xing Kai of the ancient imperial city." "I am Yi Futian of Qinya City," Yi Futian responded. After they said this, they turned away from each other as if nothing had happened. But no one knew what they were thinking. Everyone left the battlefield by the Crimson River, including Yi Futian and the others. After they left, Li Yao returned home with Di Hao and the others. They all had grim looks on their faces. The news of this battle of the Crimson River would quickly spread to all corners of the Crimson Dragon realm. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Yu Shang's fame rapidly spread across the Crimson Dragon City and to neighboring cities. Yu Shang's fame rapidly spread across the Crimson Dragon City and to neighboring cities. He defeated all the talent in the Battle of the Crimson River, including Xing Nan of the ancient imperial city, Xiang Nan of Xiang City, and Kong Xian and Kong Zhan of Peacock City. What impressive combat it was! It was a pity that so many people had not been able to watch how he fought with their own eyes. All those top figures were defeated all by Yu Shang himself. The whole of Qinya City was in shock, too. In the past, Yi Futian had gained fame by annihilating Bliss Palace with his people. Soon after, he became the Lord of Thousand Leaves City and made his name known to everyone. No one had expected Yusheng to be so powerful. What a gallant hero from Emperor Xia's realm. Both of them were so strong. Princess Xia Qingyuan of Emperor Xia's realm shouldn't be considered weak, even though she hadn't yet started fighting. In the Lord's residence of Thousand Leaves City, Shan Jun heard the news, too. He had gradually recovered after many days of healing. Shan Jun had mixed feelings as he listened to the messenger's report in the courtyard. He would be ridiculous to think about taking advantage of Yi Futian and Yusheng when he was nothing in their eyes. He'd asked Yusheng to join the battle of the Sleeping Dragon, and Yusheng had won it. Now, Yusheng was also peerless in the Battle of Crimson River and had entered the regional palace. It was Shan Jun's dream to cultivate in the regional palace one day. He had been dreaming of entering the regional palace and seeing what kind of talents were inside. And now, Yusheng had made it there. Shan Jun's father, Shan Tianzhan, arrived. He hadn't left the Lord's residence after he was defeated by the great shaman. You know about it? Shan Tianzhan asked him. Yes, answered Shan Jun, nodding. The minimum achievement of one who comes out of the regional palace is being an unblemished saint. Many unblemished level saints have already come from there. Some stayed in the Crimson Dragon City and some left. Some even became Ren Huang, said Shan Tianzhan. And I heard that Yusheng was even stronger than many previous champions at the Battle of the Crimson River. In the future, he will probably become a saint of Nirvana. Shan Jun didn't say a word. He understood it, so he could only sigh in response. Among the people who came from Emperor Xia's realm, Yi Futian was the Lord of Thousand Leaves City. How do you think his relationship is with Yusheng? Asked Shan Tianzhan. They are very good friends. Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan are the leaders of the group. Yusheng should be his friend. He does whatever he tells him to do. Their relationship is unusual, replied Shan Jun. You're not unlucky. I told you to go to Fusong Valley for cultivation. You met so many people with Nirvana Saint potential on your way back, said Shan Tianzhan. Shan Jun lowered his head. He understood what his father meant. With such luck, what was he thinking? What was he doing? It was not easy for you to enter the Saint Plane. I told you, be broad-minded, be ambitious. However, now your only ambition is within this city. Shan Tianzhan sighed. Nobody knew a son better than his father. Shan Jun had talent, but he was too narrow-minded and limited in his ambition. His ambition was limited within the city. If it wasn't, he would not have used others in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon just to acquire some treasures. His achievement was destined to be limited by his narrow ambition, even though he had entered the Saint Plane. Shan Jun lowered his head in embarrassment. Don't hold any grudges. Take advantage of the time for introspection, Shan Tianzhan said. Yes, father, replied Shan Jun. His father nodded and departed. What was the use of holding a grudge against him? He couldn't fight against Emperor Xia's realm anyway. That day, in Peacock City, Li Yao came to visit. Kong Zhan and Kong Xian met Li Yao in the Lord's residence. Princess Kong Shui, congratulations on entering the Saint Plane. I've prepared some gifts for you. I hope you like them. Li Yao asked his people to bring the gifts forward. Thank you, but we don't deserve them, said Kong Xian, taking a look at Li Yao. No one from her side came to accept the gifts. What brings you here today? Asked Kong Xian. Li Yao had come to visit her before the Battle of the Crimson River to discuss capturing Yusheng and the others. But the result was the same as it had been at the Battle of Empty Realm. Emperor Xia's realm was still the winner. The good thing was they hadn't lost too much, and Princess Kong Xian had entered the Saint Plane as a result of the battle. To be honest, Princess, I've come to the Crimson Dragon realm with my people only for Yi Futian. He and Yusheng are extremely talented people, and if we don't wipe them out, they will become the scourge of the Dali and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm in the future. That's why I came to request cooperation with you again. What do you think, Your Highness? Said Li Yao. It's the grudge between you, Dali, and Yi Futian. I will not get involved this time, Kong Xian refused. Both Yi Futian and Yusheng gradually showed their talent. Besides, there seemed to be some chemistry between Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan. Maybe Emperor Xia regarded him as his son-in-law. She was afraid that Emperor Xia's realm would have a strong reaction if Yi Futian was captured. She would not take it upon herself to instigate a war with them. She didn't have the ability to control a war between the realms. In addition, Liao at least had his reasons for dealing with Yi Futian. What excuse could Demon Peacock Emperor's realm have? Why not sit quietly and watch them fight? Kongxian Princess, have you forgotten how Yi Futian treated you at the Battle of Empty Realm? If he becomes too strong, he might become a threat to the Demon Emperor's realm, Liao reminded her. He was referring to Yi Futian's ability to control demonic beasts. Kong Shui frowned. She didn't seem happy. It was at the Battle of Empty Realm where you could use all means to fight. Besides, Yi Futian has apologized. If he does it once again, of course, we will not let him go. But it's you, Liao, who broke the rules and tried to kill Yi Futian in the Battle of Empty Realm. And you failed. I heard that Yi Futian used a fake identity as the seventh sword to cultivate in Dali. You have a grudge against him, but that is none of my business. Liao suddenly became sullen. He took a look at Kongxian and said with a smile, after several battles, you have lost your courage to even go against Yi Futian, Princess Kongxian. I should go now. Then he turned around and left. Kongxian took a look at him. She understood that Liao was referring to her two defeats, once by Yi Futian and once by Yusheng. She was indeed impressed by these battles. Even though she hated to admit it, Liao looked sulky after he left. He didn't expect for Kongxian's hatred for Yi Futian to have lessened. Had she completely yielded to it? It seemed he couldn't count on cooperating with the demonic Peacock Emperor's realm. Kong Shui had left him no room for negotiation. Go to Xiang City, Liao said in a low voice. He went straight to Xiang City, followed by his people. Liao entered the Lord's residence at Xiang City to visit Xiangnan. However, he was blocked by someone in front of the gate. The person said, Xiangnan Highness is cultivating in seclusion. I can pass along the message if your Highness has any matters to discuss. Liao laughed secretly. Cultivating was an excuse. He guessed that Xiangnan was actually recovering from his injuries. Yusheng had shown no mercy at all when he'd used the palm strike on Xiangnan in the Battle of Crimson River. I am afraid you will not able to carry a message. It regards a highly confidential issue about an imperial-level treasure, said Liao. The man got a strange look in his eye. Imperial level? What did Liao mean? I will report to His Highness, said the man, hesitating. He left to make the report. When he came back, he told Liao, His Royal Highness wants to see you. Please, come in. Thank you so much, Liao said as he followed him inside. This time, he wanted to visit Demon Imperial City, Xiang City, and Ancient Imperial City. As long as one of them accepted his request, Liao would not need to worry about defeat. These three cities all had intimidating powers. The first two had been established by Ren Huang. The lord of the ancient imperial city was the ninth servant. He claimed to be the first lord of all cities. However, Kongxian had declined his request. Liao hoped he could succeed in the negotiation with Xiang City. Liao soon met Xiangnan. Xiangnan was dressed in magnificent clothes, looked very well and handsome. It seemed as if he was not injured at all. He sat there, smiling at Liao. Have a seat. Liao sat. Xiangnan said, Let's cut to the chase. Liao, why did you find me today? Liao glanced at the people nearby. Xiangnan immediately understood and waved his hand. All the people left. He had no need to worry about what Liao would do to him. I've heard a lot about Emperor Xiang's realm being a very powerful realm among all the Crimson Dragon realms. The reason I came today is to seek cooperation with you, Liao said bluntly. What kind of cooperation? Asked Xiangnan. We Dali people have a grudge against Yi Futian of Emperor Xia's realm. The Lord of the Thousand Leaves City, Yi Futian, once snuck into Dali Empire to study cultivation methods. He even learned a Ranhuang-level cultivation method in Dali. I've come all the way from Dali with my troops just to deal with him. Liao continued, however, Yi Futian has powerful people protecting him. I'm not sure if we alone can capture him, so I am seeking allies. If Emperor Xiang's realm can form an alliance with us, I can let Emperor Xiang's realm keep him for a while after we capture him together. Liao was indicating that Emperor Xiang's realm could question Yi Futian about the Ranhuang level cultivation method, which was undoubtedly a tempting option. How can I verify that what you say is true? Asked Xiangnan. The Dali imperial advisor is deeply trusted by my father and venerated by numerous Dali cultivators. His cultivation method, deep thorough comprehension, is absolutely above the Renhuang level. If you inquire about it with him, you will hear that it was secretly learned by Yi Futian. Li Yao continued, aren't you interested in the demonic martial arts used by Yu Sheng during the Battle of the Crimson River? There was a coldness in Xiangnan's eyes when he heard Yu Sheng's name. Of course, he couldn't forget how Yu Sheng had smacked him to the ground with one blow during the Battle of the Crimson River. He had never experienced that kind of embarrassment before in his life. The demonic martial art was indeed very powerful. But Emperor Xiang's realm has never had a grudge with Emperor Xia's realm, said Xiangnan. It is not about the grudge between Emperor Xiang's realm and Emperor Xia's realm. Don't you want to get control of another city? I don't mean to involve Xiaqing Yuan in this, continued Li Yao. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng are just cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm in the lower worlds. Princess Xiaqing Yuan relies on them only because of their talents. There was a gleam of a smile in Xiangnan's eyes after he heard what Li Yao said. It was tempting for him indeed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Xiangnan looked at Li Yao and said with a smile, this thing we discussed is not only about getting one more city of the Crimson Dragon realms. It involves Renhuang's realms. I need time to rethink it. Xiangnan looked at Li Yao and said with a smile, this thing we discussed is not only about getting one more city of the Crimson Dragon realms. It involves Renhuang's realms. I need time to rethink it. Li Yao looked into Xiangnan's eyes but couldn't tell what was on his mind, so he nodded and said, all right. I will be waiting for your reply, Xiangnan. Li Yao stood up and left. Xiangnan saw him out in person. After Li Yao left, Xiangnan had a sneer across his face. Li Yao was trying to drag others from Renhuang's realms into this. He was a calculating person indeed. If things went as Li Yao planned and the conflict intensified, a more serious war could break out. The war might even be between realms. If Emperor Xia's realm had to fight against two of Renhuang's realms, that would be the end of Emperor Xia's realm. And Li Yao's compensation for Xiangnan was nothing but the imperial-level cultivation method stolen by Yi Futian, or Yu Sheng's demonic martial art. Li Yao was generous at the expense of others. I need someone here, said Xiangnan. A subordinate came and bowed, saluting him. Your Highness. I will write a letter. You take it to Thousand Leaves City and give it to Yi Futian. Don't attract anyone's attention, said Xiangnan. Aye. That servant nodded. Xiangnan wrote a letter and handed it to him. The servant took the letter and soon departed for Thousand Leaves City. Meanwhile, Li Yao was heading for the ancient imperial city. The ancient imperial city was different from other cities. There was only one power that dominated the whole area. The lord of the ancient imperial city was the ninth servant. It was said that the ninth servant had entered the Renhuang Plain and recruited many talented people. The ancient imperial city had a special status among all the cities of the Crimson Dragon realm. The lord residence of the ancient imperial city was enclosed by lofty walls. The residence was like an antique castle, at the center of which stood a giant bronze gate. There were very few guards guarding at the gate, but every one of them had a very intimidating life force. However, there was an old man sitting over by the castle. He was clothed in rags but looked clean. There was no sign of life force coming from his body. Li Yao and the others didn't dare to look down at him. He saluted. Sir, Li Yao of Dali is here to salute you. The old man took a look at Li Yao. His cloudy eyes looked dull. He spent a while narrowing his eyes to see Li Yao's face clearly. He asked, What brings you here? I am Li Yao, and I am here to request to see the Lord, said Li Yao, bending slightly to show courtesy. Even though he was the prince of the Dali Empire, this was the Crimson Dragon realm, not Emperor Li's realm. Here, he didn't have a distinguished identity. Not to mention that the people who stood at the top of St. Plain didn't really care about the prince's identity. Besides, the person he wanted to visit was the ninth servant, who claimed to be the strongest being in all of the Crimson Dragon cities. If no Renhuangs from other realms stepped into the Crimson Dragon realm, the ninth servant was probably the most powerful figure in this broad land. He didn't need to care about anyone, whether the person was a son of a Renhuang or anyone else. The Lord is cultivating in seclusion. He will not see anyone. If you have any matters to discuss with him, please tell me and I will send the message to him, said the old man slowly. He didn't show much respect to this Prince of Dali. Liao looked calm. He was not irritated at all. However, if he was not able to meet the Lord, the time he'd spent to make this visit had been in vain. May I pay a visit to Xingqiu Highness then? Asked Liao. The second young master has been strengthening his cultivation since he entered the Saint Plain. I apologize, but he isn't welcoming any guests either, said the old man, nodding. The soldier standing next to Liao frowned and stared at the old man with his intimidating, piercing eyes. How dare he decline the request of Liao, the Dali prince, to visit Xingqiu? This old guy didn't know how to show respect to a person as noble as a prince. Sir, I came here for an extremely important issue which relates to an imperial-level treasure. I sincerely hope you will allow me to visit, continued Liao. You can just say it here. I will let the Lord and the second young master know, replied the old man. Liao looked sullen and kept staring at him, but the old man was still expressionless. It was like he didn't notice them. Fine. We should leave, Liao said, departing with his people. He had visited 3 cities so far, the Peacock City, Xiang City, and the ancient Imperial City. The trip hadn't gone well. Not one of these cities had promised to cooperate with him in the wars. Kong Xian of the Peacock City had immediately rejected his request. He hadn't been able to see anyone in the ancient Imperial City. Xiang Nan of the Xiang City had his own concerns. Such an outcome was far from his goal. Of course, he'd come to visit them just to try his luck. He would be happy if anyone formed an alliance with him, but if not, he would rely on the strength of Emperor Li's realm alone. In the Lord's residence of Thousand Leaves City, Yi Futian received the message that someone from Xiang City was requesting to see him. It made Yi Futian suspicious. What had the person from Xiang City come here for? Earlier on, Xiang Nan of Xiang City had hurt Wu Chun in the Battle of the Crimson River. He was then injured by Yu Shang. Since the Battle of Crimson River had ended, the matter should have been forgotten. He didn't want to start a war between 2 Run Huang realms over the non-fatal Battle of Crimson River. But during such a sensitive period, he still had to meet the envoy of Xiang City. Lord Yi. The person saluted Yi Futian in a very polite manner. Welcome, sir. Tell me what brings you here, said Yi Futian. My lord wrote a letter and told me to present it to you, replied the messenger. He passed the letter to Yi Futian. Yi Futian took it and opened it with confusion. There was just one line in the letter. Yi Futian calmly put the letter aside after he read it. He said to the messenger, What else did Xiang Nan Highness ask you to bring to me? Nothing. My lord only told me to send the letter, he said. He waited after handing over the letter, showing no intention of leaving. He seemed to be waiting for Yi Futian's reply. Yi Futian nodded and took out a storage ring and gave it to him, saying, I greatly appreciate that Xiang Nan Highness was kind enough to notify me. Here is my humble gift to express my thankfulness to him. Please pass it on to Xiang Nan. I will pass your kind words and the gift along to my lord, he replied. Now I shall return. All right, Yi Futian said, nodding. I apologize that I will not be seeing you off. Safe journey. Thank you very much, Lord Yi. The messenger withdrew. After he left, Xia Qingyuan asked Yi Futian, what did Xiang Nan want? Yi Futian gave her the letter and said, read this. He narrowed his eyes. His expression was cold and his stare was like the sharp blade. The smile in his eyes totally disappeared. There was also a coldness in Xia Qingyuan's eyes after she read the letter. She released the force of sword, tearing the letter to pieces in her hand. The letter said that Liao had just visited Xiang Nan and intentionally mentioned that Liao was planning to give the deed of thorough comprehension, Yu Sheng's demonic martial art method, in the Thousand Leaves City, to him. Xiang Nan had sent the messenger to inform them. The letter reminded them of the things that had happened. But there was no friendship between Yi Futian and Xiang Nan. If he wanted to reject Liao, he could directly do that. Did he have to inform them? Furthermore, the letter didn't indicate that Xiang Nan had declined Liao's request. Rather, it just stated the fact. The important point was that he'd bluntly listed all the conditions, including the deed of thorough comprehension, Yu Sheng's demonic martial art, and Thousand Leaves City. In the end, His messenger had waited for Yi Futian's response. What did Xiangnan want? Since Li Yao had offered these generous rewards to convince Xiangnan to cooperate in an attack on Thousand Leaves City, shouldn't Yi Futian also offer some rewards to him? Xiangnan wanted to see what generous compensation Thousand Leaves City could offer. He was trying to fish in troubled waters. If Thousand Leaves City's attitude was sincere enough, Xiangnan would not cooperate with Li Yao. If so, Xiangnan could benefit from it and wouldn't need to join the war. What did you give him? Asked Xia Qingyuan. Half of the rewards I earned from the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon were in the storage ring. The rewards were substantial, said Yi Futian, but I don't think that can satisfy his appetite. Then why did you do it? Xia Qingyuan asked, staring at him. Li Yao let Xiangnan choose. Xiangnan sent the messenger, which means that Xiangnan was not willing to make the choice. That's why he asked us to help him. I showed my attitude with that gift, and now it is his business to make the decision, said Yi Futian. Besides, given the current situation, do you think we can afford to make Xiangnan our enemy? What stood behind Xiangnan was Emperor Xiang's realm. Things would get tricky if Emperor Xiang's realm got involved in this. Xia Qingyuan didn't say a word. The situation was getting more and more complex. Princess, a voice called out. The great shaman appeared. Great shaman, greeted Xia Qingyuan. The first prince is here, said the great shaman. Xia Qingyuan paused for a second, looking surprised. She smiled and said, Great, let's go. They headed outside together. Outside the Lord's residence, a huge group of people had arrived. They seemed to belong to the army. Everyone had a very strong life force. Almost all of them were of the Saint Plane. The lead person had a handsome but imposing appearance and a dignified demeanor. His smile was comfortable like a warm spring breeze. He was the manifestation of both the iron will of a warrior and the noble spirit of a prince. The first prince of Emperor Xia's realm, Xiaorong, the unblemished saint of the Third Saint Plane, had been raised in the army. He rarely stayed in the palace. Now, the first prince had become the deputy general of Tian, second only to the sacred general of Tian of the Nirvana Plane. He had a great reputation in the army as a genuine, iron-willed prince. However, at this moment, Xiaorong had hidden his military temperament and put on a mild smile when he saw Xia Qingyuan coming. He called to her, Qingyuan. I didn't know you were coming today, brother, Xia Qingyuan said excitedly. Although Xiaorong had been in the army for years, every time he came back to the imperial palace, he came to see her. He'd watched her grow up and had pampered her a lot. For her, he was her brother and also a father. Their relationship was very positive. Nowadays, Emperor Li's realm is preparing to cause a disturbance. The Dali imperial advisor came here with his people. I am worried about your safety, so I asked permission from father to come here, said Xiaorong. Thank you, brother, said Xia Qingyuan. Xiaorong looked at Yi Futian, who was standing near Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian stepped forward and took a bow, making a salute. Yi Futian is here to meet you, sir. No need for unnecessary courtesies, Xiaorong said with a smile. I was expecting to meet you but didn't have a chance in the army. Now I know you look like an outstanding person. No wonder, Qingyuan. Brother. Xia Qingyuan cut in, glaring at him. Xiaorong saw it and laughed, waved his hands, and said, Sorry for my loose lips. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The night before the storm, Yi Futian said, smiling, Thanks, I appreciate that, Your Highness. Standing nearby, Xia Qingyuan took a glance at him before rapidly looking away. The situation of Dali is, King Tiandao has led his army to the border of our Emperor Xia's realm. They are ready to attack, and the Saint General has to confront them in person. This time, Emperor Li's realm seems to have prepared a scheme and is coordinating with the actions taken here. Dali Empire is determined to win this time. We must defend against them cautiously, said Xiaorong. He suddenly changed his topic, his tone turning serious. The atmosphere suddenly shifted. Xiaorong had a powerful enough aura to control the atmosphere around him. The princess prepared for it beforehand, said Yi Futian. Yes, Xiaorong said, nodding. I think you all know what kind of figure the Dali Imperial Advisor is. In the Dali Empire, he is only second to their emperor and is very venerated. He has come to Crimson Dragon Realm in person, and I believe they have secretly arranged for other people to do the same. I have received word from Dali that Prince Regent probably has left his residence, too. Yi Futian frowned. Were things getting more serious? Before long, he let Xia Qingyuan release the message as bait to lure Li Yao into assassinating him. As long as Li Yao dared to go, Yi Futian would not let him return. But Li Yao had sent Imperial Advisor to Crimson Dragon Realm, and the situation seemed to be expanding as a result. Now it was likely to become a conflict between two realms, going beyond Yi Futian's expectations. The plans Yi Futian had arranged probably shouldn't be applied to these circumstances. The rulers of Dali seemed to have achieved an agreement. Getting Yi Futian may not be their only goal. Your Highness, how about entering the residence first and then talking? Suggested the great shaman. Everyone agreed. Only then did they head toward the Lord's residence. Yi Futian knew with certainty that Li Yao had blocked Yu Sheng during the Battle of Crimson River because he'd wanted Di Hao to show their strength to him. Di Hao was the one who'd lost completely. Next would be the battle between them. One could say the battle would not only be about the grudge between those two, but between two entire realms. Yi Futian also had to take into consideration Xiang Nan's letter. It would be a disaster if Xiang Nan meddled at a crucial moment. He needed to be careful. In the Lord's residence, Yi Futian went to Shan Tianzhan's cultivation temple and met Shan Tianzhan. Sorry to disturb your cultivation, sir, said Yi Futian. In the temple, Shan Tianzhan opened his eyes and saw Yi Futian bowing to him. What brings Lord Yi here today? Asked Shan Tianzhan. He already had a guess as to what Yi Futian was about to say. Let me be honest with you, sir. I've come to Crimson Dragon Realm because of the feud between me and Prince Li Yao of Emperor Li's realm. That feud might soon bring about a disturbance. That's why I came here today to ask you for help, said Yi Futian. Even though my cultivation has reached the Nirvana plane, it is far beyond my ability to intervene in a disturbance between Renhuang realms. Thousand Leaves City is a lesson for me. You easily obtained it, Shan Tianzhan said, looking at him carefully. Sir, I think you can see that Emperor Xia's realm is planning to stand guard for the long term. If you are willing to take part in the battle, you will become one of us. Emperor Xia's realm can take your risk for you. Even if the situation here is not stable, you can always retreat to Emperor Xia's realm, continued Yi Futian. You mean, have me work for Emperor Xia's realm? Shan Tianzhan asked calmly. As I've said before, I will give the city back to you after the turbulence passes. If nothing happens here in Crimson Dragon Realm, there will be no need for you to go to Emperor Xia's realm. I was talking about the worst-case scenario. You don't have to become an underling of Emperor Xia's realm, explained Yi Futian. And of course, I am just inviting you to support us, since Thousand Leaves City requires your strength to win. If you agree to this, you can put forward conditions. If you disagree, you can just forget what I've said. Any condition? Asked Shan Tianzhan. Any condition I can reasonably fulfill, but I don't believe you will push me beyond my limit, said Yi Futian. Good. Shan Tianzhan nodded. Yi Futian paused for a second and looked at him expectantly. I promise I will join the battle, said Shan Tianzhan. His resolution surprised Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at Shan Tianzhan and asked, Sir, what are your conditions? I haven't decided yet. I will tell you once I make my decision, said Shan Tianzhan. Yi Futian was just a doctrine saint on the first level of Saint Plane. Even though he could acquire some treasures or promise to fulfill some conditions using his status in Emperor Xia's realm, what use did Shan Tianzhan have of the Nirvana plane? Shan Tianzhan's cultivation meant that he didn't need to ask anything of Yi Futian yet, so he let Yi Futian owe him a favor. One day, he would find a chance to use it. But of course, that could not happen if Yi Futian fell on his way of cultivation. Thank you very much, sir, Yi Futian said with a deep bow. I'll say this first. I will abandon this fight if it is to be a fatal battle or a losing one from the start, said Shan Tianzhan. Sure, Yi Futian said and nodded. Of course, he would not waste a Nirvana saint's life in exchange for one condition. His condition wasn't worth it. In Xiang City, the subordinate that Xiang Nan had sent to Thousand Leaves City had returned and reported on what had happened there and given the storage ring to Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan's mind entered the ring. He sneered when he saw the things inside. Yi Futian is the lord of a city. Isn't he also an important person in Emperor Xia's realm? Why is he so stingy? Murmured Xiang Nan. The contents of the ring were abundant resources for a common cultivator of the Saint Plain. But Xiang Nan already owned better things than these. Was Yi Futian treating him like a beggar? The conflict between Emperor Li's realm and Emperor Xia's realm was already so tense, and Xiang Nan had explained everything clearly in the letter. Why was Yi Futian still ignoring his existence? Or did it mean that Yi Futian was certain that Xiang Nan didn't dare to get involved in the conflict? You go to Dali Imperial City and tell Li Yao that I will be present on the battlefield when the day comes, said Xiang Nan. There was a smile spreading across his face. Whether he joined the battle or not, he could at least be an audience and enjoy the show. Still, he just sent the message to Li Yao that he would be present. He would not promise anything and leave the rest to Li Yao's imagination. "Aye," the messenger answered, nodding. He soon left and headed toward Li City. After the messenger left, Xiang Nan's face turned expressionless. His goal in Crimson Dragon's realm had been to join the Battle of Crimson River and cultivate at the regional palace. However, he'd failed and been humiliated. He couldn't just let that go and leave in disgrace. He wanted to gain something from them, no matter what it was, and enjoy the show. When the shorebird and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits from it. The Dali Prince Li Yao had come to deliver him an opportunity in person. How could Xiang Nan let it slip by? Soon, the messenger sent by Xiang Nan delivered the letter to Li City. Li Yao didn't show any sign of satisfaction when he received the message. After the messenger had departed, Li Yao frowned slightly. He was not pleased. He understood what Xiang Nan meant. Xiang Nan hadn't promised anything and would act according to the situation. But he had explained his conditions to Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan hadn't accepted his invitation, yet he was ready to maximize his benefits from the conflict between them and Emperor Xia's realm without paying a price. This son of Emperor Xia liked playing mind games. However, even though Li Yao was not very pleased, he didn't show it. At least he knew Xiang Nan would not go against them and would only be a threat to their opponents. Although Li Yao hadn't achieved his goal, there might still be an unexpected outcome waiting for him. He didn't rest all his hopes on Xiang Nan's shoulders anyway. He'd done what he needed to do. Keeping this in mind, Li Yao got up and walked to another villa. He saw Yin Yuan and greeted him. "Mr. Yin Yuan." "What brings you here, sir?" asked Yin Yuan. "I am here for the Imperial Advisor," said Li Yao. As he said that, the Dali Imperial Advisor walked by. He looked toward Li Yao with brooding eyes and greeted him, "Your Highness." The Imperial Advisor should have known that the first prince, Xiaorong, of Emperor Xia's realm has reached Thousand Leaves City, correct? Asked Li Yao. The relationship between the two sides was tense. They both had informers in each other's cities, so public news like this was immediately reported to Li Yao when it was released. "Yes," the Imperial Advisor replied, nodding. "Your Highness, people from Emperor Xia's realm didn't leave Thousand Leaves City after hearing we were there, which means they have already prepared to fight. Although we have public knowledge of their strength, can you be certain that Emperor Xia's realm isn't hiding other powers?" asked the Imperial Advisor. "And if we make a bold attempt to start the war, I am afraid that any blunder will harm your safety. Other Dali people have come, too." "Imperial Advisor, you can take action," Li Yao said to the Imperial Advisor. Imperial Advisor looked at Li Yao and was silent for a moment. Finally, he nodded and said, "I see. If you're sure you don't want to wait, I will get down to preparations." "Thank you, Imperial Advisor," said Li Yao, nodding. He soon turned around and left. Although he was still being polite, he no longer respected the Imperial Advisor. Seeing him leaving, the Imperial Advisor let out a sigh. "Yin Yuan," the Imperial Advisor called. "Master, I am here," answered Yin Yuan. "You know that I am just an ordinary old man without much ambition. I just want to take responsibility as a father. No matter what happens in the future, please take care of Fei Shui for me," said the Imperial Advisor. Yin Yuan stared blankly at him. His face turned pale. He said, "No matter what the results of the battle will be, based on your strength, you will not be harmed." "Not everything is within our control," continued the Imperial Advisor. "This is my task for you." Yin Yuan was silent for a second. "Yes, master." He looked determined. No matter what his master had foreseen, He would try his best in the battle and not let his master go into danger. A nation's decline begins at the pinnacle of its power. He had served the Dali dynasty for many years, and now the dynasty had reached the apex of its martial power. However, the atmosphere in Dali was not like it had been before. It had changed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Things in Crimson Dragon Realm were as usual. Crimson Dragon City and its surrounding cities were running steadily. The scorching sun was high up in the sky, its burning heat illuminating the ground. Things in Crimson Dragon Realm were as usual. Crimson Dragon City and its surrounding cities were running steadily. The scorching sun was high up in the sky, its burning heat illuminating the ground. There was only day here, never night. Every day, the sun rose high in the sky. Li City was in the charge of Emperor Li's realm somewhere to the west of Thousand Leaves City. At this moment, somewhere in the far east of Thousand Leaves City, a group of people was cultivating. Demonic will permeated the villa. A piercing sound rang through the sky. It was a demonic beast diving for the ground. One person in cultivation opened their eyes. Suddenly, the demonic will roared, thundered, and rolled fiercely. The man took a look at the plummeting demonic beast. The beast was brawny and intimidating, but the man below it just sat there like a statue, wearing a demon-like look of his own. There was a letter in the demonic beast's claw that fell when the beast plummeted. The demon-like man opened it. After he read it, he looked up into the distance with his brooding, completely emotionless eyes. It seemed that this time he could harvest something. The demonic method he had been cultivating this time should work on the demonic cultivator who'd killed the descendants of the Chao clan during the Battle of the Empty Realm. Let's go. Chao Kong stood up, his demonic will spreading into the far distance. The other people in the villa rose to their feet. Suddenly, the strong demonic will permeated the air. These warriors belonged to the Chao clan, the best demonic cultivation family of the Dali Empire. This time, Prince Regent had come in person to persuade them to go to the Crimson Dragon Realm and do something for him. The Chao clan was a great power in Dali, and they didn't have to listen to Prince Regent's order. However, this time, Prince Regent had promised a lot of rewards. The letter he'd just received had been surprising indeed. It would be worth going there for him now. Another reason was that, even though Prince Regent was the one who'd arranged matters this time, he could tell that what was behind Prince Regent's actions was Emperor Li's intention to influence Emperor Xia's realm. The Crimson Dragon Realm would be the battlefield of the initial confrontation between the two sides. Although the feud between Li Yao and Yi Futian was the main stimulus, the battle was not about that alone. Otherwise, the three most powerful figures of Dali would not have shown up together in Crimson Dragon Realm. It was threatening enough to see all of them together, not to mention that the third prince had also come along this time. The third prince of the Dali Empire was extremely talented. Emperor Li thought highly of him and considered him as the one most likely to inherit the empire. The third prince's presence here was undoubtedly meaningful. They stepped into the air. Suddenly the demonic will seethed and permeated between the sky and the earth. People in the city looked up to the sky, shocked. The sudden strong pressure on the city alarmed and horrified many. But the demonic cultivators weren't coming for them. The entire city was relieved when the people saw that these cultivators were just passing by. At the same time, Xiangnan of Xiang City also received a letter from Li City written by Li Yao. The letter told him that Emperor Li's realm was ready to take action. Xiangnan sneered after he read it. Even though Li Yao knew that Xiangnan just wanted to be a third party and benefit from the battle, Li Yao still had a slight hope that Emperor Xiang's realm could help them deal with Emperor Xia's realm. To be honest, they were taking advantage of each other. There was no need for sincerity in this kind of alliance. Each side cared only about their interests. Let's go. All of you, go to Thousand Leaves City with me, said Xiangnan. Your Highness, do you mean we will be joining the battle? Although Emperor Li's realm was there, and their two powers should be able to suppress Thousand Leaves City, it was a feud between two Runhuang realms. It was not wise for them to get involved directly, and the consequences for doing so would get out of their control as the situation changed. That was what the warriors standing next to Xiang Nan had to remind him of. No, we're just going there. We don't have to join the battle, said Xiangnan. They just needed to be present during the conflict between the two powers. That alone would mean a lot. He just wanted to be a member of the battle's audience. People answered, nodding. As Emperor Xiang's son, his words carried a lot of weight. Since he wanted to go, his subordinates had to accompany him. The people of Thousand Leaves City would not dare touch them anyway. They too started their journey toward Thousand Leaves City. More and more warriors headed toward Li City and formed a small-sized battalion. Almost all of them were of the Saint Plain. The imperial advisor and the third Dali prince stood at the front with serious expressions on their faces as they looked into the distance. Li Yao was standing behind them. He took a look up at the sky, guessing that the letters should have arrived by now. The warriors of Xiang City should have already set out. If his calculation was correct, Xiangnan would reach Thousand Leaves City before the others. Li Yao, of course, knew that Xiangnan was trying to take advantage of and benefit from them. He would let Xiangnan do it and leave some time for Xiangnan to negotiate with Thousand Leaves City. But it all depended on Xiangnan to get the result he wanted. If any conflict happened between them during this period, they would be none of his business. At the same time that he'd sent the letter, he'd also asked people to release the message to Thousand Leaves City. Since Xiangnan had sent a messenger to Thousand Leaves City, Li Yao could too. Your Highness, please remain here, said Yin Yuan to Li Yao. Li Yao looked toward Yin Yuan and asked, Sir, what do you mean? This battle will probably be between Nirvana-level cultivators. Although your Highness has entered the Saint Plain, it will still be risky if Nirvana Saint-level opponents target you. That's why I don't suggest that your Highness enter the battlefield, said Yin Yuan. Yin Yuan is right. Brother, you stay here, said the third Dali prince to Li Yao. I will leave some soldiers here to guard you. A complex look flashed across Li Yao's face. He was reluctant to stay here. Since he was the instigator of the battle, he couldn't wait to go and see it in person. He craved to capture Yi Futian and kill him. However, Yin Yuan and the third brother had both asked him to stay put. What they'd said did make sense because Li Yao was only on the first Saint Plain. He would be in danger if a Nirvana Saint aimed at him. Anything could happen on the battlefield. He needed to be careful. Let's go, said the imperial advisor. All of a sudden, all the warriors set out into the air and headed toward Thousand Leaves City. The intimidating life force suddenly swept between the sky and earth. In Li City, people raised their heads and watched these warriors flying through in the air in awe. The conflict between Emperor Li's realm and Emperor Xia's realm had begun. The storm was coming. It could become a battle, but nobody knew what that would lead to. Would a war explode between the two realms? Among the people looking to the sky in Dali City, there was a person in black with no detectable life force. He looked at the upper sky. Over his shoulder sat a demonic beast with shark-like eyes. The mighty troops in the air were reflected in its pupils. In Thousand Leaves City, Yi Futian received the message that Xiangnan and the warriors of Li City had set off. The warriors of the Lord's residence had convened in the Lord's residence, including the warriors of Emperor Xia's realm and some local powers like the Situ clan and the Mo clan. Shen Tianzhan and other warriors of the Lord's residence were also present. Shen Tianzhan had promised to aid Yi Futian. The cooperation between the new lord and the old lord was very influential, so some of the local powers of Thousand Leaves City had decided to join the battle and dedicate their lives to the Lord's residence. It was a momentous decision, one that could shatter their clans into fragments if anything went wrong. However, it also represented a considerable opportunity to them if Emperor Xia's realm could get a firm foothold in the Crimson Dragon realm and prosper after this battle. Even Shen Tianzhan had dared to take the risk. Why shouldn't they? Warriors stood solemnly in the Lord's residence. The first prince of Emperor Xia's realm, Xiaorong, was their leader. The great shaman and Xia Qingyuan stood beside him. What was strange was that Yi Futian hadn't shown up. His absence made many people wonder, where was Yi Futian? Many people had just seen him not long before. Besides, it was Yi Futian who had released the news that the warriors of Li City had set out. So why had he suddenly disappeared? Was it because Yi Futian was the target of Emperor Li's realm? Was he hiding somewhere? But that didn't seem to be Yi Futian's style. Besides, Yu Shang and his other friends were still here. Perhaps Yi Futian had another plan. Somewhere in the Lord's residence, an intimidating sword will was released, pervading the cultivation temple. The sword will loomed in the air as if it was restrained by something. Upon closer inspection, one could observe a giant pattern of swordsmanship spreading across the ground of the temple like a matrix. A lady dressed in white was sitting with her legs crossed in the center of sword matrix. Her body was surrounded by a very powerful sword will. The sword will slowly blended into the matrix, gradually lighting it up. It looked like the giant matrix didn't even fit in the broad cultivation temple. Besides the strong sword will, a powerful spatial will also emanated from the matrix. Incessant waves of sword will swept toward the temple from all directions. They no longer seemed able to suppress the blazing sword will. The young lady in white sitting at the center of the matrix was Yaya, her body translucent, as if she was a sword made of pure crystal. Outside the Lord's residence, numerous people sensed the unusual life force and looked up at the warriors in the sky. They knew the battle was coming. Not only the people of Thousand Leaves City, but the people of other cities in the Crimson Dragon realm had also heard the news. Many people even came to Thousand Leaves City to witness the unprecedented battle between the Renhuang realms. Among them, the top figures of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, Kong Xian and Kong Zhan, were included. Although Kong Xian had declined Li Yao's request to get involved in the battle, she was very interested and had come to Thousand Leaves City early. She hadn't brought many warriors with her to avoid a misunderstanding. Since it was the most sensitive moment for both sides, she didn't want anyone to misinterpret her activity. She was just an audience member. Who would be the winner in the competition between two Renhuang realms? Li Yao or Yi Futian? The scorching sun was high in the sky, but the atmosphere felt as if black clouds were hanging over Thousand Leaves City. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The warriors of Emperor Li's realm hadn't arrived by the Xiangnan reached Thousand Leaves City. The warriors of Emperor Li's realm hadn't arrived by the Xiangnan reached Thousand Leaves City. Li Yao had intentionally released the message early so that he could arrive first. Xiangnan had also figured it out, so he didn't hurry to approach the Lord's residence. However, based on the waves of life force, he could tell that he had been perceived by the warriors of Emperor Xia's realm. They paused and relocated to further away from the Lord's residence. Li Yao had his own scheme. He'd let Xiangnan arrive before Emperor Li's realm could take action. What a cunning guy. The warriors of Peacock City were also present. Kong Xian and several subordinates of hers stood in the upper sky, looking in the direction of the Lord's residence from a distance. Just then, a group of people strode out of the Lord's residence. The one who took the lead had an outstanding appearance. He looked toward the warriors of Xiang City and Peacock City and asked with composure, "May I ask what brings you here today?" "I am here to witness the battle," said Kong Xian. She'd come there to spectate only. The person who'd just spoken was the first prince of Emperor Xia's realm, Xiaorong. It was said that he was a tough person. "Same here," Xiangnan said, smiling. Xiaorong nodded and said, "The battle today is meant to solve the feud between Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm. You are free to spectate, but please be careful of your own safety. However, if anyone wants to intervene in the battle..." Xiaorong's voice suddenly turned cold, producing a chilly, invisible pressure. "Great Shaman, if anyone dares to take advantage of our perilous state and intervene, we will exterminate them. Even if we lose the battle with Emperor Li's realm, the ones who stab us in our backs will be punished first. I don't care whether it will bring about a realm battle or not." "Your Highness," answered the great shaman. "We will follow your order, Your Highness." The warriors behind him echoed. Xiaorong gave Xiangnan a cold glance and then put on a smile as if nothing had happened. "Of course, I don't believe anyone present will do such a despicable thing. Please spectate at your ease." Xiaorong turned around and left after speaking, ignoring Xiaonan's gloomy expression. Xiaorong was just in the Sage Plane. So far, he had not entered the Saint Plane. Besides, his heart had been injured during his defeat by Yusheng. Needless to say, he was not comparable to Xiaorong of the unblemished Saint Plane. He'd come here to loot the burning house. He wanted to rip off Emperor Xia's realm, but he had not expected Xiaorong's style of doing things to be so dominating. Xiao Rong just burned his bridges and left no room for negotiation, sealing his mouth before he was ready to talk. Xiao Rong had directly announced that he would kill anyone who dared to sabotage them, even if doing so would cause a battle between realms. How dare Xiang Nan get involved? Xiang Nan was faced with a dilemma. One of the warriors from Emperor Xiang's realm took a look at him, thinking the prince was still very immature. Although he was extraordinary among his peers, he lacked the worldliness of figures like Xiaorong. If they meddled in the battle, they would face severe consequences. The conflict between Emperor Li's realm and Emperor Xia's realm was being managed by the highest powers on both sides. Xiang Nan's role was to guard Emperor Xiang's heritage in the Crimson Dragon realm. They didn't have the right to join such an important battle. Xiaorong knew it too. That was why his attitude was so aggressive. However, that had been his style in the military for many years. But the warriors didn't say a word or try to persuade Xiang Nan. If they told him to let the matter go, Xiang Nan would be even more embarrassed. They would let him cool down first. Kong Xian looked at Xiang Nan from a distance. She had no strong feelings about what Xiaorong had said. After all, she'd never considered getting involved in it anyway. It was Xiang Nan who was panicked by Xiaorong's words. Xiang Nan was still too young to fish in these troubled waters. Even as a prince, he was not qualified to intervene in the battle because he had not reached Xiaorong's level. Outside the east entrance of Thousand Leaves City, the demonic will wallowed. Demonic will surged forward like roaring black clouds. People retreated as warriors of the Chao clan arrived. The demonic life force was horrifying. It seemed as if it could swallow the sky and earth. It indicated the arrival of an ultimate demon. Boom! The flows of demonic will kept surging. Chao Kong and the demonic warriors of the Chao clan had been marching for a while. He raised his head to take a look at Thousand Leaves City. Finally, he was here. He didn't know if the Imperial Advisor and Prince Regent had arrived yet. And how prepared was Emperor Xia's realm? He hoped that Emperor Xia's realm would not disappoint him. He wanted to have fun on this trip. His pitch-black eyes looked into the void sky, filled with the vast pressure of will. Even a simple glance from this man at the people on the ground was terrifying. Normal people couldn't bear the pressure of the will contained in just one glance. His eyes alone could seduce them to the demonic path. Boom! A loud sonic boom erupted. Chao Kong and the demonic cultivators behind him paused. Chao Kong looked up to the sky. His eyes reflected his overbearing nature as they pierced through the void sky. The man was coming. Chao Kong hadn't expected anyone to be able to block them. Beyond Chao Kong's expectations, it was this man. The demonic warriors of the Chao clan felt a kind of intimidating will overwhelming their bodies. It was the force of the Lingtian sword wills. It was trapping the demonic warriors' wills inside. High in the sky, tens of thousands of shining rays tore through the air in dark, roaring torrents. A crack formed in the sky, revealing a radiant sword. The sword nearly filled the entire sky. All of a sudden, it lunged toward Chao Kong. It was a sword that could tear through the sky and earth. Boom! With a roar, Chao Kong rose and pressed a palm to the air. A giant demonic palm print appeared in the air, slapping away the giant sword in the sky. Bang! With a loud explosion, the palm print and the sword both shattered into pieces. At the same time, high above, blinding light erupted. Innumerable swords appeared, covering the sky. Seeing this, the people of Thousand Leaves City were in shock. One man was standing amidst these tens of thousands of swords in the sky. The Swordmaster of Lihan, the leader of demonic Chao clan, Chao Kong, coldly called his name. His voice resonated in the air, making the warriors of Thousand Leaves City tremble. Many people had heard the news of the battle between Emperor Li's realm and Emperor Xia's realm and were heading toward the Lord's residence. However, they weren't expecting to witness the battle here. Two Nirvana Plane cultivators were confronting each other on the battlefield. The demonic will in Chao Kong's eyes was strong. He knew the Swordmaster of Lihan was the strongest among the 33 Lihan heavens and was not ruled by Emperor Xia. It seemed that this battle in Crimson Dragon Realm was more complex than he had first thought. The Swordmaster of Lihan had come to assist in person. If Chao Kong and Prince Regent hadn't been present, Liao would have been in danger. The eyes of the Sword Master of Lihan were sharp as swords. He looked down on Chao Kong, manipulating the innumerable swords with both hands. The horrifying sword will emanated from the countless spinning swords, as if they could tear the whole sky into pieces. Go! The sword master of Lihan waved his hands. Suddenly, billions of swords fell like a giant net covering the sun and sky, ready to exterminate all warriors. You go first. Let me deal with him, said Chao Kong. He stepped forward. The demonic will kept wallowing, rumbling, and shaking the sky and earth. A demonic cloud hid the sun and covered the sky. The dark demonic torrents roared across the sky, stretching out in the form of countless demonic palms, striking at the falling swords. An ultimate demonic shadow appeared behind Chao Kong. It stood 10,000 feet tall and let out a low, horrifying roar, resonating between the sky and earth. Innumerable swords fell. The innumerable swords stabbed the demonic torrents. Somehow, they were all blocked. At that moment, the dazzling light was released from the innumerable swords. The sword master of Lihan held out his palm. Suddenly, a sword of incomprehensible length appeared between the sky and earth. The sword emitted tens of thousands of shining rays. It fell straight toward Chao Kong's body. The 10,000-foot-tall demonic shadow let out a yell that resonated between the sky and earth. It held out a palm and launched countless palm prints. However, the falling sword transformed into the indestructible light, and under the blaze of the light, the countless demonic palm prints vanished. The sky was almost ripped apart. The ultimate demon shadow let out a shout, put his two giant hands together, and grabbed the sword. A terrifying tearing sound rang out. It was as if the hands of the demon were being torn to pieces. The sword kept falling. The sword master of Lihan slightly pushed his finger down on it, exerting his infinite strength on the falling sword. It was a fight between the two most powerful figures of their respective realms. The warriors of the Chao clan tried to leave the scene and keep marching forward. However, they soon encountered a group of swordsmen in training. The swordsmen in training secretly encircled them, each giving off a very strong sword will from their bodies. Obviously, the sword master of Lihan hadn't come alone either. He'd been entrusted to block a top opponent during this battle. No matter who the person was, he was waiting for their arrival. Apparently, the people he was waiting for were the cultivators of the Dali Chao clan. The sword master of Lihan needed to achieve his goal. He was in charge of this district, and nobody was allowed to pass through here to assist on the other battlefields, even if the person was Chao Kong. Meanwhile, the Dali Imperial Advisor had led the warriors of Dali to the territory of Thousand Leaves City when Chao Kong arrived. The people of the Thousand Leaves City Lord's residence had been waiting for their arrival since the moment they'd begun their journey. "They're here," said the great shaman in the mysterious cloak. He looked into the distance with his brooding eyes. He could see the Dali Imperial Advisor rushing over with warriors of Emperor Li's realm. But it was not only the Dali Imperial Advisor. Prince Regent also seemed to be coming to join this battlefield from another direction. It seemed like there would be a killing spree. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Dragons bellowed above Thousand Leaves City. Dragons bellowed above Thousand Leaves City. In the upper sky, holy golden dragons marched forward across the sky dome, their rumbles shaking the air. The people in the city all looked up to the sky, shocked by the scene. Many people were standing on the holy golden dragons' backs. The man who was riding the giant dragon at the forefront was Prince Regent. His gold-embroidered official robe was blowing in the wind. His appearance was solemn, dignified, and imposing. Those riding on other dragons were all warriors of the Saint Plain, strong cultivators in the Dali Imperial clan. As the dragons approached the Lord's residence, far in front of them, a group of people stood in the void sky waiting for their arrival. Obviously, their envoy had been spotted. The man who stood in the front of the group was Lu Yu, a Nirvana Plane warrior of Emperor Xia's realm. In Emperor Xia's realm, Lu Yu's name was not known by many people. He was Emperor Xia's bodyguard who had followed Emperor Xia for many years. Since Emperor Xia had been accepted as Renhuang, Lu Yu was in charge of protecting princes and princesses. He took charge of Princess Xia Qingyuan's protection during the Battle of Empty Realm. One could even say that he was Princess Xia Qingyuan's invisible guard. For him, Xia Qingyuan's safety was always the biggest priority. Today, he'd led warriors of Emperor Xia's realm to stop Prince Regent. Seeing the roaring golden dragons coming, Lu Yu released purple light. Dazzling golden rays also flashed in the thick purple radiance. At the moment, seeing the parade of roaring dragons marching forward, Liu Yu moved both hands. Suddenly, a giant halo appeared in the upper sky and kept expanding to encompass the whole sky. The halo lay above the sky dome and blocked the roaring dragon's way. Prince Regent stared forward, perceiving a slight threat. He said coldly, "Lu Yu, for so many years you've been following Emperor Xia, but now you have neither fame or status. How about swearing allegiance to Dali today? I promise that His Majesty Emperor Li will confer a noble title to you." He, as the Prince Regent of the Dali Empire, was familiar with the names of the top figures in Emperor Xia's realm, except for those godlike ones in seclusion. Whether it was in Emperor Xia's realm or the Dali Empire, there were very few cultivators who could enter the Nirvana plane. Prince Regent could count them on one hand, so he naturally recognized Lu Yu. Lu Yu ignored Prince Regent's voice, drawing two palm prints instead of answering. Suddenly, the giant purple-gold halo expanded. Inside, the horrifying rays of purple and gold rumbled and surged. The might of the law converged and formed thunder clouds above the earth. The sky looked as if it was heralding the end times. Die. When Lu Yu said the word, rays of purple and gold shot out of the boundless purple halo, pierced through the sky dome, and headed toward the roaring golden dragons. "Everyone, be careful," said Prince Regent as he walked into the air. Countless golden dragons rumbled and fought their ways out, but when the purple light arrived, the rays passed straight through the dragons' bodies. The magnificent purple light was like a celestial blade, chopping the dragons up. Bam! Prince Regent stomped in the air, shaking the sky and the earth. The golden dragons appeared once again, roaring and surging between the sky and earth. After a horrifying shout, a 10,000-foot-long golden dragon with 5 claws appeared behind Prince Regent, circling his body. Its enormous body spiraled up. Its giant head looked down on all beings in the world below. The dragon was full of imposing might, like the forebearer of all dragons. The Swordmaster of Lihan is also here. It seems like Emperor Xia's realm is fully prepared. You are here to kill the Dali Prince, aren't you? Prince Regent asked, sneering. He suddenly realized that if Liao had not received the message about going back and had gone to kill Futian, he might have had bad results. It was very likely that he would have not returned. The people of Emperor Xia's realm were conspiring against him. That is to say, Futian was conspiring against him. Emperor Xia and Princess Xia Qingyuan of Emperor Xia's realm treated Futian well. The girl must have been in love with him. Prince Regent's steps made the sky and earth tremble. He extended one palm. The giant holy dragon behind him followed his actions, the 5 claws smashing down. A reflection of the 10,000-foot-long dragon also appeared above the sky dome and swiped down with its claws. In front of the golden claws, Lu Yu's figure was so small it seemed like he would be torn to pieces. Lu Yu raised his head and looked straight ahead. The purple halo around his body blew up and released a horrifying amount of energy. Endless rays formed a ring and converged into one beam of light that projected ahead like a purple sword, but this was much sharper than a sword. Boom! A loud sound was heard, shaking the sky dome. The sharp claws and rays of purple and gold collided violently. The scene froze in time as an aura of destruction arose. The holy golden dragon's claws were torn apart as the rays of light dimmed and broke apart. Prince Regent snorted and continued forward as if nothing in the world could stop him. Lu Yu wouldn't take a step back. The purple rays kept soaring up, roaring through the air. While the battle was going on, in another part of the world, the great shaman was leading warriors into the upper sky to wait for their opponent's arrival. The approaching Dali imperial advisor and his warriors formed the main fighting force of this battle. The third prince and other warriors of the Dali Empire were all in this legion. Their powerful might overarched the sky. The Dali imperial warriors paused in front of the great shaman. They looked straight at their enemies with piercing eyes. The Dali imperial advisor looked at the great shaman. Both of them were the most powerful figures of their respective camps. Another Nirvana Plane cultivator stood next to the Dali imperial advisor. It was the ex-lord of Li City, Yin Kuan. Yin Kuan's eyes fell upon the person standing opposite him, the ex-lord of Thousand Leaves City, Shun Tianzhan. He hadn't expected Shun Tianzhan to join the battle. The Dali imperial advisor hadn't done anything to Yin Kuan after taking his city. The Dali imperial advisor had treated him with respect, so Yin Kuan quite admired him. Li Yao had also provided him with great recompense, so he decided to join the battle between the Renhuang realms. Had Shun Tianzhan had a similar experience? The third prince of the Dai Empire, Li Zhen, looked at the first prince of Emperor Xia's realm, Xiaorong. It seemed that they had chosen their opponents at first sight. The Dali third prince had an extremely high status in Dali. His talent and cultivation even surpassed that of his two elder brothers. He was thought to be the most likely to inherit Empire Li's empire. Xiaorong, as the first prince of Emperor Xia's realm, was also extremely outstanding. Before Xia Qingyuan was born, he'd been thought to be the most promising inheritor of Emperor Xia's realm. He'd joined the army for cultivation and had built an iron-blooded charisma and extraordinary martial ability there. Many people in Emperor Xia's realm admired and respected him. It was because Xia Qingyuan was the only princess that Emperor Xia pampered her a lot. Emperor Xia had once announced that Xia Qingyuan's talent was equal to his. So many people thought Xia Qingyuan would become Emperor Xia's successor. But that would all depend on their own cultivation achievement. Whoever could be proved as being at the Renhuang level would naturally become the successor of the empire. But at this moment on the battlefield, Li Zhen and Xiaorong were undoubtedly the best opponents for each other. They stared at each other with piercing eyes, the strong battle will emanating from their bodies. Yi Futian snuck into the Dali Empire under the fake identity of a Dali cultivator, the Seventh Sword. He secretly studied our cultivation method and broke the rules. Xiaorong, I will let you go if you hand Yi Futian over to me, said Li Zhen to Xiaorong. Li Yao sent people to assassinate Yi Futian after he was defeated in the Battle of Empty Realm. Didn't that also break the rules? I should ask you to hand Li Yao over, said Xiaorong coldly. Yi Futian didn't do anything wrong in Dali. If Li Yao is killed, it will be because he deserves it. Fight if you want to. Stop talking nonsense. Li Zhen sneered. Xiaorong's attitude was tough indeed. No wonder he was a prince leading an army. I have heard a lot about you, first prince of Emperor Xia's realm. Today, please show me how strong you are, said Li Zhen, taking one step forward like an ancient dragon. The might emanating from his body was horrifying. He looked very handsome. An aura as intimidating as his was rare in that era. Xiaorong stepped forward, his long hair blowing in the wind. The iron will to kill emanated from his body. Both of them had dominating halos as noble princes, but their murderous wills were very different. They stepped forward and walked toward each other. No one came to intervene in their battle. It was a duel between the prince of Emperor Li's realm and the prince of Emperor Xia's realm. They didn't want to be interrupted either. Without showy skills, Li Zhen and Xiaorong walked toward each other and both threw a punch. Li Zhen launched a punch that packed the power of a dragon, whose low roar echoed between the sky and earth. When the one punch came out, a horrifying wave swept out, shattering everything in front of him into pieces. It was as if the flow followed the fluctuation of the natural law and was meant to destroy everything. There was an ancestral dragon standing behind Li Zhen. However, at this moment, no one could steal his thunder. He was peerless in the world. The power was grinding forward, igniting the void sky. Xiaorong employed the skill of 33 layers of Huangting Fist Will. The first punch he threw maintained 22 layers of Huangting Fist Will. One after another, the following punches grew stronger and stronger, like sea waves smashing the coast. When the blows landed, the void sky was radically shaken. An invisible air current swept out and shook the sky and earth violently. The fist will was totally smashed into powder. Fierce hurricanes fell upon the princes' bodies. Their hair and clothes blew wildly in the wind. Nothing in the world could stop them. It was a duel between the two most outstanding princes of Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm. All of a sudden, a large space appeared from other battlefields. It seemed as if the other warriors intentionally sought their corresponding opponents to let two princes fight the duel. Above the void in the sky, two figures appeared over the sky dome, far away from anyone else. It was the Dali Imperial Advisor and the Great Shaman. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Dali Imperial Advisor and the Great Shaman stood opposite each other in the upper sky. Imperial Advisor wore a Taoist robe, and the Great Shaman was dressed in a cloak. Dali Imperial Advisor and the Great Shaman stood opposite each other in the upper sky. Imperial Advisor wore a Taoist robe, and the Great Shaman was dressed in a cloak. The Great Shaman took off the hood, revealing his fair face. I know you cherish talents, and that you once escorted Yi Futian back to Emperor Xia's realm. Why did you have to come here to suffer today? Asked the Great Shaman. I am the Imperial Advisor of Dali. I must take a stand, replied the Dali Imperial Advisor. The Great Shaman nodded slightly. He guessed that the Dali Imperial Advisor probably hadn't come willingly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to escort Yi Futian. He knew that Dali Imperial Advisor had taught his own cultivation method, deed of thorough comprehension, to Yi Futian, which meant that he regarded Yi Futian as his successor. Additionally, he'd escorted Yi Futian to Emperor Xia's realm in person, which brought the Dali people's suspicion on him. The Great Shaman admired him for his big heart, even though the Imperial Advisor was now his opponent. Imperial Advisor, please, said the Great Shaman. He held the crozier in his hand, his expression turning serious. Although the Great Shaman admired him, they were on the battlefield. The Dali Imperial Advisor was considered the strongest person after Emperor Li of Dali. He was very likely stronger than King Tiandao if he had no match in Dali beside Emperor Li, not to mention the Imperial Advisor's status in Dali. The Great Shaman would have to do all he could to fight against such a strong opponent. As the Dali Imperial Advisor had said, he had to take a stand. This battle was not about what was right and what was wrong. It was all about the different sides. He didn't think that the Dali Imperial Advisor would show any mercy, so he wouldn't either. Please, said the Dali Imperial Advisor. After he said the word, the mind of the Great Law started to flow above the sky dome. All of a sudden, a boundless 5 elements 8 trigram formed around the Dali Imperial Advisor's body. Ancient characters appeared on the pattern in the sky. Qian, Kurin, Li, Kan. The sky and earth had 5 elements. The Great Law ran between Qian, the sky, and Kuin, the earth. The boundless pattern was running by itself. The Dali Imperial Advisor's clothes blew in the wind as he stood above the sky dome. The mind of the Great Law flew into his body. It seemed as if the whole world was under his command. It was the Dali Imperial Advisor's cultivation method, the deed of thorough comprehension. Many people perceived this horrifying might of Great Law and looked up to the sky, shocked. The Dali Imperial Advisor and the Great Shaman chose to battle in the upper air in case their battle affected other people. Of their own record, they left the battlefield and went into the upper sky. A golden lotus flower appeared around the Great Shaman's body. The petals of the lotus flower stretched out and bloomed, expanding as if it was the lotus of the Great Law itself. An endless boulevard of lotus flowers blossomed in the air, sensing the Great Law. They spread across every corner of the world, lotus flowers growing everywhere. The endless lotus flowers even surrounded Dali Imperial Advisor's enormous 5-element 8 trigram. Magnificent golden threads sprouted from the endless lotuses and stretched out to shroud Dali Imperial Advisor. The golden threads moved extremely fast, like thin swords piercing through the void sky, trying to envelop everything inside, including the Dali Imperial Advisor's body. The Dali Imperial Advisor saw the scene and raised both his hands to the sky. Suddenly, the pattern of the Great Law launched, following the movement of his hands. Ancient characters flew from them. The character, Qian, kept growing until it turned into a spell of the Great Law, enveloping the sky. It lay over the sky dome and supported the whole sky. At the same time, he stomped on the ground. Suddenly, the character Kuin fell and turned into the land, sealing the space below it. The Dali Imperial Advisor was the manifestation of the Great Law. He had nothing to fear between the sky and the earth. He took a step forward and suddenly turned into the incarnation of the thunder deity. The character, Jian, darted out and summoned the thunder catastrophe from the ninth sky. He dropped it to the great shaman, sweeping out and destroying the incoming golden threads. His body followed the movement of the wind. The sky and earth roared and raised a storm of the great law, sweeping out and quickly rushing toward the great shaman's body with the pattern of the great law. Nothing could stop it. The great shaman looked at Dali Imperial Advisor. He was approaching him at an extremely high speed, carrying the great law, like a deity arriving. It was said in Emperor Xia's realm that the Dali Imperial Advisor was trained in various skills, even evil ones. He could do it all and cultivate using different methods. This was the first time he'd ever battled with the Dali Imperial Advisor face to face. Of course, the great shaman would not take hearsay as truth, but he had to admit that the Dali Imperial Advisor was talented at various cultivation methods. The lotuses transformed into all the beings of the world. The great shaman held the crozier in his hand. Endless golden radiance shone in front of his chest and converged into a sword of the great law, tearing apart the void sky. He stretched out the crozier, and the sword of the great law moved forward, too. All of a sudden, it pierced through the void sky, tearing it apart. It became tangled by the countless golden threads which ripped the sky and earth in half. Boom! The omnipresent celestial thundercloud of the ninth sky was almost trying to destroy the world. The Dali Imperial Advisor was devouring the great law of the sky and the earth. The character, Jian, surrounded the world as he transformed into an ultimate thunder god. He pointed his finger, causing countless characters to move. The sword and the fingertips collided. The giant sword that had shaken the void sky and pierced through the thundercloud shattered into pieces. The Imperial Advisor continued walking forward. His eyes looked toward the great shaman, telling him that nothing could stop his forward movement. Below them, numerous people looked up to the sky, still shocked. How powerful the Dali Imperial Advisor was. He deployed the great law as his matrix. Qin, the sky, Kuan, the land, and the 5 elements of the great law all listened to his order. The great law entered his body. He became an alchemy furnace for the great law of sky and earth. His hands could support the sky, his feet could push the land, his body could become a thunder god, and his power was ultimate. With just one finger, he could eliminate the great shaman's sword. There was a holy aura surrounding his body. Xia Yuan looked up to the battle in the sky and felt slightly stirred by the scene. The great shaman's strength had been acknowledged by her father. Among the cultivators of the Nirvana plane, he was a top figure. However, the great shaman was obviously having a hard time in this battle with the Dali Imperial Advisor, proving how powerful the Imperial Advisor was. From this, one could tell that it was very likely that Dali had stronger top figures than Emperor Xia's realm. If a war between the two realms broke out, according to his strength, the Dali Imperial Advisor wouldn't find any equal opponent in Emperor Xia's realm except Renhuang. While the battle was going on between the Dali Imperial Advisor and the Great Shaman, Prince Li Zhen and Prince Yarong were also fighting in the void sky. On another battlefield, Yin Kurin and Shen Tianzhan, 2 ex-lords of the cities, had also started to fight. Both of them were local cultivators of the Crimson Dragon realm and were good at using the great law of fire. When they battled, their blazing fires burned the air. The sky dome turned hotter as they suppressed the sky and earth. Many people had to retreat further. The ones with weak cultivation ability had to run away. It was not safe for them to stay and watch. Besides these top figures, many people of the two sides had joined the battlefield. A breathtaking battle between Saint Plain cultivators had also broken out. Even the warriors of the two cities, like the people of the Situ clan, had joined the battle. The scene was becoming more turbulent as the fire of war kept spreading. Fierce battles broke out everywhere in the center district of Thousand Leaves City, terrifying many people. Who was that person? His ability was so strong. At this time, many people fixed their eyes on one cultivator in particular who was using a sword. His swordsmanship was extremely aggressive. His every thrash showed such strong force that it could have split up the void sky. Xia Yuan noticed him too. The person in black was of the unblemished Saint Plain. He controlled the sword perfectly when he attacked. He won the battle with the lord of the Situ clan and almost chopped the man's arm off. Mu Chunyang, the Dali imperial advisor's third disciple. The person's name came to Xiaqing Yuan's mind. He was Yi Futian's elder brother while Yi Futian cultivated in Dali. Xiaqing Yuan frowned. The Dali imperial advisor's third disciple. The message she had received said that, other than the second disciple, all of imperial advisor's disciples would come. So where was the Dali imperial advisor's most outstanding first disciple, Yin Yuan? Her eyes kept searching the battlefields, but she couldn't find anyone similar to Yin Yuan. If any of the imperial advisor's disciples were present, they would be very eye-catching. However, on the large battlefields, other than the third prince, Li Zhen, she only spotted Mu Chunyang. Yin Yuan was absolutely not here. As Xiaqing Yuan realized that Yin Yuan was not there, many people of the Dali Empire also lost Yi Futian's trace. This time, Dali hadn't let Li Yao come to protect him, so had Emperor Xia's realm intentionally let Yi Futian avoid this battle, too. In one spot on the battlefield, so much demonic will surge that it looked like an ultimate demonic figure would soon come. His body violently broke out from the demonic flows. He was only a doctrine saint, but his imposing appearance as he took a step forward was terrifying. A Dali doctrine saint raised one hand and sent giant palm prints toward him, but the demonic cultivator directly bumped his body toward the prince. With a loud sound, the palm prints completely smashed. The demonic cultivator threw a punch and punched through the sky and the earth. The Dali member of the Saint Plane defended it by hand, but with a cracking sound, the punch broke his arm and struck through his chest. He was knocked back a distance and dropped to the ground feebly. That Dali figure was Yu Shang. Beside him, Yi Wuchen, who had entered the Saint Plane, joined the battle. At the Lord's residence, Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue stood shoulder to shoulder in a pavilion. Gu Donglu looked up at the battlefields and the void sky. A magnificent light ran around his body, but he did not seem able to perceive it as he looked toward the battlefields above him. The battle between the Dali Imperial Advisor and the Great Shaman, the battle between Yin Kuan and Shen Tianzhan, the battle between Li Zhen and Xiaorong, Mu Chunyang's battle, First Brother's battle, and Yu Shang's battle. All these stunning battles were in full view. All of these battles were between cultivators of the Saint Plane. The flow of light around his body shined brighter. The life force of the Saint Plane emanated through the air. Wisps of Saint Might wrapped around his body. His mind traveled into the distance and blended with the air. Above the sky dome, a thunderstorm raged. A catastrophe was about to come. Zhuge Mingyue looked up to the sky, the tinge of a bright smile flashing in her eyes. Finally, he would enter the Saint Plane, too. Little Brother and Yu Shang had each gradually entered the Saint Plane, but Gu Donglu was not anxious and cultivated at his own pace. He believed that he would one day enter the Saint Plane too. He was patiently waiting for the day to come in a natural way. Now as he watched the battle of Great Law, he was finally able to break the last barrier, get a thorough and intact insight into the necessary state of mind, and enter the Saint Plane. Many people were surprised when they saw the scene. He'd entered the Saint Plane during the battle, but even though he'd entered Saint Plane, it couldn't affect the situation on the battlefield very much. After all, the warriors in the battle between the two Runhuang realms were all on the Saint Plane. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. In the Lord's residence, Li City. In the Lord's residence, Li City, Li Yao stood on the rooftop of the palace and looked in the direction of Thousand Leaves City. Of course, no matter how high his cultivation level was, he couldn't see the battlefields in Thousand Leaves City due to the enormous size of the Crimson Dragon realm. To achieve their goal, Prince Regent joined the battle as 3 Nirvana Plane warriors reached the Crimson Dragon realm. Such a battle array was intimidating in itself. The Dali Imperial Advisor, Prince Regent, and the #1 demonic figure in Dali, Chao Kong, were each strong enough to dominate many cities of Crimson Dragon realm. Except for ancient Imperial City, no city could defend against them. Plus, former Lord Yin Kuan was also with them. Even though Yi Futian had made preparations, he shouldn't be able to handle 4 Nirvana Plane warriors. Besides, no one in Emperor Xia's realm was comparable with the Dali Imperial Advisor in terms of strength. Of course, The imperial advisor had to try his best during the battle. However, since Prince Regent, the third prince, and the other warriors were all present, the imperial advisor would have to put all his efforts into fighting. After all, there was no way that the imperial advisor could retreat this time. At this moment, many figures were flying in the air and heading toward the Lord's residence. Liao glanced up and noticed them, causing him to frown slightly. It seemed as if some people were trying to approach the Lord's residence. Outside the Lord's residence, a person in a black cloak was sitting quietly. Like a ghost, his face was obscured as if it had been absorbed by a black hole. He seemed extremely dangerous. Wisps of dark mist circled his body, but it was not demonic flow. Rather, it was more like the will of death. The figure in the darkness looked like a death god who'd come there to reap souls. Inside the Lord's residence, Liao leaped up and looked outside. When he saw the dark figure waiting outside, his face suddenly turned sullen. Thousand Leaves City was in the midst of a fatal battle, but they'd still had time to send warriors to the Lord's residence of Xiang City. Had the person outside come to kill him? Perhaps sensing that he was being observed, the figure shrouded in darkness slightly raised his head. Within the dark mist, a pair of eyes appeared from within the cloak. With just one glance, he gave Liao a taste of the death god's arrival. Liao suddenly felt himself falling into the endless abyss, unable to escape from it. The sense of impending doom ran through his body. Suddenly, a hand patted Liao on the shoulder, causing an eruption of light. Liao was awakened, his face pale. He looked down at the dark shadow walking step by step into the Lord's residence. "Sir," Liao called to Yin Yuan, terror in his eyes. "Your Highness, please back off. Allow me to handle this," said Yin Yuan. Liao knew that this person was very dangerous and that he would not able to deal with him. He had been able to sense the arrival of death with just a single glance. But since the Dali Imperial Advisor's first disciple, Yin Yuan, was here, he shouldn't need to worry. However, because of Yi Futian, he had stood against the Imperial Advisor. Even so, he still trusted the Imperial Advisor and Sir Yin Yuan's strength from the bottom of his heart. The feeling was strange since he had chosen to fight against them, yet he still felt safe with Yin Yuan standing next to him. Yi Futian should have had that kind of feeling too as Yin Yuan escorted him away. Liao sighed to himself. If only there had been no Yi Futian. That year, he'd wanted to join the Imperial Advisor's residence and become the Imperial Advisor's disciple. But he knew things could never return to the way things were before. Yin Yuan stood next to Liao. He felt the same even though he knew that they had taken opposite stands. But he still had the responsibility of guarding Liao's safety. The dispute this time had arisen from the feud between Liao and Yi Futian. He knew that his master was not willing to kill Yi Futian, but that he had to do it due to his chosen side. Yin Yuan was in the same position. He had to protect Liao. He had definitively made up his mind that day after the conversation with his master. The Dali Imperial Advisor was under orders to come to the Crimson Dragon Realm to capture Yi Futian, earning the title of Imperial Advisor Commander of Dali. What would happen if Liao died? Today, in Dali, things were no longer as they'd been before. Dali seemed to be interested in confronting Emperor Xia's realm this time. Emperor Li thought highly of the master, but he hoped that the Imperial Advisor could state his position clearly and follow Emperor Li's decision. Emperor Li had cast suspicion on the master because of what had happened last time. If the prince also died, Yin Yuan could not imagine what the outcome would be. So, nothing could happen to Liao. Yin Yuan looked at the person in front of him and asked, "Shadow Guard of Emperor Xia's realm, you didn't come here alone, did you? I've heard that the Dali Imperial Advisor's first disciple, Yin Yuan, is the strongest cultivator below the Nirvana plane in Dali. My name is Ji Yuan. I am the Shadow Guard Commander of Emperor Xia's realm. I am here to see what I can learn from you," said Ji Yuan. Both people had a character, Yuan, in their names, so there was some karma between them. However, they stood on opposite sides. Ji Yuan had been the second top figure in the Sage and Saint rankings of the 9 states for many years. His ranking was lower than the great shamans, but he was so good at death skills that he had eventually infuriated Emperor Xia. After Emperor Xia stopped allowing him to establish orthodoxy, Ji Yuan had disappeared from the 9 states. After Emperor Xia punished him, he'd let him join the Shadow Guard. Ji Yuan, the Death God, had since become the Shadow Guard commander and reached the apex of the unblemished Saint Plane, very close to the Nirvana level. He hardly appeared in public and didn't have widespread fame. Few people knew of his existence because those who saw his face usually died. "Please," Yin Yuan said, looking at him. His black robe was billowing in the wind. As Ji Yuan stepped forward, the wisps of death force rose and diffused toward the Lord's residence. The mist became thicker and thicker as the death god shrouded the place. Warriors of the Lord's residence released their might to defend against this incoming sense of death. Yin Yuan stared ahead, a dazzling, holy light shining over his body. As the imperial advisor's first disciple, he'd also cultivated on the deed of thorough comprehension. As an imperial-level cultivation method, the deed of thorough comprehension contained deep and profound knowledge. What the Dali imperial advisor had taught Yi Futian was just a small part of it. When different people studied the deed of thorough comprehension, they gained different results. Yin Yuan put out one hand and waved. Suddenly, a glaring halo appeared in front of him and rapidly expanded. At the same time, Death God Ji Yuan pointed one finger outward. The sky and earth rumbled with the gesture. Innumerable flows of death force rose from other lands, enveloping the Lord's residence and sweeping toward Yin Yuan and Li Yao. Yin Yuan raised one palm. With that movement, the pattern grew bigger and bigger, seemingly about to devour the great law of the sky and the earth. The horrifying airflows of the great law between the sky and earth formed a halo pattern and enlarged. The halo kept expanding in the upper air, covering the sky. The innumerable flows of death force dripped down, all getting blocked by the pattern. At this moment, Yin Yuan reached out with his left hand and put his finger on the pattern of the great law. Suddenly, from the pattern, countless sharp swords emerged, piercing through the void sky and falling upon Ji Yuan. But his fingertips stayed on that pattern. The pattern of the great law spun, causing a giant sword to be born from it. At the next moment, the giant sword penetrated the space and thrust toward Ji Yuan, shaking the sky and earth. In just one moment, the tens of thousands of swords annihilated the flows of death force, ready to kill. Ji Yuan had no time to think. He held out both arms. The waves of dark flow rumbled and merged into a horrifying dark abyss in front of him, devouring the sword of the great law. The abyss was boundless enough to swallow all the swords. The Lord's residence was rapidly collapsing into the abyss. The swords all gradually disappeared as the devouring abyss roared and trembled. Finally, following an explosion, the sword wheel and the dark abyss crashed together, countless fragments breaking off and falling to the ground. Bam! Yin Yuan stepped into the void sky, lifting the halo pattern of the great law with one arm as he headed toward Ji Yuan. The pattern of the great law spun above the sky dome as it expanded. Inside was a huge matrix swallowing and spitting the horrible power. Ji Yuan looked up at the void sky and felt like he was being crushed under the pattern of great law. Yin Yuan waved his hands and patted the matrix pattern, saying, "Jin." After he said the word, several giant golden swords appeared from the edge of the pattern of the great law. They emitted the radiance of obliteration as they slashed at the ground. The will of death roared wildly around Ji Yuan. His body turned into black shadows and immediately vanished, trying to escape. However, the swords were not targeting him, they were attacking the whole area. Boom, boom, boom. Horrifyingly loud noises were heard. The giant swords slid into the sky and earth, sealing the space off. All of the swords that were connected by the matrix became part of the matrix pattern. When the dark mists tried to break in, they all were smashed into the void. In the Lord's residence, people gathered and watched the fight on the battlefield. The man who stood above the sky dome was truly peerless. He, the Dali Imperial Advisor's first disciple, was called the strongest cultivator below the Nirvana plane. Even though his opponent was the Shadow Guard commander, as long as Yin Yuan was there, no one could get past him to reach Li Yao. Seeing the scene, Li Yao sighed to himself and felt that he was fortune's fool. Before, he'd at least been able to call Yin Yuan elder brother. Now, he could only address him as sir. Why did Yi Futian have to live in this world? Thinking about this, Li Yao's hatred of Yi Futian became even stronger. If Yi Futian had not pretended to be the seventh swordsman, all these things would not have happened. At this moment, Ji Yuan's body converged and reappeared. The dark mists roared around his body, the shadow of the death deity appearing behind him. He was best at death skills, but Yin Yuan didn't give him the chance to copy his ability. This imperial advisor's disciple was indeed powerful. He rose into the sky. The boundless shadow of the death god pressed a giant dark palm print onto the light curtain of the swords over the sky dome. After a loud noise, the light curtain tore the giant palm print apart. The palm print was slashed in half. However, at this moment, a divine sword flew straight out of the broken sword matrix and headed toward the sky dome. Soon, it slowly fell to the ground. Li Yao and many others raised their heads and took a look at the divine sword, perplexed. What did that mean? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The flying sword was hanging in the void sky, sending out metallic clangs. It was apparently meant for Yin Yuan. The flying sword was hanging in the void sky, sending out metallic clangs. It was apparently meant for Yin Yuan. Yin Yuan raised his head and took a look at the sword. The sword seemed to be controlled by someone. At the same time, far away from there in the cultivation temple of the Lord's residence of Thousand Leaves City, a lady was sitting with her legs crossed. She was being bathed in endless sword will. Beneath her, the pattern of a sword matrix flickered. Suddenly, her eyelashes slightly fluttered, the pattern of the sword matrix lighting up. Instantly, the matrix pattern absorbed the sword will of the great law between the sky and earth. When that happened, all the swords around the lady began to ring. A horrible gust of storming sword will swept out and enveloped the boundless space. Some swordsmen in training felt the sword will around their bodies fly out of their control and head off in one direction. What happened? People fixed their eyes in one direction and froze there, their pupils contracting. All they could see a sword road forming above the sky dome. An endless void of sword will dripped down from the sky dome and flew to one location in the Lord's residence. The dazzling sword force was being discharged from that spot. In the void sky, the Dali Imperial Advisor was fighting with the great shaman. He took a look at his side and released his will. As he tried to make it follow the newly built sword road, his face turned slightly pale. The Imperial Advisor formed two palm prints and looked up to the sky. The giant character Qian flew out. He then spat and said, "Seal." The sky dome trembled after he said the word. It was as if the sky was trying to seal and shut down the sword road. However, at the same time, a dazzling beam of sword light rose up. Tens of thousands of swords darted down along the ancient sword road. The Dali Imperial Advisor used the character Qian to seal the sky. The torrents of sword law gushed out, trying to break the seal. The loud roll of thunder was heard, causing the sky and earth to tremble. However, the ancient character of the great law didn't shatter as it tried to seal the ancient sword road. At that moment, the lady's body blended into the halo pattern of the sword and turned into a beam of light, piercing the sky and shattering the Qian. The ancient road of sword law reappeared. The lady turned around and disappeared together with the sword matrix on the ancient road of the sword law. Only the massive sword will was left behind. This is, countless pairs of eyes froze on the ancient road of sword law from where the lady had just vanished. The scene was so shocking. What had just happened? A battle between two Renhuang realms, where so many Nirvana Plane warriors fought with each other, was a rare event even in the Crimson Dragon realm. It was a Renhuang-level battle. How could Emperor Xia's realm have prepared such a sword matrix when so many top figures had already been engaged in fighting? It would be extremely hard to defend against the sword matrix's attack. Thinking about this, Xiang Nan, who was standing with warriors of Emperor Xiang's realm, had a slight look of panic on his face. What Xia Rong had said was not merely a warning. Although Emperor Xiang's realm was powerful, few warriors were guarding Xiang City in the Crimson Dragon's realm. Among them, only one had reached the Nirvana Plane. In a battle of such a level, Xiaorong could eliminate Xiang Nan if he tried it first at all costs. The sword that had just appeared could easily execute anyone during the battle. It seemed to be prepared to kill on any battlefield at any time. But for now, it was not being used on this battlefield. Rather, it had pierced the sky, built a sword road in the air, and disappeared. In the Lord's residence of Li City, Yen Yuan looked up at the sword in the void sky, as if he had perceived something. He turned around and said to the people nearby, "Escort His Highness away immediately." He couldn't stay here. Yen Yuan could sense how powerful and dangerous the force was. It could even be a threat to him. The sword that Ji Yuan used was the sword of guidance. "This way, please, Your Highness." They appeared in front of Li Yao, ready to escort him. Li Yao frowned slightly. Something in her eyes had changed. He could tell that Yen Yuan's tone had become serious. Was the situation so serious that even Yen Yuan was worried? Were more warriors of Emperor Xia's realm coming here? However, how could Emperor Xia's realm deploy top warriors here during a battle of such magnitude? But this was obviously not the moment to think too much. He jumped into the air and prepared to leave with his escorts. It seemed that his sage plane was not qualified enough to join this battlefield. At the same time, Yen Yuan looked down at Ji Yuan, who was covered by the matrix. His left hand smashed against the magnificent matrix of the Great Law again as he spat the word, Hua. When he said the word, the matrix swallowed the flames of the Great Law between the sky and the earth. Even the blaze of the sun above the sky dome was drawn to the matrix and made part of it. All of a sudden, the flames swallowed the matrix and transformed into flame dragons which ran to Ji Yuan. The flame of the Great Law was trying to burn the space to ash. Ji Yuan looked at the magnificent matrix and frowned slightly. This Dali Imperial Advisor's top disciple had acquired the Imperial Advisor's skills, making him really tricky to deal with. There was no way to use his deathly methods in front of Yen Yuan. At this moment, the sword wills dripped down from the sky dome and fell on Yen Yuan's body. Although the will was not very strong yet, Yen Yuan could sense the great danger from it. Numerous swords came into sight above the sky dome and sealed off the sky. The faces of Li Yao and others turned pale as they looked up at the sky dome. Right above their heads, an ancient road of sword law with countless swords was dripping down from above. Yen Yuan's face suddenly turned pale. He immediately let Ji Yuan go and lifted the matrix pattern of the Great Law with both hands, rushing up into the sky. He lifted the matrix between the sky and earth with both hands. The matrix greedily swallowed the law of the sky and the earth as it kept expanding. It grew until it turned into a pattern that completely covered the sky. People in the lower sky all looked up and were shocked by what they saw. Yen Yuan was powerful indeed. A void air sword road suddenly appeared above the sky. Countless swords fell and attacked the pattern of the Great Law. Finally, a boundless matrix pattern appeared at the end of the ancient sword road. A lady stood at the center of the matrix. She instantly turned into lightning and flashed down toward the lower sky with the sword matrix. Tens of thousands of swords dropped from the ancient sword road, destroying everything. Boom, boom, boom. A series of bomb blasts went off, shaking the sky and the earth. The swords attacked the matrix in a frenzy, causing more and more crevices to appear on the pattern of the Great Law. The void air sword matrix dropped straight down toward Yen Yuan's body. A beam of sword light fell from the sky dome. The sword seemed to be able to break anything. Boom! With a loud noise, the matrix cracked. All the swords fell from the air. Although their power had been weakened by more than half, many of the warriors were still having a hard time defending against them. In the blink of an eye, the imposing lord's residence was reduced to nothing but ashes. The warriors around Li Yao were blown away and scattered to different locations. They wanted to flee, but many shadow-like figures encircled them and launched an attack. They seemed to be the shadow guards of Emperor Xia's realm. The battlefield was disrupted. Many of the warriors were dispersed. On another battlefield, the sword matrix arrived from the void sky and broke the pattern of the Great Law. The giant sword slashed down and kept attacking Yen Yuan. The sword force pierced through his body, leaving blood on Yen Yuan's lips. With a pair of still determined eyes, he looked at the lady dressed in white hovering in the void sky. With the storm of the Great Law surrounding his body, Yen Yuan became the furnace of the Great Law itself, absorbing all the power of the Great Law's 5 elements into his body. He held the giant sword. He wanted to turn into the law. An aura surrounded his body. He had released the power of the deed of thorough comprehension to its ultimate degree. "You should give up," the lady dressed in white said to him. Yin Yuan paused for a second and looked into her eyes. Then Yin Yuan cracked a smile and said, "I told him once that I will show no mercy." After speaking, he joined his hands together and said, "Purr." As the word emerged, his body turned into the law itself, allowing all the swords to pass through him. At the same time, innumerable sword wills of the Great Law shot into his opponent's matrix. Crevices appeared on the matrix pattern, causing the pattern to explode into pieces. With a loud noise, their bodies were thrown apart. Yin Yuan's clothes were torn and his whole body was tinged with blood. Yaya was hurled into the void sky, eyes still fixed on Yin Yuan. She launched the sword matrix in the void sky. Even though the Dali Imperial Advisor had blocked part of its power, it should have been enough to kill an unblemished plain warrior. However, it was broken by Yin Yuan. She knew that Yin Yuan was severely hurt, but he still bore the attack of her sword matrix. His level was very close to reaching the Nirvana plane. Ji Yuan stepped into the air and tried to leave, but Yin Yuan raised one hand. With the motion of his hand, a gust of sword force pierced through the void sky and blocked his way. Yin Yuan asked, "Where are you going?" Ji Yuan looked at him and asked in return, "Do you still want to fight?" The fight was now 2 against 1. Even though Yin Yuan's ability was extremely strong, he had no advantage against the 2 of them, not to mention that the strike had severely wounded him. Yin Yuan launched the Great Law by force. The pattern again appeared around his body. The magnificent aura around him looked dazzling. Within it, he looked solemn. It was not that he didn't want to quit. He couldn't quit. Nothing could happen to Li Yao. This was for his master. Master's safety was a priority before anything or anyone else. What Master had said that day unnerved him. Ji Yuan looked at the prideful person standing in front of him and sighed. Such an opponent was truly worthy of admiration. Unfortunately, he was still an opponent. The only thing shared between them would be a fight. In another direction, Li Yao had seen the fall of tens of thousands of swords and the many Sage Plain warriors who had been hurt by the sword rain. At this moment, he was being chased by shadow guards of Emperor Xia's realm. He made his way as fast as he could, trying to leave and looking very embarrassed. He had not expected to find himself in such an awkward situation when he was staying in the Li City Lord residence and not even part of the battle. Even under Yin Yuan's protection, he'd still been forced to flee. What a shame. "Your Highness, this way," a voice called from somewhere. Li Yao followed the voice and found that a Sage Plain warrior was waiting there to guide him. His face looked quite familiar to Li Yao. Perhaps this was the 3rd prince's person. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Li Yao walked toward the man waiting for him. The man turned around and led the way. Li Yao walked toward the man waiting for him. The man turned around and led the way. Behind Li Yao, someone was following him and watching closely. They quickly crossed the chaotic battlefield. Suddenly, the man leading the way paused and turned around, saying to Li Yao, "We must hurry up, Your Highness." Wisps of life force flew around his body. His eyes were gorgeous and amazingly deep. At that moment, Li Yao felt like an utter mess. Shame and anger were the only things he could think about. He could not believe that he had been forced to flee. A bolt of lightning flashed across the void sky, directly passing Li Yao to attack the person in front of him. The man paused for a second and looked up. He saw a handsome figure with an extremely thin sword in his hand arriving like a lightning bolt. The sword was like a silver snake, reflecting dazzling light. The sword was being wielded in an extremely fast way. It was like a lightning bolt followed by thunder. The man leading the way squinted his eyes a bit and used his palm to defend himself. The palm print he drew out was immediately torn to pieces. At the same time, his body was pushed back. The sword force swept through him and shredded his robe. He raised his head, confusion in his eyes. He asked the handsome figure who was trying to kill him, "Sir, what did you come here for?" Standing behind them, Li Yao paused to look at the person who was attacking them. It was Dali Imperial Advisor's disciple, Lu Chuan, a peerless figure with intelligence and wisdom who had once launched the Battle of Empty Realm and defeated Emperor Xia's realm. I kept everyone who stayed in the Lord's residence in mind, even the people who went to Thousand Leaves City. I know the life force of every one of them. You look like one of the third prince's subordinates, but you are not him, said Lu Chuan softly. Brother Seventh Swordsman, long time no see. This name, Seventh Swordsman, was like a thunderbolt out of the blue that exploded in Li Yao's brain. He suddenly raised his head and fiercely looked at the person in front of him. With his eyes widened, he fixed his stare on him, his face turning pale gray. He couldn't be more familiar with the name. He had sworn to kill this person no matter what. Yet he'd been duped again. A gust of violent force swept out from Li Yao's body. He was angry like a furious dragon, but there was a sort of fear in his anger. The Seventh Swordsman had almost damaged him. Before, when Yin Yuan had stood in front of him, he'd been completely confident that Yin Yuan could defend against anyone below the Nirvana plane. Li Yao completely trusted Dali Imperial Advisor's disciples. Yin Yuan was capable indeed. Even though he was severely wounded, he had still successfully blocked two top figures of Emperor Xia's realm and allowed him to escape. At this moment, it was another of Dali Imperial Advisor's disciples, Lu Chuan, who was standing in front of him. His talent was also extraordinary. However, Li Yao lost his confidence. His opponent was Yi Futian. Even though Yi Futian was the man he hated most and wanted to kill, from the bottom of Li Yao's heart, he still totally acknowledged Yi Futian's ability. This place was weirdly quiet while the rest of the battlefield was in turmoil. As a wind passed by, the robe of the person standing there blew in the wind. His long hair had turned silver since he'd last seen him. The contour of his face had changed, too. Soon, the handsome face became clear to Li Yao's eyes. He clenched his fists. His face was extremely sullen. Yi Futian, he spat out the name like venom. Yi Futian didn't look at Li Yao, ignoring him. He fixed his eyes on Lu Chuan and asked, "Brother, could you just let me through?" "No, I can't," replied Lu Chuan. He initiated his cultivation method. Suddenly, the will emanated between the sky and earth, tearing the void apart. A storm of will appeared in the space that was trying to shatter the area. Lu Chuan's body was surrounded by the horrifying sword will. "Sorry for the offense," said Yi Futian. A long halberd appeared in his hand. The halberd of time and space swallowed and spat out the terrifying space will which swept through the void air, trying to seal and freeze it. The great law enveloped the sky and earth. Li Yao and Lu Chuan felt like they were submerged in the absolute space. At this moment, Lu Chuan flicked his wrist, and the silver sword light swept over the sky and crushed the space will. The two powers were colliding with each other in an invisible form. Bam! Yi Futian stepped forward and released the dense space will which shook the void sky, almost stiffening it. Lu Chuan looked solemn. The silver storm grew even stronger, growing to cover all the skies. Bam! One more step. Yi Futian kept heading forward. The void air trembled again. He merged the footwork of Xin Yuan into the will, and his might became even more powerful. As he took his third step, Yi Futian disappeared where he stood. His body transformed into many shadows that then reappeared in front of Lu Chuan. Innumerable shadows of giant halberds appeared between the sky and earth and then converged into one. One halberd pierced through the void sky. Extreme shadow, the halberd of nothingness. The long silver sword in Lu Chuan's hand started to move. All of a sudden, the sky and earth started humming. The sword struck, chopping the light and splitting the shadow, tearing the void sky apart, and sending out infinite silver sparks. The moment their attacks collided, storms of destruction rose between the sky and earth. With a deep boom, Yi Futian stomped on the ground and started moving like a phantom. He drove the halberd forward with another thrust. Annihilation came with the second strike. The will of the great law shattered the void sky and crazily smashed the silver sword will, surging toward Lu Chuan's body. Lu Chuan's finger tapped on the sword. The sword force between the sky and earth was dazzling. An impressive glow fell upon the sword as the will of the great law merged into the one sword. The sword came out. The void sky cracked. One sword was left. An extremely dazzling beam of light appeared between them. The hefty attacking power was chopped in half by the sword. Above Lu Chuan's body, the deed of thorough comprehension bloomed. The holy aura enveloped his body. The great law dropped down, and his body was surrounded by the sword will, becoming transparent, as if he was the sword itself. At the same time, similar power was released from Futian's body. The glow of the deed of thorough comprehension was also sacred. The great law became one, and all the wills turned into the path of the space. The sky and earth were being shackled. Numerous sword wills appeared from the void and attacked Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's body didn't move. He still stood firmly on his feet. When the sword swung toward his body, it couldn't break his sword defense. Bam! Futian started walking again. The sky and earth became heavy. He kept walking forward. Lu Chuan looked even more solemn. His body seemed to be bearing the extremely heavy pressure of the great law. "Brother, watch out," said Futian. He took one more step after he spoke, his body then bending forward. He released the halberd of time and space. The storm of destruction tore the void sky apart and marched ahead, as if anything in front of him would be destroyed. The third strike, unending void. The great law returned to the unending void. Everything was annihilated. The sword in Lu Chuan's hand was hanging before his chest. He drew two palm prints. The sword will of the great law flew from the sky and earth into the sword. The sword swallowed and spat silver light tens of thousands of feet into the air. All the sword shadows became one and blended into the sword. The sword made a series of metallic clangs. Crevices appeared in the space as if the sky and earth were about to be torn apart. A pattern of the great law appeared in the void sky with the sword as its axis. In the pattern of the great law, all swords turned into one and merged into the sword. Finally, Lu Chuan extended his palm forward. When the sword came out, the sky and earth roared for it. In front of him, the halberd of time and space that Futian held in his hand stabbed at the sword. The halberd of time and space collided with the sword. The storm of destruction collided with the sky. The horrifying explosion of storms swept out as the sword swept back. The violent will beat against Lu Chuan's body. He spat out blood and was blown away. Zoom! A lightning bolt flashed across the sky. The halberd of time and space aimed at Lu Chuan's chest but didn't stab him. Lu Chuan raised his head and looked at the figure in front of him, sighing to himself. He and Yin Yuan had been cautious enough to arrange the plan, but had they still lost? "Please forgive me, brother," said Futian. Futian walked past him and headed after Liao. Lu Chuan didn't give chase. Futian had just shown mercy to him. Otherwise, he would have been killed. It was meaningless to chase him again. Why had he been born in Emperor Xia's realm? On the battlefield of the Lord's residence, Yin Yuan was defending against two top figures of the unblemished plain. Of course, he had perceived Futian's presence. He stepped into the sky. His matrix of the great law covered the sky, trying to block Yaya and Ji Yuan. He wanted to leave the battlefield to help Liao. However, tens of thousands of swords had fallen and sealed the sky and earth. There was no way Yaya would let him leave the battlefield. Futian was traveling through the void sky and rapidly heading toward Liao. Liao had entered the Saint Plain, but he even had no courage to fight when confronted by Futian. He believed that he could never defeat Futian. That was why he wanted to escape. Kill him. Liao gave the order to a warrior who was fighting with a shadow guard. The warrior was a saint of true self with extraordinary ability. After he repelled a shadow guard of the same level, he turned to Futian, guarding Liao who was still trying to flee. Futian stepped into the void sky and pointed one finger in front of him. He summoned the sword of Cassiopeia, tore the void air apart. The warrior flew into the void sky and did a double palm strike. Suddenly, tens of thousands of palm prints appeared and shattered the sword of Cassiopeia into pieces. However, Futian kept moving forward. More and more swords came to attack. Cruelty flashed across his eyes. No matter how talented the person was, he was only on the first level of the Saint Plain. Why did he dare to come near? The seemingly infinite swords were all destroyed. The guard smashed the palm at Futian. At this moment, a strong presage of destruction befell him. Among all of the swords, One emanated with such a horrifying life force that he could perceive the fatal crisis approaching him. The sword seemed to have emerged from the center of Yi Futian's eyebrows. It pierced through his palm print with incredible speed. He let out a roar. Soon, a powerful will rose in front of him to guard him. This was the will of the Great Law. The sword thrust toward it. An extremely dazzling light spat out from the sword. His pupils contracted. What he could see in his mind was an inviolable sword with a wisp of the will of the Emperor. The sword had been forged by the master of Divine Cloud Valley at Yi Futian's request, so the wisp of his will of the Emperor had been merged with it. The sword flashed by and penetrated the warrior's skull. Yi Futian didn't stop there. He strode over the corpse as he continued walking forward. Li Yao perceived the scene with so much fear in his eyes. How had Yi Futian cultivated his sword force to be this strong? He could kill a saint of true self with just one strike. Li Yao's heart beat fast. He could feel the life force behind him coming near. He was in such despair. When he had come to the lower world 9 states of Emperor Xia's realm, he had never expected that such a day like this would come. At that time, he had been the prince of the upper world, the descendant of Emperor Li. His identity was truly noble, especially to the people of lower worlds. To him, the people of the lower world's 9 states were nothing but loathsome ants, not worth taking into consideration. Even though he'd let Saint Ji kill his wife, Li Yao didn't care much at all. However, today, the person he'd once regarded as another ant of the lower worlds was trying to kill the Dali prince. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Li Yao was still running forward when he saw swords raining down from above, cutting his escape route right then and there. Li Yao was still running forward when he saw swords raining down from above, cutting his escape route right then and there. Vast pressure swept all over, and Li Yao turned around abruptly, throwing out his hand toward Yi Futian, who was charging at him. His arm was transformed into an extremely saintly 5-clawed dragon that charged abruptly at Yi Futian. It was apparent that Li Yao did not want to roll over and die. He, too, was a saint. While his powers were inferior to those of Yi Futian, he deemed it necessary to fight, nonetheless. However, his face appeared rather twisted at that moment, displaying an expression of anger amid despair. That look in his eyes suggested that he wanted to battle Yi Futian. The halberd of time and space was thrust out like a bolt of lightning. Rumbling noises were heard as the huge, 5-clawed, golden dragon exploded and crumbled. Yi Futian did not stop charging. He continued streaking through the air and appeared right before Li Yao. The place seemed to have frozen when the halberd struck. Li Yao roared in anger, and the space around them trembled. He stepped forward as an extremely dazzling specter appeared above him. It did not seem to be something of his own will. Rather, it seemed to be an imposing Renhuang shooting right out of his brain. Yi Futian sensed looming danger ahead. The raging will lashed out right away. He had sensed the imposing Renhuang's shadow. While it was a construct of spiritual willpower, the hurricane of rage still sent him flying. That spiritual willpower then charged right into his mind. That will was incredibly grand and imposing. It was a true will of Renhuang, wiping out the existence of all other wills. Boom! Yi Futian suffered a huge blow to his mind, and his body was sent flying again and crashed to the ground. Blood spilled from his mouth, and he felt rather hazy. Li Yao's expression was extremely gloomy as he looked at Yi Futian. The will that his father left within him enabled him to invoke this power when he was in mortal peril. It was known simply as the will of Renhuang. He had little idea how powerful it would be, but upon seeing the scene before him, Li Yao no longer despaired and seemed to find the light of hope. His eyes were filled with a negative, violent aura as he headed towards Yi Futian. Dead? If his father's will had crushed Yi Futian's will, it would have been possible for him to kill Yi Futian on the spot. Seeing Yi Futian on the ground, not budging even an inch, Li Yao's face became ferocious with a cruel smirk in his eyes. He had always wanted to kill Yi Futian, the ant from the 9 states of the lower worlds who had been growing into an increasingly greater threat to him. So he's dead now, eh? And to die in such a way, how dramatic indeed. Raging aura was unleashed from his body as he extended his hand. A terrifying, 5-clawed, golden dragon appeared right above Yi Futian's head. While Yi Futian remained slumped where he was, Liao nonetheless wanted to kill him one more time. Die! Liao roared, and the five-clawed, golden dragon came down blasting Yi Futian's body. The ground exploded and dust flew everywhere. Liao walked up, taking one step at a time, and finally smiled, which made him look rather crazy. However, that simply lasted for an instant. His smile froze as a figure rose from the flying dust around them. Jade-green light emanated from Yi Futian's body. It was a manifestation of the power of life, and it was tremendously thick. He opened his eyes, and they looked deep like a bottomless abyss. It left Liao, who had been smiling, with a gaping jaw. Liao then saw Yi Futian stand up. How could he possibly survive? There was blood at the corner of Yi Futian's mouth, and he looked rather pale. The will of Run Huang had almost killed him. If it had not been for the imperial will protecting him, he would already be dead. Liao was not the most highly regarded of Emperor Li's offspring, and was the weakest among his siblings in training. However, he, nonetheless, had protection provided by Emperor Li. Pathetic. That was the word that Yi Futian uttered plainly as he looked at Liao's ferocious-looking eyes. Thunderous light of the Great Path seemed to be glimmering on his body. It was a manifestation of the Great Path, basking in the light of calamity. When he became a saint, the resilience of his constitution made his body a true body of a saint. Saintly attacks of the same level were hardly capable of doing any harm to his body. Pathetic. Liao felt a chill all over as he heard Yi Futian's sarcastic jab at him. He was a prince of the Dali dynasty, and Yi Futian called him pathetic. Pathetic, eh? Indeed I am. The way that Yi Futian looked at him now was just like the way he had looked at Yi Futian before striking him down. Boom. Light of calamity bombarded Liao's body like a thunderous disaster of the Great Path. His soul trembled as his body was paralyzed. However, he did not run away. He would not be able to escape this person even if he wanted to. He was indeed pathetic. The only thing that seemed to be waiting for him was death. A shout came from afar, and Yi Futian turned his head to look in that direction. Yin Yuan was conjuring diagrams of the Great Path and had blood all over his body. Yaya and Ji Yuan attacked at the same time, and there was no way that Yin Yuan, who had been severely injured before, could have resisted their attack. Yaya had once been a holiness of nirvana. Yin Yuan turned around at that moment and looked at Yi Futian, whose eyes seemed rather dull. Sword wheels whooshed around Yi Futian, and the sword of Kasyapa penetrated Li Yao's body in an instant. Blood spilled all over him, and sword wheels raged throughout his body. Blood was still spilling from his mouth, and he struggled to stand. However, he did not die. He looked up at Yi Futian and said, "Give me a quick one." He thought that Yi Futian was about to torture him and make things hellish for him while he was still alive. Boom. A hand clapped down and lifted Liao. Yi Futian's eyes reddened from the incredible intent to kill he felt. "I wanted to give you a quick one as well." Yi Futian's voice croaked as if he was struggling to speak. Liao had killed Yi Futian's wife back in the empty realm, and he had almost killed Yi Futian's kin as well. There was no way that Yi Futian did not hate Liao. He wanted nothing more than to see Liao's heart pierced by thousands of swords. However, when he saw the determination in Yin Yuan's eyes and the implications of the fight between the 8 holinesses of nirvana, he refrained from dealing the killing blow. If Liao died, it would be extremely possible that a war would break out between the Dali dynasty and Emperor Xia's realm. Then Yi Futian questioned if he would be able to shoulder the responsibility of a war breaking out between those 2 imperial realms. He questioned his right to do so. That was why he was struggling. Boom. A hand lifted Liao's body, and Yi Futian walked away, heading to the other battlefield. Lu Chuan, who saw Yi Futian still grabbing Liao from afar, chased after him. Many who had been fighting around them stopped. The space quieted down again. Yi Futian headed straight for the battlefield where Yin Yuan was and called, "Yaya." Yaya and the others turned around when they heard his voice. The swords were rescinded, and she came to Yi Futian's side. Ji Yuan stopped fighting as well. Yin Yuan then looked at Yi Futian. Despite being covered in blood, he still looked resilient, standing tall and proud. A smile suddenly appeared on his face, but a sad one. I didn't think we would actually lose to you, Yin Yuan said. His expression was an extremely complicated one, filled with emotions that he was unable to place. He did not resent Yi Futian, although they were on opposing sides. Naturally, he still admired Yi Futian. That day when they had parted at the 9 states, those words had come true. Yin Yuan knew that he had prepared for this battle, yet Yi Futian still ended up taking down Li Yao. There are no winners or losers here, Yi Futian sighed and continued, let's head to Qinya City. Yaya waved her hands about, and then a sword appeared in the air. Several of them stepped onto it, and the sword streaked away. Lu Chuan walked to Yin Yuan's side, and Yin Yuan then mumbled, no wonder our teacher liked him so much. He might not kill the prince, brother, Lu Chuan said. Yin Yuan turned to look at him as he continued, he was here to avenge his wife. If he was going to cut down the prince, he would have done it already. Yin Yuan looked at Yi Futian disappearing in the distance and said, let's go. He then stepped forward. Lu Chuan stood at Yin Yuan's side and looked at his eldest brother while sighing deeply. Li Yao was lost in his eldest brother's hands. If Yi Futian were to kill Li Yao, blame would first fall onto Yin Yuan's shoulders. However, Lu Chuan thought, at the moment, that his eldest brother was instead more concerned for their teacher. The battle was still raging in Qinya City, and the place looked like a mess. The mighty ones were fighting close to each other. The swordmaster of Lihan had injured Chao Kong before, yet Chao Kong's demonic powers were overwhelming. He was extremely resilient, refusing to back away. He went all the way to the battlefield where the imperial advisor of Dali and the great shaman were fighting. The prince regent managed to fight off Lu Yu and push the battle all the way to the central region of Qinya City. The 6 figures at the holiness of nirvana level were fighting earth-shattering battles high in the air. Many throughout Qinya City looked up at the battles, their hearts racing. Many saints perished on that battlefield. The imperial advisor had no intention of fighting any longer when Yaya, who had returned, opened the ancient path of the sword with a single stroke, then headed far away. She definitely had gone to Li City. The imperial advisor had no idea how Yin Yuan would have fared, and if his student would have been able to block her attack. Li Yao has been taken. Stop fighting immediately. A voice came from nowhere. The mighty ones who had been fighting were, at first, dumbfounded and then turned to see who had spoken. It was none other than a demonic beast. My master has taken Li Yao and is heading back here, the Black Wind Condor continued saying. The imperial advisor shouted and, throughout the battlefield, countless soldiers felt their brains rattling. There were mighty ones throughout the vast battlefield, but they were unable to help and backed away from each other. That shout had made them all cease fighting. The imperial advisor scanned the battlefield. He had not wanted to see a fight happen, but he had no choice. So Yi Futian has taken Li Yao, eh? Yin Yuan had been there to guard him. I wonder how he is doing now. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The battlefield of Qinya City was littered with ruins, and that happened with the mighty ones fighting in the air and not causing any collateral damage from above. The battlefield of Qinya City was littered with ruins, and that happened with the mighty ones fighting in the air and not causing any collateral damage from above. Half of the city would have been razed otherwise. The atmosphere was extraordinarily tense at that moment. They all had ceased fighting, but everyone was still in a ready-to-strike position as if the fighting could restart at any moment. In truth, both sides had things under control to a certain measure as the mighty ones all went out of their way to find opponents of comparable strength. If fighters from the Dali dynasty who were at the holiness of nirvana level were to kill those on the lower levels of Emperor Xia's realm, there would hardly be anyone left. Both sides were not willing to pay that price. As such, all went out of their way to keep the battle contained instead of trying to annihilate each other. However, Li Yao, a prince of the Dali dynasty, was taken. Everyone, indeed, wondered what the outcome would be. No one had an answer, and everyone was waiting. Imperial advisor, could any cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm stop you? The prince regent asked as he looked at the imperial advisor. His words puzzled many. What is the prince regent of the Dali dynasty getting at? Is he chastising the imperial advisor for not doing his best? Are there conflicts within the Dali dynasty itself? However, Dali's imperial advisor had been extremely forceful in the battle, so much that he looked invincible. If he were to go all out, there was no telling how many would have perished. The imperial advisor shot a look at the Prince Regent and said, "You were not able to stop them yourself either, Prince Regent." The Prince Regent's expression turned cold. "I hope that His Highness is doing fine. Yin Yuan is your topmost student, #1 in Dali below the holiness of Nirvana level. If he is around, I believe that the animal is simply bluffing. How could His Highness be taken with Yin Yuan around?" The imperial advisor frowned and shot a cold look at the Prince Regent. The Prince Regent saw that Yaya had opened up the ancient path of the sword and zipped off. He could tell just how frighteningly powerful the might of her sword was. It seemed as if she had surpassed the level of the unblemished saint. Yin Yuan was known to be at the pinnacle of the unblemished saint level, but that sword would have been dangerous nonetheless. However, not only did the Prince Regent ignore the fact that Yin Yuan could have been in danger, but he claimed that Li Yao could not possibly have been taken when Yin Yuan was around. His scheme was obvious. The imperial advisor did not bother arguing with the Prince Regent about anything. A sword will from afar zipped past, finally, and everyone looked up and saw the group of figures heading their way. Everyone's face changed when they saw what had happened, especially those from the Dali dynasty. The 9th prince of the Dali dynasty, Li Yao, had been taken. Yi Futian, Yaya, and the others had Li Yao tagging along as their prisoner. Yi Futian turned to look at the battlefield and, in a flash, headed straight to the crowd and stopped in front of Emperor Xia's realm. Yin Yuan followed suit and looked up at the imperial advisor. Regret was in his eyes as he said, "I failed, teacher." The imperial advisor took a look at Yin Yuan's blood-stained body and sighed deep down, saying, "It's fine that you come back in one piece." "Yin Yuan," a cold voice was heard. It was the Prince Regent who was visibly angered, saying, "So this is what you call protecting His Highness?" Yin Yuan took one look at the Prince Regent and said, "I have indeed failed." The Prince Regent's eyes were cold. He then looked down at Yi Futian and Li Yao. Dragon roars were heard as he took a step forward. A mighty voice filled the air. "Let him go." One figure after another stood before Yi Futian and cast their gaze at the Prince Regent. Yi Futian looked up at the Prince Regent who was high in the sky. Li Yao had been severely injured. A spark of hope ignited in his mind at the moment. There was still a chance of him emerging alive. Since Yi Futian had yet to kill him, it meant that there were still ways of turning things around. Both the imperial advisor and the Prince Regent were there. He did not think for a second that Yi Futian would have dared to kill him in front of them. "You people from Dali were the ones who waged war on us by sending people to invade Xinya City. Li Yao had attempted to kill me several times. What do you make of that?" Yi Futian said as he looked at the Prince Regent. "If you dare to make a move against His Highness, I swear that you shall never leave this place," the Prince Regent said with an imposing voice, paying no heed to Yi Futian's words. Whoosh! A sword will zipped past, and a sword of Cassiopeia streaked out right in front of Yi Futian, hanging right at Li Yao's throat. In an instant, blood was dripping from Li Yao's throat. "You're going too far," the Prince Regent roared. "Put any pressure on him from here on out, and Li Yao dies," Yi Futian said as he looked coldly at the Prince Regent. The Prince Regent's eyes filled with imposing anger, but then he heard Yi Futian continue, "If he dies, it's on you. I dare you to try." The Prince Regent's expression turned extremely glum, and he rescinded the aura emanating from him. Yi Futian was intentionally making it difficult for him. He was unable to shoulder such a crime. Yi Futian looked at those around him and said, "I will let him go, as long as the people of Dali leave the Crimson Dragon Realm and never step into it again. I shall release him." He had made this decision despite the struggle he felt deep down. However, he eventually decided to spare Li Yao. It was far more difficult to spare someone than to kill them. He was able to take Li Yao that day and had a chance of killing him. He would still have the chance to do so in the future. At present, however, he needed to consider the consequences of killing Li Yao and who would have been caught in the crossfire. As such, he came to that decision. It was a very difficult one for him to make, but he made it, nonetheless. Both the imperial advisor of Dali and Yin Yuan had been able to escort him out. There was no reason he couldn't do the same. He was considering it for the imperial advisor and his brother in training, Yin Yuan. Saints and sages do not thank someone for saving them and then resent them for not doing more. The imperial advisor had brought his people to take Futian, but Futian knew that the imperial advisor, Yin Yuan, and the others had been reluctant to do so. As such, he did not mind at all. Even though they might end up meeting each other on future battlefields as enemies, he still did not regret what he did. "If we were to leave, who is to say that you would actually let the prince go?" asked Li Jun, the third prince, as he stared at Futian. He did not expect Li Yao to end up as a prisoner. If things had turned out that way, it would have been difficult for the battle to go on, especially when Futian had yet to kill Li Yao. If he were to kill Li Yao, then the real fight would have truly broken out. Both sides would no longer hold back against each other. After that, "I believe him, Your Highness," said a voice, and Li Jun looked to see whose it was. It was the imperial advisor of Dali. He looked at Li Jun and said, "Your Highness, this all happened because of me. I shall serve as the guarantor and stay behind to take the prince home." Li Jun looked at the imperial advisor, and Futian said, "That is acceptable." There were other things that he wanted to say to the imperial advisor as well. The place was silent, and many looked at Li Jun. Li Yao turned his eyes toward his third brother. It seemed that Futian did not dare to kill him, after all. "That settles it." Li Jun's expression was extremely cold, but there was little else he could have done. He was extremely reluctant to do that, but there was no way he could have just let Futian kill Li Yao. "Imperial advisor, I shall leave my ninth brother to you," Li Jun then said to the imperial advisor. He then waved his hand and said, "Retreat." He then gathered his people and left. The Prince Regent's expression was ice-cold as he glanced at Futian, but he was unable to do anything else other than leave. So Futian was calm and planned to let Li Yao go. What Futian did ground the battle to a halt. If nothing was going to happen to Li Yao and the imperial advisor was to take him away, then there was nothing he could have done to the imperial advisor. There would have been no excuse to spark a war. As such, everything he had done had gone to waste. It also meant that the trip to the Crimson Dragon Realm would be a waste. One figure after another left. The people from the Dali dynasty retreated like a tide. Those from Emperor Xia's realm who were still on the battlefield rescinded their aura and looked at Futian. When everyone from Dali left, there was only the imperial advisor, Yin Yuan, and some others remaining. Futian looked at the silhouette that was far away in the sky, and he stepped forward, heading in the imperial advisor's direction. Yaya followed right behind him. While Futian was confident that the imperial advisor would not have harmed him, Yaya followed nonetheless. As for Li Yao, no way could he run with so many mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm around. "Teacher," Futian called as he came before the imperial advisor of Dali and bowed. The imperial advisor looked at the handsome young man before him and sighed. He truly wanted to take Futian as his student. "Let's just leave Dali," Futian said to the imperial advisor telepathically. He was able to tell from the Prince Regent's attitude that his teacher was, at present, having a hard time in Dali. The imperial advisor sighed and shook his head slightly. Some things were not as simple as Futian thought they could be. There was no way the imperial advisor could have simply left. Renhuang from foreign realms are unable to interfere with anything going on in the Crimson Dragon Realm. "You don't have to be a traitor, teacher," Futian advised him telepathically again. His teacher could have learned a lesson from the ninth servant of the ancient imperial city setting up shop in the Crimson Dragon Realm. If he had not sided with the enemy, Emperor Xia's realm, then he would not have been considered a traitor. He only needed to resign from his post as the imperial advisor. "I'll think about it," the imperial advisor said. If things were to turn out okay, he would try to leave, although he knew that success was near impossible. "Take care, teacher," said Futian, and he bowed. He then turned around and looked in Li Yao's direction and said, "Let him go." Ji Yuan and the others intended to let him go, but someone came to Li Yao's side at the moment, looked at Futian and said, "Futian, Li Yao has been trying to murder time and again to start a war between the realms. Now that you have taken him, you can't just let him go like that." Futian was dumbfounded. He then turned to see who spoke. It was none other than the eldest prince of Emperor Xia's realm, Xiaorong. "Your Highness," Futian wanted to say something. "Futian, you're too soft. There is no way you could achieve big things like that," Xiaorong said and then grabbed Li Yao's throat. His overwhelming aura flowed from him, and he sensed the intention to kill him. The scene shocked everyone. Even those from Emperor Xia's realm looked at Xiaorong. Yi Futian had been the one in charge of everything before Xiaorong showed up, so much so that even Xia Qingyuan just let him be. However, with the eldest prince, Xiaorong, showing up, everyone wondered who was in charge. Yi Futian agreed to let him go, but Xiaorong did not. There have been many saints who died fighting in the Crimson Dragon realm. The Swordmaster and the others come here personally. If Dali is not afraid to wage war, then there is nothing the Emperor Xia's realm should be afraid of. Xiaorong looked at Yi Futian and said, "Remember, Yi Futian, those who do big things need to be decisive." Xiaorong pressed hard with his hand as soon as he was done speaking. Li Yao was thoroughly frightened and found it difficult to breathe. A crisp crack was heard, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The vast space quieted down within moments. Countless eyes watched Li Yao, who was being held in Xiaorong's hand. He then let go, and Li Yao dropped to the ground. The dead man's eyes were still opened. Xiaorong had invaded Li Yao's mind with the will of the Great Path and killed him in an instant. His action had been decisive and without a hint of hesitation. Li Yao, the 9th prince of the Dali dynasty, perished. He died in the Crimson Dragon realm at the hands of Xiaorong. Yi Futian looked with astonishment at what transpired. He then turned his eyes to Xiaorong, whose face was filled with coldness and determination. It seemed that his will was adamant and undeniable. It was as if he had long made up his mind. "Brother." Xia Qingyuan had watched the scene unfold with the same level of astonishment. Her mind was blank, as well. They were not the only ones astonished. Everyone from Emperor Xia's realm that was present shared the sentiment. Many thoughts ran through their minds in that instant, and their hearts raced. Even the Swordmaster of Lihan took a good look at Xiaorong. That move had indeed been brutal and merciless. He killed Li Yao and robbed everyone else of any other options. Yi Futian had just promised to let go of Li Yao, and his people went back on his word. He was thinking of how to deal with the Imperial Advisor, now that Li Yao is dead. Furthermore, the Imperial Advisor had spoken in Yi Futian's favor in front of all the mighty ones of Dali, guaranteeing the prince's safety. However, there was no way he could go back to Emperor Li unscathed now that Li Yao was dead. The Imperial Advisor, Yin Yuan, and Mu Chunyang were baffled by what transpired in front of their eyes. All of it seemed to have happened too suddenly. They had understood that Yi Futian had been ready to let go of the prince instead of killing him. However, Xiaorong made his move. The faces of Yin Yuan and the others turned pale. Everything seemed to have happened as their teacher had predicted. Powerful sword will emanated from Yaya, who was standing in the air behind Yi Futian. The light of sword was brought to its limit on her. She took Yi Futian's hand, intending to retreat with him. However, Yi Futian did not move. He stayed put in the air. He understood what Yaya was trying to do. The Imperial Advisor was a guarantor for Dali after all. The Imperial Advisor needed to first kill the man before his eyes before going back to Emperor Li. Both men were an arm's length away from each other, so it would be easy for him to kill Yi Futian, just as easy as it was for Xiaorong to kill Li Yao. Yi Futian knew that without doubt. He was even very clear that if the Imperial Advisor insisted on killing him, Yaya would not be able to keep him safe. There would be no chance of him surviving at this distance. To fulfill his duty to Emperor Li, the Imperial Advisor needed to kill him. It had to be done. If he refused, it would be tantamount to treason. Xiaorong had cut off the Imperial Advisor's escape route. His standpoint was that the Imperial Advisor had done nothing wrong. He posed an immense threat to Emperor Xia's realm. After all, the Imperial Advisor had stepped up to guarantee Li Yao's safety, but now one was imagining what was going through Emperor Li's mind now that Li Yao was dead. That move had been too brutal. Yi Futian felt a chill running throughout his body. So this is the eldest prince of Emperor Xia's realm who had been training since he was young and grew up in battles of life and death? He really is brutal. It was just like he put it, decisive and without mercy. Yi Futian might have ended up dead because of what he did. Yet, he showed no hint of mercy at all. He looked at Li Yao, who was already dead. He had been wanting to kill Li Yao for years, but not at a time like this, especially when the imperial advisor served to guarantee the prince's safety. Go back, Yaya, Yi Futian said with a light tone. Yaya looked at him with stubborn eyes. She added strength to her hand, intending to take him away. Yi Futian shook his head at her, and Yaya finally gave in. She turned around and looked at the imperial advisor and said, "He had nothing to do with this." Yi Futian looked at the imperial advisor with regret written all over his face. He understood that his teacher had stepped up to act as the guarantor out of trust for him. However, it was because of him that his teacher was caught in such a predicament. He lowered his head and felt speechless. Regardless of your choice, teacher, I have nothing to say against it. Yi Futian then sighed. He would not have held a grudge against the imperial advisor even if he wanted to kill him on the spot. After all, he was the one who started it. The imperial advisor turned around and looked at the handsome face before him, sighing deeply. He, of course, knew that Yi Futian had nothing to do with the prince's death, but that didn't matter. He vouched for Yi Futian and volunteered to act as a guarantor. Yet His Majesty's son died right before his eyes regardless. Who else would have been able to shoulder such a crime? Since he was the guarantor, there was no doubt that it would be him. There was only one thing left for him to do: fight to the death. Kill Yi Futian, kill Xiaorong, bring their heads to Emperor Li, and wage a war between realms. That was the only way for him to make amends. He was the only holiness of nirvana from Dali present, while the enemy had four. Xiaorong was an unblemished saint, which meant that there was no guarantee that the imperial advisor would have been able to kill him. Yi Futian, on the other hand, he could simply clap him to death right there and then. But should I kill him? Yin Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. He looked at the two silhouettes looking at each other in the sky. Yi Futian had chosen to spare Li Yao's life. He was able to see Yi Futian's breadth of character from there. But then again, how would a teacher deal with such a predicament, and what choices would he have? His teacher, notwithstanding, felt the struggle deep in his mind. It was simply too painful to go with either option. The key, however, was that there were really no options to begin with. Betray Dali? Fei Xue is still at Dali. Furthermore, if Fei Xue is indeed around, would she be willing to let the teacher kill Yi Futian? She would probably suffer a pain worse than death. Imperial advisor. Another voice was heard at that moment. Everyone turned to see Xia Qingyuan speaking. Xia Qingyuan stood where she was and looked up in the air. Her eyes, focused on the imperial advisor, looked adamant and determined. It is indeed our fault that my brother has caused you to break your promise. However, this has nothing to do with Yi Futian. If you were to kill him, regardless of whatever else that happened, I would be forced to pay whatever price I have to pay to keep you and your students around. Xia Qingyuan's voice had a murderous tinge to it. It was determined and undeniable. She, at that moment, sounded just like Xiaorong. Xiaorong was the eldest prince. She, on the other hand, was the most doted on of Emperor Xia's daughters, a fact known by all. Xiaorong looked at his little sister and sighed deeply. That was how it was when one lets sentiments do the talking. Why not choose to side with Emperor Xia's realm, imperial advisor? I'm willing to guarantee that your place in Emperor Xia's realm would definitely not be worse than your place in Emperor Li's realm. Xiaorong said, furthermore, Emperor Li is irritated by you now. Judging by the words of the Prince Regent, I'm sure you know what is going on, imperial advisor. Yi Futian turned and cast a cold glance at Xiaorong. You're telling him to betray his emperor? He knew how much the imperial advisor cherished Fei Xue. His fatherly love for her was as great as the mountains. Honor and duty aside, Fei Xue was still in Dali, so there was no way for the imperial advisor to betray his emperor. Yi Futian had been advising the imperial advisor in secret to have him consider moving to the Crimson Dragon realm. Xiaorong had, instead, cut off any escape for the imperial advisor. What he did was tantamount to pushing the imperial advisor off of a ledge. If anything were to happen to the imperial advisor, Dali would lose a combatant at the pinnacle of his powers. If a war between realms were to break out, Emperor Xia's realm had something to gain, as well. Furthermore, the imperial advisor's status in Emperor Li's realm was such that, if anything were to happen to him, news would quickly spread and cause a massive ripple. At the very least, The power of the imperial advisor's residence would be dismantled right away. All eyes looked at the imperial advisor high in the air. Everyone was waiting for his decision. The imperial advisor appeared very calm at the moment. Wind blew, and his robe billowed. Neither Xiaqing Yuan's determined threat nor Xiaorong's persuasion moved him. He was still as calm as he had always been. He looked at the young man before him and eventually sighed. This is fate, I guess. He had been able to foretell all of this before he came, but he was still unable to run from any of it and unable to run. He saw fit to take things as they came instead. Yi Futian, the imperial advisor, called. His voice was calm and gentle, without the slightest hint of being fettered. I'm here. Yi Futian lowered his head slightly and answered. I'd like to share 2 lines with you before we part, the imperial advisor continued. That indicated that he had made his decision. Yi Futian looked up at the imperial advisor and wondered, is he getting ready to shoulder everything on his own? His eyes reddened somewhat as if sand had gotten into them. A wise man does not stand beneath a collapsing wall, the imperial advisor said. That was the first line he shared with Yi Futian. The young man knew that his teacher was talking about their current predicament. Yi Futian was, at the moment, putting himself beneath a collapsing wall. If the imperial advisor were to attempt to kill him, there was no chance he'd survive. His previous action of infiltrating Dali as the 7th swordsman was in the same vein. He was putting himself beneath a collapsing wall. The imperial advisor then turned around and walked, telling Yin Yuan and the others, let's go. Yin Yuan looked at his teacher and then at Yi Futian. His steps were heavy, but since his teacher had made the decision, all of them moved nonetheless and followed their teacher. What is the second line? Yi Futian then called, looking at his teacher's back. As heaven's movement is ever vigorous, so must a wise man ceaselessly strive, the imperial advisor said loudly to Yi Futian with his back to him. The brimming voice was imbued with a virtuous aura. Yi Futian's eyes turned even redder. He clenched his fist tightly as he looked at the silhouette that was gradually disappearing from his sight. As heaven's movement is ever vigorous, so must a wise man ceaselessly strive. The next line to that would have been, as the earth's condition is receptive devotion, a wise man shall develop an all-encompassing breadth of character. You are of a breadth of character that is all-encompassing, teacher. Yet why do you put yourself under a collapsing wall? Yi Futian yelled at the figure who was disappearing. His teacher had spared him, which meant that his teacher would now be in more serious trouble. One of Emperor Li's sons perished, and the imperial advisor had the opportunity to kill the one who caused his death. Sparing the killer will come with severe implications. The mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm looked at the imperial advisor's disappearing silhouette, and they felt pity for him. While those present were on opposing sides, and it was the first time many met him, they nonetheless developed respect for him from the bottom of their hearts. So, this is the imperial advisor of Dali then. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. As heaven's movement is ever vigorous, so must a wise man ceaselessly strive. As heaven's movement is ever vigorous, so must a wise man ceaselessly strive. The voice of Dali's imperial advisor reverberated in the minds of everyone present. The ones from Emperor Xia's realm never knew that the legendary figure who was serving their enemy, Emperor Li of the Dali dynasty, held Yi Futian in such high regard. While the parties were on opposing sides, the imperial advisor had truly taken Yi Futian as his student. He definitely would not have put his neck at risk for Yi Futian under any other circumstances. The ones from the Dali dynasty had left, but everything happening there was no secret, and many from afar witnessed the imperial advisor spare Yi Futian. The first thing that the imperial advisor should have done after Li Yao died was kill Yi Futian right before his eyes. However, he chose to simply leave. Would there still be an imperial advisor of Dali left after this? Yi Futian turned around and walked towards Xiaqingyuan. Xiaorong took one look at Yi Futian and said nothing more. He could tell from his expression that Yi Futian would not understand what he did on that day. He knew that Yi Futian was different from the others. Yi Futian would not have submitted to Xiaorong just because he was a part of Emperor Xia's realm. Yi Futian had a very notable attitude. Xiaorong already knew that because of how Yi Futian dared to go to the Shao clan just to kill Shao Sheng. What was done, was done. Xiaorong did not bother explaining anything. It would have been pointless. The imperial advisor of Dali was indeed an opponent deserving respect, yet at the same time, he was also a dangerous opponent. The imperial advisor had to shoulder the responsibility of Li Yao's death. Even if he had chosen to kill Yi Futian, it would have been difficult for him to regain Emperor Li's trust. Worse still, he did not do anything to Yi Futian. The outcome was settled by then. Regardless of how encompassing and tolerant Emperor Li might have been, there was no way he would have forgiven a traitor. What the imperial advisor did that day was tantamount to treason. When he returned, he would probably have to atone for his crimes through death. Xia Qingyuan lowered her head a bit after seeing Yi Futian walking and feeling rather restrained. She never anticipated any of that either. While the actions of her brother were understandable from the standpoint of Emperor Xia's realm, he was nonetheless devoid of honor. What he did put both Yi Futian and the imperial advisor in a bind. It was especially so from Yi Futian's standpoint. What Xiaorong did was unforgivable. As such, she was feeling very terrible at the moment. Retreat from the Crimson Emperor realm and return to Emperor Xia's realm, Xiaorong said at that moment. Everyone turned around to look at Xiaorong. Many heeded his order and followed him, especially those whom he brought. Xiaorong was the deputy general of Tian and held extremely high prestige in the army. The Tian army was the #1 legion in Emperor Xia's realm, so one can imagine what Xiaorong's status was. He was a hardened prince who grew up on battlefields. However, not everyone heeded Xiaorong's orders. He was indeed the eldest prince, but some, like the swordmaster of Lihan, were of the holiness of nirvana and did not serve Emperor Xia directly, which meant that princes and princesses held no sway over them. Only Emperor Xia had the authority to give them direct orders. Everyone else could only request things of them. That was how it was with the great shaman. While he would have respected the princes and princesses, only Emperor Xia would have been able to truly give him direct orders. As such, the mighty ones were taking a rather peculiar stance after Xiaorong spoke. The swordmaster of Lihan did not budge, looking in Yi Futian's direction instead. He was aware of everything taking place that day. The swordmaster of Lihan had bestowed his sword to Yi Wuqian, and he was not doing that simply because of Yi Wuqian's sword training. Yi Futian played a part in influencing that decision. From the look of things, Yi Futian appeared to be extraordinary in more than just his talents. Even an imperial advisor of an enemy nation, capable of throwing his weight around in his home country, treated Yi Futian differently. As for Lu Yu, he stood behind Princess Xia Qingyuan. Lu Yu had been following Emperor Xia all those years ago, yet at present, he was tasked with protecting Xia Qingyuan most of the time. As such, he was partial to listening to Xia Qingyuan's orders instead of Xiaorong's orders. Things on Emperor Xia's side looked rather peculiar at the moment, having lost harmony from when everyone shared the same thought. The atmosphere suggested that something had happened among the men, despite no one saying anything after what transpired between Yi Futian and the imperial advisor. Let's head back to Emperor Xia's realm, Yi Futian said to Xia. He needed to return immediately. Yeah. Xia Qingyuan looked at his eyes and nodded. Many followed afterward as if factions had been split between Xiaorong and Xia Qingyuan. Xiaorong looked at the other side and said nothing. He flashed and moved, getting ready to return to Emperor Xia's realm through the teleportation grand matrix. Yi Futian walked up to Shen Tianzhan before he left and said, "Thank you for helping out with the battle, Senior, but it seems that there will be some changes to what was promised. For that, I am sorry. Please be careful out here, Senior." "Will do." Shen Tianzhan nodded. He then looked at Yi Futian and said, "I shall wait for you to return to the Crimson Dragon realm." Despite having participated in a battle fought mainly between those from Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm, he was mostly excluded from the equation. The ones that Emperor Li's realm targeted were those from Emperor Xia's realm. He wouldn't have a problem if he was more careful in the future. Yi Futian then looked up at Shen Tianzhan. Waiting for his return seemed to have deep implications. From the looks of things, he and Yi Futian would be on opposite sides in the future. However, Shen Tianzhan said that, instead, he would wait for Yi Futian in the Crimson Dragon realm. Sure. Yi Futian nodded and left with the large group. Shen Tianzhan pondered about something as he looked at the silhouettes disappearing. He knew that both Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had extraordinary talents, but that was all. As such, When Yi Futian requested for him to help out, he agreed. Despite what had transpired, he did not regret participating in the battle. He thought that he had made the right decision. He did not know of the relationship between the imperial advisor of Dali and Yi Futian. However, it was extraordinary for a pinnacle saint to have such breadth of character. The imperial advisor was indeed legendary, and Shen Tianzhan did not think that he was capable of doing the same deeds as the imperial advisor. The imperial advisor did what he did for Yi Futian. He knew little of the young man, but for him to sacrifice himself for another young man showed what kind of character Yi Futian was. If Yi Futian was someone for whom the imperial advisor saw fit to sacrifice himself, there was no doubt that the battle had been worthwhile for Shen Tianzhan. Emperor Xia's realm was imperial, but it was just one realm in the Crimson Dragon region. If Yi Futian were as extraordinary as he seemed, it was only a matter of time before he would venture out of the realm. Many mighty ones from Qinya City witnessed the battle. They were incredibly shaken by what they saw. It was especially so in the case of Kong Xian, Xiangnan, and the others. Kong Xian stood in the air, her hair billowing in the wind. The parting between the imperial advisor and Yi Futian was something that stuck in her mind. It was unforgettable. There would have been a storm brewing between the Dali dynasty and Emperor Xia's realm soon. A tidal wave would sweep through the inner affairs of the Dali dynasty. The imperial advisor's residence in the Dali dynasty was peaceful and quiet at the moment. He had brought his people to the Crimson Dragon realm. Nanzhai and Fei Xue were the only two students left in the residence. At that moment, Fei Xue was touching a painting on a table. Nanzhai was by her side. He had painted it. It seems that your art has seen a lot of improvements, second brother. Fei Xue smiled as she said it. She was unable to see the painting, but she was, nonetheless, able to sense it through her hands. If you were able to see this with your own eyes, Fei Xue, it'd be even more surprising, Nanzhai said and smiled. Really? Fei Xue smiled faintly. I, too, want to open my eyes. I'd be able to see the other elder brothers. Just the elder ones? Nanzhai asked sheepishly, no younger ones involved. Fei Xue's smile brimmed, and she nodded slightly. If the seventh swordsman is here, I'd definitely like to know what he looks like. He is very good-looking. Nanzhai smiled and added, more so than eldest brother and fifth brother. Yen Yuan and Lu Chuan were both considered dashing figures. Fei Xue smiled, showing her dimples, but then she quickly frowned a bit and seemed to have recalled something unpleasant. She turned her face away and said, I wonder how father and the others are doing in the Crimson Dragon realm. She did not want to see her father standing against Yi Futian, and she did not want to see either their father or Yi Futian hurt. Teachers should be able to see it well, Nanzhai said. However, his tone sounded rather flighty. It was apparent that he was concerned, as well. At that moment, Nanzhai extended his will, and he frowned slightly. His expression changed somewhat. His heart gradually sank. Fei Xue, it's best to rest early, Nanzhai said quietly. Right. Fei Xue nodded and left. Nanzhai sent her back to her room and then sat cross-legged right outside, closed his eyes and trained. His will shrouded the vast space around him, and every movement within the shrouded area was unable to escape his notice. Something happened. However, nothing had happened. Everything was still in order, but Nanzhai knew that the imperial advisor's residence had been targeted. Few in the entire Dali dynasty dared to keep a close eye on the place. Furthermore, his observation was done at such a sensitive time, so Nanzhai was only able to speculate the worst outcome possible. Something might have happened in the Crimson Dragon realm. However, since his teacher had yet to return, he didn't know what had happened. That same day at the royal palace in Emperor Xia's realm, Yi Futian and the others returned. They went to the top of the royal palace alongside Xia Qingyue. The great shaman was around, as well. They came to see Emperor Xia in the palace that was surrounded and permeated by clouds. Please help us out, Your Majesty, Yi Futian said and bowed immediately after seeing Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia looked at Yi Futian and then at Xia Qingyue. He noted their solemn expressions and then turned towards the great shaman and asked, Great shaman, what happened? Your Majesty. The great shaman bowed slightly and elaborated on what happened in the Crimson Dragon realm, while Emperor Xia listened intently and quietly. When the great shaman finished, The emperor turned to Futian and said, "What would you need me to do?" "I would like you to depart for Dali, your majesty." Futian bowed yet again. The only person capable of saving the imperial advisor at that moment was Emperor Xia. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Emperor Xia pondered over what was asked of him, turned to look at Futian, and said, Futian, this is an internal affair of the Dali dynasty. If a war between realms were to break out, if I were to simply interfere and take the imperial advisor away, Emperor Li can just show up at Emperor Xia's realm and take him back, no? Emperor Xia pondered over what was asked of him, turned to look at Futian, and said, Futian, this is an internal affair of the Dali dynasty. If a war between realms were to break out, if I were to simply interfere and take the imperial advisor away, Emperor Li can just show up at Emperor Xia's realm and take him back, no? Even if a war were to break out, there still needed to be a balance. Renhuangs would have attacked easily. If they were to kill people below the Renhuang plain, it would be tantamount to genocide. No one else would be able to fight the Renhuangs. Emperor Xia claimed that even if a war were to break out, the imperial advisor was still a representative of the Dali dynasty. If he were to interfere in the imperial advisor's execution through the use of force, it would anger Emperor Li. Futian knew that, which was why he advised the imperial advisor to consider settling in the Crimson Dragon realm. "Father," Xia Qingyuan called. The emperor turned to her. Shen then said, "We remained on the defensive in the battle at Crimson Dragon realm. We retaliated only after Li Yao and the others made a move against us. Li Yao was also leading the others to violate principles of the Battle of Empty Realm. Do you think that we took everything thrown at us lying down?" The emperor looked at them and, with a bitter smile, shook his head. He then said to Futian, "I shall take you to Emperor Li's realm, but I'm afraid that Emperor Li is already thinking about what to do with the imperial advisor as we speak. I can't guarantee the outcome of the matter. The fate of the imperial advisor and the imperial advisor's residence depends solely on them." "Thank you, your majesty," Futian bowed. Despite what Emperor Xia said, there was hope as long as he was willing to act on his own. Emperor Xia lifted his head and, in an instant, his will swept all over the place. The will of Renhuang was tremendously powerful, capable of shrouding vast areas within mere moments, enveloping the entire royal palace within. It continued to extend outwards, reaching extremely far places. The swordmaster of Lihan had just returned to Lihan heaven. He then looked up at the 33rd layer of heaven and said, "Your Majesty." A spectral face appeared in Lihan heaven, and it was none other than Emperor Xia's face. "I'm going to Dali for a bit. Would you mind joining me?" Emperor Xia asked. The swordmaster of Lihan nodded and answered, "Not at all." "We shall depart immediately," the emperor said. There were also several other mighty figures there aside from the swordmaster of Lihan, who received Emperor Xia's orders. They took to the air right away. A gale swept through Emperor Xia's palace, and will of Renhuang swept all over the place, taking many within. Futian was also in that storm. His silhouette vanished from the palace at that moment. Not even he knew where he was going. Xia Qingyuan stayed where she was. She stood as she watched the people in front of her vanish. Emperor Xia, Futian, and the great shaman had disappeared, taken away by her father. Countless people in the royal palace looked up at the palace in the 9th layer of heaven. All of them sensed the raging might, and they wondered where Emperor Xia was heading. Xiaorong was also in the royal palace. He initially intended to see his father, but he quickly noticed the changing clouds in the sky. He was somewhat shocked but knew that Futian had gone along with Xia Qingyuan to see his father. Is father heading to the Dali dynasty now? He wondered. When Futian and the others returned to Emperor Xia's palace, the mighty ones from Dali who had gone to the Crimson Dragon realm returned to the Dali dynasty. News swept throughout Dali Imperial City. The imperial advisor had betrayed Dali, aiding those from Emperor Xia's realm who were responsible for Li Yao's death and letting them escape. The news was earth-shattering, causing a huge commotion throughout the city. Everyone sensed that a terrifying storm was coming. No one had completely forgotten what had happened when the imperial advisor had let Futian of Emperor Xia's realm escape. That caused quite a bit of noise in Dali, and the Prince Regent dealt with it personally. Now, another incident of such magnitude happened again, and everyone wondered what consequences awaited. Furthermore, some high-level figures had long known of Li Yao's death, and the news came from Emperor Li's palace. However, no one knew exactly what had happened just yet. As the news of the imperial advisor's treason spread, one could imagine the intense commotion it caused. All of Dali Imperial City became shrouded in a stifling atmosphere. The imperial advisor of Dali had been a top-notch figure who had served one and reigned above all in the Dali dynasty. Nan Zhai caught wind of the news in the imperial advisor's residence, and he finally understood why the place was being watched. Something had happened. After all, Li Yao had been killed in Crimson Dragon Realm. His teacher had gone there to take charge of the battle, and so his teacher naturally was responsible for Li Yao's death. But just how did Li Yao die? And how did such news spread? Things in the royal palace were dreadful. A thundercloud seemed to have shrouded everyone's heads. The imperial advisor was someone with great influence in the royal palace, even affecting the supreme being he served. It was said that he sold out his nation, so one could imagine what was going through the mind of that supreme being. A group of mighty ones stepped into Dali Imperial City. The imperial advisor, the prince regent, Li Zhan, the third prince, Chao Kong, the demonic leader, and many other top-notch figures were there. They had traveled straight for the royal palace at blitzing speeds above Emperor Li's realm. The imperial advisor was surrounded, at his flanks, by the prince regent, Chao Kong, and all the others. They looked extremely cold. Regardless of how encompassing and tolerant the imperial advisor had acted, a testament of his breadth of character, Futian was nonetheless seen as an enemy of Dali. Murderous intent was vaguely in the prince regent's eyes, even as he deemed the imperial advisor's actions as a death wish. In the past, he had waited for the imperial advisor to make a mistake so that he could ask the advisor to step down from the center of power. It would enable the prince regent to reclaim his powers and retake the glory that belonged to the royal members of Dali. He never thought of killing the imperial advisor, though. Not even Emperor Li would do anything against the imperial advisor unless he had committed some grave, utterly unforgivable crime. However, the imperial advisor had indeed committed a grave, utterly unforgivable crime. It was more than just the death of Li Yao. If the prince were to die in battle, the imperial advisor might have only needed to shoulder some responsibility for it. The case was worse because despite being the imperial advisor of Dali, he did nothing after Li Yao died. He had gone so far as to spare Futian, the man who Dali wanted to capture, the man responsible for causing Li Yao's death. What he did amounted to treason. Imperial advisor, the prince regent called after seeing him stop. Yin Yuan, get back to the house with everyone else, the imperial advisor said to Yin Yuan and those around him. The prince regent frowned and said, best head to see his majesty first. The imperial advisor shot a plain glance at him and continued, I'm the only one responsible for the offense. I would go with you all to his majesty to stand trial. It has nothing to do with my students. The prince regent wanted to insist, but he did not say much more after seeing the imperial advisor's cold expression. After you, then. If Yin Yuan and the others were to leave with the imperial advisor, they would have nowhere to go. They would likely get pinned down in Dali Imperial City. Yin Yuan stopped and looked to where his teacher headed. Mu Chunyang and the others were at his side, as well. None of them followed their teacher, although they wanted very much to do so. Let's head back, Yin Yuan said. He knew his teacher's intentions and remembered what his teacher had said to him. Look after Fei Xue. Even if something were to happen to their teacher, all of them still had their missions to accomplish. As such, they did not head to the royal palace with the imperial advisor. Countless witnesses looked up at Emperor Li's path, seeing the imperial advisor and the others streaking by. They were reluctant to believe that the imperial advisor had betrayed Dali. It seemed impossible. If the imperial advisor had intended to betray Dali, he wouldn't have needed to wait until now. Furthermore, the imperial advisor had no reason to betray Dali. Those who had immense respect for the imperial advisor had a hard time believing any of the accusations. However, all of them felt extreme anxiety seeing the looks of the ones traveling above. Many had even headed to and gathered around the royal palace, wanting to receive first-hand news, to see what would happen from that point on in the royal palace. The royal palace was already a sight. The atmosphere both in and around it was stifling. The imperial advisor looked at the majestic palace buildings and sighed deeply. He was trained in the deed of thorough comprehension, enabling him to see things that a lot of people were unable to see. It was all very mystical. He knew that the trip would not be a smooth one, that it would affect the fate of Dali. However, some matters were set in stone, and even if one were able to foresee them, it did not mean that one could simply change those matters as they wished. The group walked towards the royal palace with especially heavy steps. The atmosphere throughout the entire royal palace seemed unusually severe, and a lot of people were around. They walked towards the tall, majestic, grand hall in the royal palace one step at a time. Many mighty ones were around. Even members of the royal family were present. A figure was seen standing above the steps of that hall. He looked supreme and undeniable simply by standing and looking on those below him. That figure was none other than Emperor Li. The Prince Regent and the others arrived. The Prince Regent took Li Yao's body from the person behind him. He carried Li Yao, walked to the steps, and then knelt on the floor, putting Li Yao down. "I have failed, Your Majesty. Please see to my punishment," the Prince Regent said, and his voice was heard throughout the air. Everyone claimed that it was the imperial advisor who had committed treason and was to blame. But then again, those high-level figures had also some responsibility for the death of His Majesty's son. The Prince Regent would not have been foolish enough to attack the imperial advisor. He apologized for his mistakes before anything else. "I, too, have failed you, father." Li Zhan, the third prince, knelt on the ground, lowering his head and not daring to look at Emperor Li. Emperor Li stood at the top of the steps and looked at Li Yao's dead body. He then stepped forward and began walking down. He walked very slowly, and everyone focused on each step. Many knelt and silently prostrated themselves on the ground. Emperor Li did not have the highest regard for Li Yao. Nonetheless, he was of the emperor's bloodline and his biological offspring. One could only imagine the implications of His Majesty's son dying out there. Even if the emperor were to punish all of them, it would still have been reasonable. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Emperor Li walked down the steps of the palace and came before Li Yao, looking in an emotionless manner at his son who was lying there quietly. Emperor Li walked down the steps of the palace and came before Li Yao, looking in an emotionless manner at his son who was lying there quietly. No one could tell by the expression on the emperor's face what he was thinking. However, everyone sensed an extremely stifling aura. If the emperor unleashed his might, that aura alone would have prevented anyone from standing straight. The royal palace was dead silent. Such extreme silence spoke of extreme dread. The imperial advisor looked at Emperor Li and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, it is my fault that His Highness perished. Please see to my punishment." He lowered his head and did not defend himself. The evidence lay right before him, and any argument would have been pointless. He had already decided in Qinya City of the Crimson Dragon Realm that he would shoulder the blame, taking whatever punishments were dealt. The emperor continued to look at Li Yao, his head lowered as if he had not heard anything the imperial advisor said. The wind blew, and everyone in the palace felt a chill as if the place were very cold. Emperor Li finally moved. He lifted his head slowly, looked at the Prince Regent, and then at Li Zhan before he looked at the others. His eyes eventually rested on the imperial advisor. "Imperial advisor, have I ever been unkind to you?" Emperor Li asked. The Prince Regent knew what was going to happen upon hearing the emperor's words. The era that belonged to the imperial advisor was over. The imperial advisor could have made many mistakes, but the one that he had just committed was one that no man who stood at the pinnacle of power would ever understand. He had committed treason. He may have needed only to kill Yi Futian, or at least fought him in a frenzy for a while, and His Majesty would have forgiven him regardless of the outcome of the fight. However, he did nothing. "I have indeed failed to meet your expectations despite all that you have done for me, Your Majesty," continued the imperial advisor as he bowed. "Why did you choose to betray Dali for a single person?" Emperor Li asked. The emperor knew what had transpired, and he knew that the imperial advisor had done what he had done for one person, Yi Futian. That young man had once infiltrated Dali as the seventh swordsman. He was unable to understand why the imperial advisor disregarded it and insisted on sending Futian, a sage at the time, away. And now, Li Yao, a prince, had been killed, and he still refused to make a move against Futian. The emperor knew what it meant, and yet the imperial advisor made such a choice all the same. He was unable to understand. The emperor had sent the imperial advisor to the Crimson Dragon realm hoping that the imperial advisor would have been able to make a choice. And here was the outcome of the emperor's efforts. I was aware of your expectations, your majesty. However, there were other matters that I was aware of, and yet unable to bring myself to do what you expected. I had no intention of betraying the Dali dynasty, but that was the way things turned out to be, nonetheless. I have no intention of speaking for myself, but Yin Yuan even suffered severe damage to protect the ninth prince. I hope you would be able to forgive him and allow all of them to choose their own paths. I do hereby swear that they would not hold any grudges against Dali. The imperial advisor bowed and knelt saying, I am willing to be sentenced to death to atone for my crimes. The entire royal palace was moved. The most supreme figure under the emperor of the Dali dynasty asked to be sentenced to death. He intended to shoulder all crimes on his own. He did not argue, nor did he try to weasel out of his predicament. Emperor Li then looked at the imperial advisor with intense disappointment in his eyes. He then said, Imperial advisor, you should understand that this is not what I wish to see. The imperial advisor kept his hands flat on the ground and said nothing. He knew what the emperor would have wanted and knew what he should have done to survive. However, he did not do so because then he would no longer be who he was. He would have never spared Futian in the Crimson Dragon realm in the first place. Imperial advisor, shouldn't you be asking for mercy, that I absolve you of your crimes instead? The emperor saw that the imperial advisor was unmoved, and his eyes looked increasingly imposing and stern. An even more terrifying aura washed all over the heads of everyone. The prince regent lay prostrated on the ground and felt extremely shaken. He was jealous of the imperial advisor. He knew what the emperor meant between the lines. The emperor remained reluctant to kill the imperial advisor. He wanted to give the imperial advisor a chance. However, the imperial advisor did not want a chance. The emperor was already dropping hints that if he was willing to ask for forgiveness, that the emperor would absolve him of his crimes. If he was willing to atone through his future merits, submit to and fight for Dali, and be willing to kill Futian in revenge for Li Yao, there would be a chance for him still. Emperor Li was willing to forgive and continue to use him. However, the imperial advisor did not do any of that. He had said that there were matters that he was aware of, and yet was unable to bring himself to do them. He deemed fighting for Dali and killing Futian off limits. Is he really making a death wish there? The prince regent was puzzled by what was going on in the imperial advisor's mind, and why he was so insistent. He jealously grew. The prince perished, the imperial advisor had done nothing, and still, the emperor was willing to give him another chance. The imperial advisor was perhaps the only person in all of Dali who would have been given such treatment. There definitely would not have been another. He knew that if their places had been switched and if he had done what the imperial advisor had done, the emperor might not have given him, even being the emperor's nephew, another chance. He knew that deep down. Seeing that the imperial advisor remained unmoved, the emperor's eyes showed intense disappointment yet again. It was more than just his betrayal at the Crimson Dragon realm. It was that the imperial advisor no longer intended to serve him. Prince Regent, take Li Yao and do what you have to with him, Emperor Li said. Yes, your majesty, the Prince Regent answered and nodded before taking Li Yao's body away. He knew that Emperor Li had made a decision. If the imperial advisor was making a death wish and was unwilling to save himself, no one could save him. Emperor Li was willing to give him a chance, and yet he simply threw that chance away. The emperor then turned around and walked up the steps. Standing on top, he gazed at the people below. His eyes eventually rested on the imperial advisor. Imperial advisor, I would be willing to forgive you for any mistakes, but you shouldn't have let me down in such a manner. The emperor kept looking at the imperial advisor as he slowly said, the imperial advisor has betrayed the Dali dynasty. I shall spare his life because of all he has done for Dali throughout the years, allowing him to be rid of his training by his own hands and be incarcerated. The emperor was not speaking loudly, but his will shrouded the entire Dali imperial city nonetheless. His voice was heard throughout the city. In that instant, countless people in Dali imperial city felt a shock within and were extremely overwhelmed. Everyone had been paying attention to this case of the imperial advisor betraying his nation. Then Emperor Li declared that the imperial advisor had committed treason. Those who were reluctant to believe that felt as if something in them died. The imperial advisor had indeed betrayed Dali, they wondered. They felt their hearts bleeding and a sense of dread deep down, especially those who had practically worshipped the imperial advisor. Countless members of the younger generations looked up to the imperial advisor, seeing him as a role model. Success like his was a goal they trained diligently for throughout the years. The emperor's voice felt like the sky crashing onto their heads. The sky that lived vividly in their minds was no more. The imperial advisor helped build the Dali dynasty to what it was on that day, but now he was sentenced to give up his training and be imprisoned. At that moment, many in the Dali Academy looked up to the sky, and some knelt on the ground, saying, "Please pardon the imperial advisor, Your Majesty." The sounds of so many people kowtowing on the ground emanated ceaselessly from the Dali Academy. They were heard saying loudly, "Please pardon the imperial advisor, Your Majesty." That was not all. As they pleaded on behalf of the imperial advisor, the space right outside the royal palace turned black from the massive crowd kneeling. Many were astonished by what was happening. The imperial advisor was probably the only person in Dali who commanded such prestige. None of them could see Emperor Li, but they all knew that because the emperor's will had shrouded the entire city, he could hear their pleas. Yin Yuan, Fei Xue, and the others heard the emperor's voice in the imperial advisor's residence, and they, too, felt as if the sky had come down on them. No doubt, it was a shock like no other for everyone in the imperial advisor's residence. Fei Xue's face was ashen in an instant, devoid of any color. Her steps became erratic as she struggled to stand still. Yin Yuan held her still. Tears flowed from those blind eyes of hers. She bit her lip, keeping herself from crying. Father sentenced him to end his training and be imprisoned. Yin Yuan looked up. His eyes were red even though he had speculated that things would end up this way once his teacher had decided to take the blame for everything. The students of the imperial advisor's residence did not kneel nor plead. The emperor's voice was heard throughout the entire city, and they figured that pleading would be pointless. The emperor had made his decision, and there was no changing his mind. No one could easily change the mind of a Renhuang. The imperial advisor confessed voluntarily to his crimes and asked for a death sentence. I did not want to pardon him. However, given his contributions to the Dali dynasty, throughout the years, I have decided to appoint Li Zhen, the third prince, as King Zhen, and the daughter of the imperial advisor as Queen Zhen. The imperial advisor's residence shall remain as it is. The eldest student of the imperial advisor, Yin Yuan, shall be a candidate for imperial advisor, and he shall be appointed as the next chief of Dali Academy to continue to foster capable people for Dali. He shall take the position of imperial advisor when he becomes a holiness of nirvana. At that moment in Dali Imperial City, the minds of the people were shaken by the emperor's words. While the imperial advisor had betrayed Dali and was subsequently tried and imprisoned, his daughter became the queen. She was married to Li Zhen, the third prince who was the most extraordinary of the princes. If he succeeds his father in the future and rules over the nation, the imperial advisor's daughter shall reign over the nation with him. It was glory of the highest order. The imperial advisor's crimes did not harm those close to him. Instead, they had been rewarded. Even Yin Yuan, one of the imperial advisor's students, would be able to become the imperial advisor in the future. Such was the breadth of the emperor's grace. Is this the bearing of a Renhuang? In the royal palace, the prince regent's mind was extremely shaken, as well, impressed by what the emperor had done. It was not something that the prince regent would be capable of doing. He had speculated about what the emperor might do with the imperial advisor's residence, but he never expected something like this. Fei Xue was married to Li Zhen and would be given the title of queen. Li Zhen was the most highly regarded prince, and no one doubted the emperor's decision. People were impressed by the grace that he had shown. Furthermore, the students of the imperial advisor were all extraordinary people, and the emperor had chosen to continue valuing them instead of acting against them. He had even prepared Yin Yuan to take the imperial advisor's position in the future. With Fei Xue entering the palace as queen, Yin Yuan and the others would never act against the royal family. Furthermore, Yin Yuan would have the chance to keep the royal family members in check once he became a holiness of nirvana. Everyone was astonished by how the game was played. Their emperor was their emperor for good reasons. The imperial advisor looked up at the emperor. He knew that if he shouldered the blame, the emperor would not have vented frustration at the imperial advisor's residence for the time being. The emperor may have wanted to harm them, but the timing was inconvenient. Furthermore, all of his students had vibrant luck and destinies, unlike him. What happened was not something that he could have ever predicted, so he simply went with the flow. He never anticipated that things would turn out as such. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The emperor's move not only showed the magnificence of his imperial bearing and might, but also enabled him to use Fei Xue as a hostage. The emperor's move not only showed the magnificence of his imperial bearing and might, but also enabled him to use Fei Xue as a hostage. There was no way Fei Xue could have joined the palace's ranks and become a queen. The imperial advisor said to Emperor Li, "I thank you, Your Majesty, for pardoning the people of the imperial advisor's residence. However, Fei Xue is blind and her body is frail. I'm afraid that she would not be worthy of such an honor. As for Yin Yuan and the others, I'm afraid that they will have their reservations because of what happened to me. I ask you to allow them to choose their own path." Emperor Li lowered his head and looked at the imperial advisor with much disappointment. He was confident that he had been very good to the imperial advisor, but it seemed that the imperial advisor had never truly been willing to serve him wholeheartedly. The imperial advisor outright refused to serve him any further and even asked for his daughter and students to be pardoned. He hoped that none of his students would have to serve the emperor in the future. The people of the imperial advisor's residence are to come to the royal palace at once, Emperor Li said with a booming voice that was heard throughout Dali Imperial City, including the imperial advisor's residence. Yin Yuan, Fei Xue, and the others were at the residence and heard the emperor's decree. They were speechless. Emperor Li wanted to get rid of the imperial advisor, yet he had other plans for the rest of them. "We all are willing to leave Emperor Li's realm and never come back. We shall also never become enemies with Dali. Please let us be on our way," Yin Yuan said with a voice that was heard everywhere. Yin Yuan knew what his teacher's choice was, and he respected all that his teacher did for them. At present, he only wanted to finish what his teacher hoped for, take Fei Xue and leave that messy place of a nation. He did not think of going all out to save his teacher, nor did he bother pleading, as all of that would have been pointless. Yin Yuan, the first student of the imperial advisor of Dali, had indeed inherited everything from his teacher. "Prepare to welcome those from the imperial advisor's residence into the royal palace," ordered Emperor Li. Many mighty ones from the royal palace took to the air and headed for the imperial advisor's residence. They were going to bring Fei Xue and the others into the royal palace. However, Emperor Li frowned all of a sudden before looking up at the sky. Boundless might and pressure swept out, causing the people in the royal palace to tremble. It seemed as if a Ran Huang was shrouding the entire place. Emperor Li was angered. What is happening? He never showed such a severe, solemn side even when he was looking at Li Yao's body or dealing with the imperial advisor's treason. Clouds rolled in and a terrifying might from the heavens arrived. A single will shrouded the entire Dali imperial city and made people tremble as they looked to the sky with frightened expressions. Who is that? It was Ran Huang-level might and pressure, just like that of Emperor Li. Renhuangs from foreign imperial realms were coming to the imperial city of the Dali dynasty. It was no surprise why Emperor Li was in such an extreme mood. "Is there a need to force others to go against their own will, Emperor Li?" asked a voice from above that all within Dali imperial city could hear. They looked up to the sky and saw a group of descending gods. It was especially clear in the royal palace. A group had appeared in the sky, and the one taking the lead was a supreme Renhuang indeed. The hearts of the people raced as Emperor Xia arrived. "This is a matter for Dali. Since when did you, Emperor Xia, get to interfere?" Emperor Li said in a very calm tone, looking at the silhouette in the sky. The affairs of Dali are indeed none of my business, however. The Dali dynasty had provoked Emperor Xia's realm time and again. As such, I have brought some of the strongest figures to be found in our realm to spar against the pinnacle figures of Dali. I'd like to see how your training had been progressing, Emperor Li, Emperor Xia said, and a group of silhouettes descended from the sky to his side. Every one of them was at the pinnacle of Saint Plain. Among them was the great shaman, the swordmaster of Lihan, Lu Yu, and even the sacred general of Tian. All four holiness of Nirvana saints had arrived in Dali Imperial City with Emperor Xia. That was indeed an extremely powerful lineup. There was another figure standing quietly behind Emperor Xia's back, Futian. He turned his eyes to the imperial advisor below in the royal palace and felt pained deep down. When the imperial advisor decided to spare him that day, he had been ready to shoulder all of that. The imperial advisor rose and looked at the sky. A lot of thoughts were going through his mind. He never anticipated that Futian would get Emperor Xia to move there, bringing four pinnacle figures to Dali Imperial City. Emperor Li looked at the young man behind Emperor Xia. A member of the younger generation had not only moved the imperial advisor enough for him to commit treason by sparing him, but this young man affected the imperial advisor so much that he was even willing to be stripped of his honor and give his life to avoid killing him. That same young man had, at present, been able to get Emperor Xia to show up in the city. It seemed that Emperor Li had underestimated the young man who had disguised himself as the seventh swordsman and infiltrated Dali. Emperor Li had even thought of marrying a princess of Dali to Futian, to make the young man his son-in-law. If you would like to find that out, Emperor Xia, I shall indulge you. But first, I need to take care of some business in Dali, Emperor Li said plainly and turned his eyes to the imperial advisor. The imperial advisor knew what the emperor wanted of him. The emperor had declared his sentence. The imperial advisor was to give up his training and be incarcerated. Emperor Xia took one step, and the heavens shook at that moment as if they were about to crumble. The entire Dali Imperial City shook. Everyone was being overwhelmed with terrifying power. Emperor Li was able to feel that the most. Emperor Li's eyes were cold as he looked at the figures high in the air. The might of Ren Huang was unleashed and spread out with great force. One step was all it took to bring extreme, imposing pressure sweeping throughout the place and holding the heavens in place. Are you going to make me do it instead, Imperial Advisor? Emperor Li then looked down at the Imperial Advisor below, who was seemingly waiting for the Emperor to do it. The Imperial Advisor looked up at the Emperor. He knew that until he was either dead or crippled, the Emperor would not have let him off the hook. There was no way Emperor Li would have let him leave Dali Imperial City unscathed. There was a concern about him leaving and siding with Emperor Xia's realm. Emperor Li had made up his mind, and no one else was going to sway him, not even when Emperor Xia was right before his eyes. Boom! A frightening explosion was heard, and extreme, devastating powers filled the space around them. The aura surrounding the Imperial Advisor's body ran amok, as if there was only devastating power to be had. Teacher. Futian looked at the scene from high above the air and shook his head at the Imperial Advisor. I have been disloyal, and today, I shall be rid of my training to repay my debt of kindness and grace to you, Your Majesty, but please, let Yin Yuan and the others leave, the Imperial Advisor pleaded. Devastating power punched through his body as soon as he finished. That raging aura penetrated his body, terrorizing it as it went through. The Imperial Advisor spit blood, and his face was ashen. His aura weakened drastically, but he remained looking at Emperor Li in the sky. Emperor Li looked down with a cold expression. Even given his current predicament, the Imperial Advisor was still occupied with thoughts of his daughter, Feishue, leaving Dali with Yin Yuan and the others. Am I merely a tyrant who is simply out to eat them alive in his eyes? Emperor Xia looked down below and sighed deep down. The Imperial Advisor understood that if he did not make a move, then the Emperor would. There was no way he would have been spared. If he were to rid himself of his training, there would still be hope for the ones in the Imperial Advisor's residence. It was quite a shame that someone who had the opportunity to pass the trial and become a Runhuang was to fall in the royal palace of Dali on that very day. Please, Your Majesty, the Imperial Advisor continued. Yet another burst of immensely devastating power punched through his body. A frightening storm whipped up with him in the center but did not attack the others around him. It was simply crushing him from the inside. They could hear the sounds of his bones and meridian paths breaking, and red blood spilled out of the corner of his mouth. His supreme body remained standing tall and firm where he was. Even the indescribable anguish that he suffered at that moment did not cause him to flinch, and he remained adamant in seeing it all through. Sounds reverberated throughout the area and rumbled the eardrums of everyone around. Several people were on their knees outside of the royal palace, pleading for the emperor to spare the imperial advisor. Emperor Li's eyes turned even colder, and he looked below. The imperial advisor shall be granted special parole to attend the wedding of King Zhan, Emperor Li said, and took a step towards Emperor Xia in the air. Emperor Xia willed, and the sky changed. A boundlessly large lotus flower enveloped the space where he and Emperor Li were. Futian was gradually enveloped within, as well. He witnessed how the imperial advisor continued to be harmed, while he continued to suffer intense heartache from above. That figure who had been standing tall finally bent and slouched over. He was no longer able to stand firmly. His hair turned a lot more silver within a single instant, and he became very withered. Imprison the imperial advisor. A voice was heard from below. Futian was no longer able to see what was going on down there. He was dragged by Emperor Xia to where only Emperor Xia and Emperor Li were present, standing against each other. The imperial advisor was hauled to the prison in the royal palace of Dali. A group of mighty ones then began to make a move, heading towards the imperial advisor's residence. They were getting ready to welcome the people of the imperial advisor's residence into the royal palace. However, the four holiness of Nirvana from Emperor Xia's realm were right outside the royal palace. When the prince regent and the other mighty ones emerged, the great shaman stood in their way. Sword aura and demonic might burst in another direction. The swordmaster of Lihan struck at Chao Kong. More mighty ones emerged from the royal palace. King White, one of the four kings, emerged as well, and Lu Yu stood in his way. You all, get to the imperial advisor's residence, and get them to the royal palace, the prince regent said. Many mighty ones began to head straight for the imperial advisor's residence. Even after the imperial advisor begged, again and again, Emperor Li stuck to his decision to keep his students and daughter around. It was apparent that he still wanted the people of the imperial advisor's residence to remain in the realm. The sacred general of Tian headed towards the imperial advisor's residence. It wasn't long before they arrived. Yin Yuan and the others were at the imperial advisor's residence, and all of them sensed that the mighty ones were heading at them from all directions. The imperial advisor's residence had become the absolute center of the royal palace in an instant. Father! Tears streaked down Feishua's face. She felt worse than death at the moment. The imperial advisor's residence was not that far away from the royal palace. The overwhelming aura in the palace was felt all the way to the imperial advisor's residence. Feishua, let's go, Yin Yuan said, determined to leave Dali. His teacher was imprisoned, and Feishua's special constitution meant that there was no way she could have entered the royal palace, marry Li Zhen, and become a queen. The only option for them was to run. At present, with Emperor Xia holding Emperor Li back, and the four holiness of nirvanas that Emperor Xia brought holding back Dali's pinnacle figures, it was the right time for them to escape. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Yin Yuan and the others had yet to depart when an overwhelming aura shrouded the entire area. Many mighty ones came from all directions. Yin Yuan and the others had yet to depart when an overwhelming aura shrouded the entire area. Many mighty ones came from all directions. Yin Yuan took one look in the air and saw a group of them arriving. The one who took the lead emanated a terrifying aura. It was none other than King Tiandao, who held great power in the court of Dali. Yin Yuan's eyes sparkled with an intent to kill when he saw the person by King Tiandao's side. It was none other than Wang Zhong, another of the imperial advisor's students. Mu Chunyang and Nanzhai also looked at Wang Zhong and said nothing. Their teacher knew that Wang Zhong had always been hostile towards him, yet he nonetheless saw Wang Zhong as a student of his. Knowing that there might be a day when Wang Zhong could take his life, he remained unfazed. However, at present, the imperial advisor's residence was caught in a crisis. Wang Zhong had chosen to betray them and sided with King Tiandao. Since it had come to that, they no longer needed to consider past sentiments. From that moment, the two parties stood as enemies. Yin Yuan, His Majesty has given an order. Head to the royal palace with us, King Tiandao said condescendingly as he walked. The terrifying aura of a holiness of nirvana burst forth, weighing on Yin Yuan and the others. Yin Yuan looked at King Tiandao and said, I'm afraid I can't do that. His Majesty has been graceful enough to not punish the people of the Imperial Advisor's residence and to make the Imperial Advisor's daughter a queen. He also made you a future Imperial Advisor. However, you choose to resist orders and caused Emperor Xia to come here. It would seem that the Imperial Advisor's residence has indeed betrayed Dali. King Tiandao said coldly as his eyes sparkled with murderous intent. He threw his palm forward and attacked. A boundlessly huge and heavy ring of light descended from the heavens, shrouding Yin Yuan and the others with intense, suppressing power. Under the huge light, the space was on the verge of being crushed. The force was unstoppable. The might of a holiness of nirvana was brought to bear within an instant. King Tiandao claimed that the ones from the Imperial Advisor's residence had committed treason, which meant that he was determined to destroy them. He was not Emperor Li and saw no need to give them any chances. Diagrams of the Great Path appeared before Yin Yuan, and their surroundings howled. He put up his hands and headed straight for the sky above, putting up a divine golden wall right above the Imperial Advisor's residence. The ring of light descended, clashing hard with the diagrams. Their surroundings rattled as the residence began to come apart, and a burst of devastating golden lightning lashed out. The entire Imperial Advisor's residence was reduced to dust in an instant. Mu Chunying flashed his blade and cut down the golden lightning, intercepting the attack above Feishue. King Tiandao was lauded as one capable of fighting on equal footing with the Imperial Advisor. While Emperor Li's elder brother was inferior to the Imperial Advisor in many ways, he was still nonetheless at the pinnacle of the Dali dynasty. There was no doubt about the ferocity of his powers. He walked in the sky. The ring of light of the Great Path turned into waves of golden light and swept downwards. Yin Yuan grunted as the pressure of the Great Path weighed on him. Boundless golden lightning had torn the place apart, and the diagrams of the Great Path were on the verge of crumbling. Mu Chunying and the others were ready to get on their knees. Yin Yuan, stop resisting, and take your orders from the royal palace, King Tiandao advised him. His presence was overwhelming, and everyone, even those far away from the Imperial Advisor's residence, was shaken. Yin Yuan looked up at the sky. He had been injured during the Battle of Empty Realm, and he was at his wits' end on how to fight King Tiandao, who was a pinnacle figure in the Dali dynasty. His eyes were wild and his robe billowed. The 5 elements and dualities of the Great Path appeared around him. He lifted his hands to clap on the diagrams of the Great Path again, resisting the force coming from above. The Imperial Advisor gave up his training, confessed, and will be incarcerated. Are you having a death wish now, Yin Yuan? King Tiandao said coldly, after seeing that he was still resisting. Mighty ones gathered around them, surrounding the entire Imperial Advisor's residence and leaving them with no chance of escape. Yin Yuan's eyes turned red as he thought about all that his teacher had sacrificed. Since his teacher no longer had any intentions of serving Emperor Li, there was no way the Emperor would have simply let him leave, not even when Emperor Xia showed up. If Emperor Li was insistent on them staying, then not even Emperor Xia would be able to stop him. As such, he had agreed to end his training and pleaded with Emperor Li to spare the ones at the Imperial Advisor's residence. Even if that was futile, at the very least it showed that he was sincere in his confession to placate Emperor Li. Furthermore, if Emperor Li still insisted on having them all stay, he would have nonetheless been affected by the Imperial Advisor's actions. Even after pleading for mercy in such a manner, he could not convince Emperor Li to spare the ones from the Imperial Advisor's residence. However, he was no longer able to fight against them and delegated that to his subordinates instead. Because of that, and because of the mighty ones that Emperor Xia brought here to keep things in check, they seized the chance to escape. They all knew that Feishua's condition would not have permitted her to be a part of the royal palace. As such, they had to resist one way or another. They simply had to leave. Our teacher had not done any wrong against Dali, Yin Yuan said to King Tiandao, who was bearing down on them from above. Bursts of golden lightning lashed out at Yin Yuan in an attempt to kill him. Yin Yuan's body was rumbling. Boundless runes circled him. Qian, Kuan, Kan, Li, and many other ancient symbols hovered in the air then melded with the great path. What do you mean doing no wrong? King Tiandao berated coldly. Raging aura lashed out on Yin Yuan's body, making him feel like he was going to come apart, and even his powers of the great path were about to crumble. His conscience was clean, and he was able to stand proud, facing the heavens and the earth. Yin Yuan continued saying loudly. His body felt as if it was about to explode. Blood splattered on his clothes, and his aura weakened at breakneck speed. Humph! King Tiandao snorted and coldly said, I see that you still dare to resist. Do you have a death wish? Feishue was able to sense everything that was happening below. Despair was written on her face as she turned toward the battlefield and called out, Eldest brother. He is fine. Nanjai looked above and, while Yin Yuan was severely injured, the diagrams of the great path and the ancient symbols surrounding him turned even brighter, transforming into a diagram of yin and yang of the great path. It spun chaotically and became increasingly bright, resisting the pressure from above. At that moment, boundless light from the diagram of the great path seeped into Yin Yuan's weakening body, making him seem like a furnace of the great path, fusing the power of the heavens and the earth. His aura, which had been weakening, rose in a frenzy, breaking his limit within an instant, and he became even more powerful than when he was at his peak. Furthermore, his powers continued to increase, and the boundlessly terrifying diagram of the great path extended far and wide, blocking out the sky. King Tiandao frowned and looked at Yin Yuan below. His pupils dilated, and a flash of cold, murderous intent was seen in his eyes. That was Yin Yuan breaking into the next and final level of the Saint Plane, becoming a holiness of nirvana. As heaven's movement is ever vigorous, so must a wise man ceaselessly strive. I can't just roll over and die, Yin Yuan said. His finger pointed to the diagram of the great path. Golden, giant swords shot up to the heavens right at King Tiandao, who was stepping on the ring of light above. The space exploded in that instant, and incredibly brilliant, harrowing rings of light swept in all directions. King Tiandao's body was sent flying higher. Those who watched the battle from afar avoided the aftershocks, and their hearts raced as they saw the great path's ring of light sweeping the sky. They then saw King Tiandao standing tall in the air. Someone as powerful as King Tiandao had been thrown behind. Yin Yuan, the imperial advisor's eldest student, made a breakthrough and became a holiness of nirvana. It hadn't been long since Emperor Li had said that if Yin Yuan were to become a holiness of nirvana, then he would be eligible to become the imperial advisor. It didn't take long for him to make a breakthrough and become a holiness of nirvana. He could take the imperial advisor's place and reign supreme in Dali if he was willing. However, it was apparent that Yin Yuan did not have such thoughts. Power was but fleeting clouds to him, and he had no intention of staying behind. When Dali had been united and the imperial advisor, King Tiandao, the prince regent, and other high-level figures took charge, it became glorious and prosperous. Yet there were also many lurking perils. If it had not been for those lurking perils, they would not have sent his teacher to the battlefield at the Crimson Dragon Realm, and his betrayal would have never happened. Solid dikes could collapse because of ant holes. Lurking perils, when not dealt with in time, could have caused earth-shattering changes when fully manifested, which was what happened on this day. However, some things were unavoidable, and no one could do anything about it. They could only watch them unfold. His teacher had not been able to change what had happened in the past. At that moment, however, Yin Yuan wanted to take fate into his own hands. King Tiandao looked at Yin Yuan, whose aura became increasingly overwhelming and still growing. He had unleashed the pressure of pinnacle levels. King Tiandao did not expect that Yin Yuan would have a breakthrough with a single step. Students taught by the imperial advisor had already been able to get into nirvana levels. But then again, Despite having broken into the final plane, Yin Yuan was nonetheless a new holiness of nirvana and was deemed incapable of fighting King Tiandao on equal footing. King Tiandao began to take a step down. However, he halted before he could complete his step that looked far away. Terrifying currents washed over them and howled. A figure streaked through the air and arrived right before him. A huge palm struck from above, shrouding the place as it headed for King Tiandao. King Tiandao turned around, and his extremely sharp aura burst. His hands streaked through the air and looked even more terrifying than blades. His attack split the palm open and the sky rumbled. King Tiandao, you have been provoking us for years. If you want to fight so badly, I shall fight you in earnest on this very day. This imposing voice was heard loud and clear. The sacred general of Tian had arrived and was stepping towards King Tiandao. Every step was extremely heavy, bearing on the sky around them. Since when did affairs of the Dali dynasty become something you could directly interfere in? Asked King Tiandao as he looked at the sacred general of Tian. His body burst with overwhelming might of equal magnitude. Interfering with Dali's business? The sacred general then jabbed at him sarcastically, saying, I'm not interested in that in the slightest. However, since you people have been trying to stir up trouble and had even acted against the princess of Emperor Xia's realm and the others in the Crimson Dragon realm, showing that you were up to no good, I have come with Emperor Xia to see what you're made of. He attacked as soon as he finished talking. King Tiandao frowned. With Yin Yuan's breakthrough, no one else could stop this holiness of nirvana even if he were held back by the sacred general of Tian. He took one look at the sky. Both Emperor Li and Emperor Xia were nowhere to be seen. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The sacred general of Tian and King Tiandao fought all out right there and then. King Tiandao was from the king of Dali's military, known as the leader of the Four Kings. He commanded the military forces of the West. The sacred general of Tian and King Tiandao fought all out right there and then. King Tiandao was from the king of Dali's military, known as the leader of the Four Kings. He commanded the military forces of the West. The sacred general of Tian was the commander of the first army of the Eight of Emperor Xia's realm. Both men were people of extreme, overbearing might. The battle fought between them shook the heavens. It seemed as if the sky would be brought down when they fought. Yin Yuan looked at them both fight above and knew that the sacred general of Tian intended to hold that pinnacle figure behind for their sake. Second brother, take care of Fei Xue. Yin Yuan turned around and looked at Nanzhai, who nodded. Yin Yuan was seen stepping out and headed far away. Mu Chunyang held his sacred blade and followed right behind. One was a holiness of nirvana who had just made a breakthrough, while the other was an unblemished saint. Both of them burst with extremely overbearing might. However, there was already an army of saints surrounding them, effectively blockading the space they were in. An 8 trigrams heaven-locking diagram appeared in the sky. Golden chains of the 8 trigrams sealed the space away, and crashing noises were heard. The chains streaked through the sky and headed towards Yin Yuan and the others. Boom, boom, boom. Yin Yuan's body felt like it had been chained up by countless chains in an instant. However, extremely dazzling diagrams of the Great Path dazzled around his body. He, who had become a holiness of nirvana, dazzled incredibly. He grabbed onto the chains of the Great Path, and devastating power was unleashed from his body, wrecking the boundless chains. He stepped into the air and headed towards the 8 trigrams diagram, thinking if he should take his opponent using matrices imparted to me by his teacher. He pointed towards heaven, and his body streaked down below the 8 trigrams diagram like a bolt of lightning, pointing to the diagram right above him. His finger pointed to the diagram that had blockaded the place, and countless cracks were seen on it, spreading out in all directions. The fish of Yin and Yang seemed to be swimming before they crumbled shortly after. The matrix above him shattered, and many mighty ones' bodies were thrown behind right away. Many saints above burst with their respective might and headed for Yin Yuan and the others. Yin Yuan stepped out and scanned the crowd around him, saying, "My teacher once was the imperial advisor of Dali, and I'm a citizen of Dali. There are some among you people who had studied at Dali Academy before. I don't want to kill any of you. Make way." Doom. He took one step forward as soon as he finished. The air shook. Swords of the great path surrounded him and howled as if they would have burst through the air at any given moment. Many mighty ones sensed the brimming aura emanating from Yin Yuan, and they all thought of retreating right there and then. As Yin Yuan put it, they were all people of Dali, and some had studied in Dali Academy and received guidance and teaching from Yin Yuan himself. Many among them had been taught by the Imperial Advisor and had always been impressed by the Imperial Advisor. If it had not been for the circumstances, none of them would have wanted to see the Imperial Advisor have his training destroyed and be imprisoned. None of them would have wanted to kill Yin Yuan. The Imperial Advisor's residents committed treason and sided with Emperor Xia's realm. They are ready to leave with Emperor Xia. Kill them. King Tiandao, who was fighting with the sacred general of Tian in the sky, far away shouted. Some of the ones who had hesitated moved forward once again. But then again, there were many who stood behind and were unable to bring themselves to harm the people of the Imperial Advisor's residence. They knew very well that even though it was then a fact that the Imperial Advisor had refused to carry out His Majesty's order, the Imperial Advisor would have never been in bed with those from Emperor Xia's realm and betrayed Dali. The Imperial Advisor was a great figure, unlike any other, and he would have never had been such a dishonorable person. There were definitely not obvious reasons. Countless sighed at the situation. Many mighty ones attacked Yin Yuan at the same time. Yin Yuan looked up at the sky. The saints all appeared in his will. He stepped forward and had no more words to say. The bursts of devastating attacks were not only directed at him but also Feishue and the others, without any mercy. Struggle and reluctance were seen in Yin Yuan's eyes, which then quickly cleared as he looked at the faces before him. Everyone had their stances and decisions, especially when they had become saints. Since they had already made their choices, then they no longer needed to hesitate. The powerful burst of aura swept through his surroundings at the thought, shrouding the vast space. Many saints there were shrouded by a mystical will within an instant. They seemed to have seen a boundless huge diagram of the great path, which enveloped all of them. Countless ancient symbols hovered around, and their saintly will were all bound within. They intended to struggle, yet they found it difficult to shake it off. The dazzling boundless diagram seemed to have led them into a space of will, which was ethereal, and Yin Yuan was at the center of the diagram. He scanned those around him, and one ancient symbols after another shot out. Qian, Kuan, Kan, Li. Every single ancient symbol that emerged was infused with extremely formidable power. Slay them, Yin Yuan said, and within an instant, the symbols bombarded the minds of those around him. In the sky where they fought, there were saints whose wills were cut down right away by the sword will. Streaks of blood appeared at the center of their brows as their eyes were wide open, glaring at Yin Yuan below. There were also mighty ones whose wills were shattered right there and then, feeling as if their minds had rattled before losing consciousness altogether. Their bodies dropped to the ground. One saint after another perished in the sky within the same instant, dropping to the ground below. Many watched that scene unfold from far away and felt things were astonishing. All of those people were saints, and yet they were all killed within an instant. So this was the power of Yin Yuan, who had become a holiness of nirvana. Emperor Li had declared that the first student of the Imperial Advisor would be allowed to take the position of Imperial Advisor right there, and then, however, he wanted nothing more than to leave. Just what the hell happened between Dali and the Imperial Advisor's residence? Countless felt that to be a pity. One way or another, there was no longer an Imperial Advisor in Dali, and the Imperial Advisor's residence now ceased to be. That would have been a huge loss to Dali dynasty. The Emperor knew that as well, which was why he still wanted to give the Imperial Advisor a chance, which the Imperial Advisor threw away without hesitation. The Emperor intended to continue employing Yin Yuan and the others even after he had arrested the Imperial Advisor, which was why he wanted Feishue to be married into the royal palace as Li Zhen's wife and to be titled as queen. However, none of that managed to make them stay behind. The crack in their minds was something impossible to be repaired, and there was no turning back. Yin Yuan and the others from the Imperial Advisor's residence had only one way to go from then on out. At that moment, on another battlefield, a legion that King Tiandao had brought circled Yin Yuan and headed straight for Mu Chunyang and Nanzhai, attacking them. Judging from their formations, it looked as if they intended to break through Nanjai's defense and take Feishue. They all knew that if they were to take the Imperial Advisor's daughter, then the ones from the Imperial Advisor's residence would not have been able to leave, even if they wanted to. Mu Chunyang's blade was extremely ferocious, splitting the space before him open as soon as he swung it. His will of the blade seemed to have cleaved open everything before him. Several saints caught in the storm were quickly killed. However, there were also several extremely powerful saints around at the same time. They were all unblemished saints, and they have intercepted Mu Chunyang, isolating him from the battlefield of Nanjai, Luchuan, and Feishue. At that moment, an unblemished saint led many other saints heading to where Feishue and her two other brothers were, attempting to surround them, and the situation looked perilous. Nanjai was at the forefront while Feishue and Luchuan stood behind him. Nanjai's expression remained extremely calm even when facing such a situation, without the slightest hint of being fazed. Yin Yuan and Mu Chunyang were still fighting their own respective battles. The eldest student might have become a holiness of nirvana, but that is not to say that we would let him loose just because he wants to leave, an unblemished saint said and lifted his hands, grabbing at the space before him. A holy dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws right away, descending from above and wanting to take down Nanjai and the other two. That person's might was brimming, and he looked poised. It was apparent that he was a member of Dali royalty, making him one of those from the side of the royal members. That holy golden dragon circled above Nanjai's head, and its pressure was burning. It charged below after letting out a loud roar. Nanjai looked up at the sky plainly and waved his hands. A huge painting spread open in the sky, which showered the space around, and extremely holy pressure burst from it. The might was imbued with the will of the great path, as if he was wielding a piece of an extremely powerful divine implement. Countless dazzling diagrams within the painting lit up with brilliant light, and a boundlessly huge ancient tree burst, emerging with countless vines that lashed out above, blocking out the sky. The dragon dived and was instantly caught within the countless mass of vines in an instant, which was then devoured bit by bit. Many looked below in shock, seeing Nanjai standing above the ancient tree in the painting. Feishue and Luchuan stood behind him. All three of them seemed to have become characters within the painting, looking very mystical. What was even more shocking was that at the very moment Nanjai entered the painting, will of the great path of boundless strength burst from within. The painting continued to expand, and when Nanjai melded within the painting, his aura seemed to have melded with the painting and rose in a frenzy. He had broken through the bonds of saint of true self and became an unblemished saint. His powers continued to rise after becoming an unblemished saint, climbing to the pinnacle of his current plane. How could he be so powerful? Many looked at the scene in shock. Everyone in Dali knew that the strongest among the Imperial Advisor's students was Yin Yuan, while Nanjai, the second student, was unfettered and had a good mindset. He loved painting and jesting around, but his training had not been powerful. He was only a saint of true self. His powers were even inferior to his younger brother, Mu Chunyang. However, at that moment, none dared to claim that Nanjai was weaker than Mu Chunyang. His current power was of such magnitude that not even Yin Yuan before becoming a holiness of nirvana would have had such a brimming, formidable aura. The way of painting. Everyone was shaken and knew that they had underestimated Nanjai's powers. His training might have only been that of a saint of true self, yet his painting seemed even stronger. His powers spiked as soon as he entered the painting. That unblemished saint before stepped out with a cold expression and attacked with the saints around him, intending to tear down that ancient tree of vines. The painting continued to expand, so much so that it had blocked out the sky. Those saints quickly found that they seemed to have become people in the painting, entering Nanjai's work and becoming a part of his powers. Many knew that something was off and intended to run, but it was too late. Unraveling sounds were heard as the painting spread through the area, catching everyone within it. The vines of the ancient tree consumed the saints, while sword aura and many other killing powers burst from the painting. At that moment, it seemed as if Nanjai had not been the one surrounded. It seemed as if he was the one who had everyone else surrounded instead. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. A huge painting was seen high above the sky, embroiling many saints around within. Even unblemished saints were caught as well. A huge painting was seen high above the sky, embroiling many saints around within. Even unblemished saints were caught as well. That unblemished Saint Royal member attacked ferociously from within the painting, yet the painting itself nullified all of his attacks. The painting was infused with the power of the great path of the world. Celestial bodies were found within, and the heavens and the earth were in motion. Matrices were also found within the painting, which made it so that the painting had indeed been infused with the power of the great path. So, this is the life spirit of Nanjai? Countless looked up in the sky. They witnessed royal members being sucked into the painting bit by bit, and they felt very rattled within. They had the impression that Nanjai, the second student of the imperial advisor, was inferior to Mu Chunyang, the third student, and his presence had not been as strong. Even when Nanjai was giving lectures in Dali Academy, he looked carefree and unfettered. Everyone knew that he was very knowledgeable and had different concepts and views regarding training. However, no one knew that Nanjai's true powers were something of such formidable magnitude. He had made painting a way of manifesting his power of the great path. He had the world in his sleeves, which was manifested in his painting. In yet another battlefield at that moment, Yin Yuan continued to bring his might to bear and blaze the trail. He continued walking forward. No one had been able to stand in his way. Mu Chunyang followed closely behind. The huge painting that Nanjai conjured flew in the sky and took off far away. Any saints who were still standing in their way high above in the air were unable to help but make way, retreating to the sides. They all felt astonished and shaken deep down, not daring to face the students of the imperial advisor. It seemed that no one was able to stand in the way of the students, other than the likes of holiness of Nirvana. However, all holiness of Nirvana found in Dali Dynasty's imperial city had been kept busy by people brought by Emperor Xia. There was also some other holiness of Nirvanas to be found, but they were not in Dali imperial city. Many were astonished and thought that if the imperial advisor had not been dealt with, he would truly be at the very pinnacle of sainthood in all of Dali dynasty. However, he was incarcerated at the moment, which was a situation many found to be a pity. Yin Yuan and the others cut all who dared to stand in their way down and headed to the sky. Their silhouettes went further and further away from sight, seeming about to disappear before everyone's eyes. Everyone who saw that scene understood that the people of the imperial advisor's residence had truly made up their mind. They wanted to leave Dali dynasty. There was no longer an imperial advisor's residence in Dali from then on out. Yin Yuan and the others eventually disappeared without a trace as they continued to streak the sky. However, the holiness of Nirvana's battles in Dali Imperial City were still ongoing. Every single battle was an astonishing one and caused their surroundings to shake. Furthermore, the battles continued for quite some time. While there were stronger and weaker ones to be found, none were able to kill their opponents. Fighters from both sides were top-notch. While there were still differences to be had, yet said differences were not great enough to have any of them kill their opponents. For instance, it was obvious that the swordmaster of Lihan could overpower Cao Kong, yet Cao Kong was extremely resilient, continuing to fight despite suffering severe injuries. People of such levels had terrifyingly adamant will. Both Emperor Xia and Emperor Li were still nowhere to be found. It was thought that Emperor Xia intended to keep Emperor Li busy, giving a chance to those from the imperial advisor's residence. He told Yi Futian before that while he was willing to go to Dali dynasty, the fate of the ones from the imperial advisor's residence was eventually up to them, and that he was unable to do anything further. He couldn't take them away personally. After all, if he were actually to do that, then Emperor Li could have crashed into Emperor Xia's realm and taken them away all the same. As such, despite having brought people with him, Emperor Xia was still there to teach those from Emperor Li a lesson in name, for they had been provoking Emperor Xia's realm for far too long. Emperor Xia never mentioned those from the imperial advisor's residence, despite the fact they were the reasons why Emperor Xia showed up. The battles raged on and on. Both Emperor Xia and Emperor Li were seen yet again in Emperor Li's palace, emerging in the palace building they were before. Yi Futian was behind Emperor Xia. Emperor Li's expression turned rather cold after he scanned the city with his will. At the same time, Emperor Xia said instead, "Let's get back to Emperor Xia's realm." The great shaman and other holiness of nirvanas all retreated and left after the order was given, without any intention of fighting any further. Their opponents intended to pursue them, yet Emperor Li said, "Let them leave." Emperor Li, I know that you have wanted to test Emperor Li's realm strength for years, but if you are thinking of taking the Emperor Xia's realm for yourself, Dali is still far from being powerful enough to do so. I don't mind if you want to wage war against us. I shall be waiting back in Emperor Xia's palace, Emperor Xia said plainly. He took flight and waved his hand. The great shaman, the swordmaster of Lihan, and others came to his side and were preparing to leave. A flash of light was seen, and Emperor Xia brought his men away. Yi Futian, who was right behind him, took one look below as if wanting to find where the imperial advisor was. However, they disappeared within an instant, emerging in the sky elsewhere. The ones from the imperial advisor's residence are safe now, but the imperial advisor wanted a death sentence, trying to exchange the safety of his people with his own life. I assume that he understands that Emperor Li would have never let him go even if he wanted to. As such, he got rid of his training using his own hands and was willingly incarcerated, Emperor Xia said while looking at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was speechless deep down. He knew, too, that there was no way the imperial advisor could have escaped. However, with his teacher having destroyed his training and being incarcerated, Yi Futian hoped that his teacher was still alive. While that would have been difficult, there was still hope. The expression of Emperor Li, who was still in the royal palace, appeared rather glum and severe after they left. He did not pursue Yin Yuan and the others, slowly going somewhere else instead. The place was a golden prison, which was suppressed by the Great Path. The imperial advisor was imprisoned within. There was the light of chains within the prison of the Great Path, chaining him within. The imperial advisor had lost all of his brimming appearance from the past. His aura appeared weak. He looked unusually withered, far older than common old people. Your Majesty. The imperial advisor lifted his head. The color is his eyes were dim as he looked up at the emperor. The emperor looked at him as well, standing there quietly without saying anything. One figure after another arrived through the sky. It was King Tiandao, the Prince Regent, and the others. They all bowed and stood there quietly. The people of the imperial advisor's residence were able to escape the city in their watch, which meant that they were naturally responsible. 4 holiness of nirvana were lost in Dali within a single day. Emperor Li looked at the imperial advisor and continued, I'm still unable to understand why you would be willing to go to such lengths to let him go. I want the truth from you. The imperial advisor had been at the pinnacle of sainthood in Dali. After all, Yin Yuan had become a holiness of nirvana. Nan Zhai displayed supreme powers, and Mu Chunyang was extremely formidable as well. Both of them would soon become holiness of nirvanas themselves. As such, Emperor Li claimed that Dali had lost 4 holiness of nirvana within a single day. The emperor was still puzzled and wanted to ask the imperial advisor. He wanted an answer. The imperial advisor looked up at Emperor Li. A smile was seen in his murky eyes as he said, Your Majesty, I'm puzzled myself as well, but maybe there will be a day where you understand. Emperor took another look at the imperial advisor and then left. The Prince Regent and the others bowed and stood without saying anything. While they had been able to apprehend the imperial advisor on that day, but in actual fact, they had suffered a terrible loss. No one would have thought that Emperor Xia would have brought mighty ones and descended upon Dali Imperial City. After Emperor Li left, the Prince Regent took one look at the imperial advisor. He was just as puzzled as the emperor. Looking at the figure who had once been extraordinarily renowned and prestigious, the one who had been the number figure below the emperor of Dali dynasty, incarcerated within such a prison and looked little more than an old man on his deathbed, the Prince Regent was exasperated as well. Why, indeed? The Prince Regent said plainly and then turned around, leaving the place. Yi Futian had been waiting in Emperor Xia's palace ever since he returned with the emperor to the royal palace. Yin Yuan and the others finally showed up. Yin Yuan came and greeted Emperor Xia in the royal palace. Yi Futian looked at Yin Yuan and the others, who were standing right before him, and he felt a sense of guilt. His eyes then turned to Feishue afterward, and Feishue faced him as well. Feishue, I was the one who got teacher into this mess, Futian said. Feishue shook her head. She knew what had happened. His father had been the one who chose to walk that path. Futian did not choose to kill Li Yao after he had apprehended the prince. He was set up by Xiaorong, the prince of Emperor Xiao's realm. Futian had intended to let go of Li Yao. The enmity between them ran deep, and yet he wanted to spare the prince nonetheless, which meant that he had taken her father and the others into consideration. No one would have been able to anticipate what ensued following that. Futian, our teacher has made this decision, and he naturally has great expectations for you. I hope you won't let him down, Yin Yuan said. Futian nodded. He resolved to keep that in mind. Follow me. Xia Qingyuan appeared and said. Yin Yuan and the others followed her and came to the highest point of Emperor Xiao's palace. Emperor Xia was with them as well. I, Yin Yuan, have brought my brothers and sisters to express our gratitude to your majesty. Yin Yuan and the group bowed to Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia's appearance had no doubt saved them all. There was no way they would have been able to leave otherwise. I wasn't going to dally just for your sake, after all. There is no need to thank me. Emperor Xia said, what plans do you have from here on out? If you're willing to stay behind in Emperor Xia's realm, I shall see to it. Yin Yuan shook his head and said, we are extremely grateful for what you did, your majesty. However, our teacher had never truly betrayed Dali. If we were to stay behind in Emperor Xia's realm and train, it would have been akin to verifying our teacher's treason. I hope you understand, your majesty. Right. Emperor Xia nodded and asked, so what are your plans now? We intend to head to the Crimson Dragon realm. As such, we're here to ask for passage. There is no way the others and I will be able to repay your kindness for the time being. If there is anything you need of us in the future, I shall see the debt repaid. Yin Yuan said to Emperor Xia in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble, making his stance clear. He did so even if what happened with the imperial advisor was actually sparked by Xiaorong, the eldest prince. The imperial advisor is someone truly worthy of respect. I'm sure his students will be anything but disappointments in the future. I've been asked to make the trip by someone else, and there is no need for you all to repay me, Emperor Xia said. Yin Yuan and the others looked at Futian, and they naturally knew who did the asking. However, they were still somewhat surprised that Futian had been able to get Emperor Xia to make such a trip personally. Qingyuan, take them to the teleportation matrix, Emperor Xia said to Xia Qingyuan. While he admired Yin Yuan and the others, he saw no need to lean on them. The imperial advisor had stayed honorable throughout. Even if they were to enter Emperor Xia's realm right after their teacher was to be sentenced, no one would have had anything to say about it. However, all of them valued their teacher's reputation. At the very least, they were unable to bring themselves to truly make a traitor out of their teacher. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. In the palace, teleportation Grand Matrix area, in front of the Grand Matrix of space to the Crimson Dragon realm. In the palace, teleportation Grand Matrix area, in front of the Grand Matrix of space to the Crimson Dragon realm. Futian came to see Yin Yuan and the others off. Feishue stood next to Futian. She turned toward him and whispered, what happened to father was nothing that we wanted to see, and I hope you will not blame yourself. She could feel the guilt in Futian's heart. He must have been blaming himself all this time. Futian looked at the woman in front of him and thought that perhaps the person most in pain was Feishue. But at the moment, she was still trying to persuade herself. A smile appeared on his face, but it was mixed with some bitterness. He said, well, rest assured, I will adjust myself, and you take good care of yourself after you go to the Crimson Dragon realm with your senior brother. I will, Feishue nodded gently. Will you still go to Crimson Dragon realm? Well, maybe to Qinya City in Crimson Dragon realm, Futian responded. Well then, we will see you at the Crimson Dragon realm, Feishue whispered softly. She then walked toward the Grand Matrix of space with Yin Yuan and the others as they entered into the Matrix. Everyone, take care, Futian said to Yin Yuan and the others. You too, Yin Yuan nodded at Futian. The brilliant light shone, and the light beams pierced straight through the sky as if opening up a great path of space, and only for a moment. The bodies of these people disappeared directly from the matrix. Futian looked up at the sky. The channel was still bright with radiance. The energy required for such a realm-crossing matrix was unimaginable. The number of spirit stones of Great Path consumed by the launching of the Grand Matrix was an astrological figure each time, and only the top principalities could afford its cost. If one relied upon oneself to go to the Crimson Dragon realm, even the cultivators from the Nirvana plane would take a long time, so that was the reason why Yin Yuan came to borrow the passage. Of course, Yin Yuan was also thankful to Emperor Xia. After all, they could leave safely entirely on account of Emperor Xia. No matter what position the two parties were in, a favor was a favor. Xia Qingyuan stood next to Futian. Her eyes turned and fell on him. This must have touched Futian considerably. Are you going to the Crimson Dragon realm? Xia Qingyuan asked after a moment of silence. Futian nodded. I meant to use the way of the Crimson Dragon realm to gain a foothold in Crimson Dragon realm and then leave. It was pure chance that I thought about Dali and decided to take down Li Yao in Crimson Dragon realm, but I did not expect that the Imperial Advisor would be there. Everything that happened after, the princess is well aware of. Xia Qingyuan was the one person who knew everything that had happened. At the time, right before leaving, Futian had the bright idea of using the Crimson Dragon realm to get rid of Li Yao and set it all up in the Crimson Dragon realm. In reality, he had executed the plan and took down Li Yao. However, because the Imperial Advisor of Dali came also, he was pulled into it, thus created the situation today. But now, Futian must be disappointed. His intention to go away was completely expected. As I said last time, I will ask my father, the Emperor, to name you as the City Lord of Qinya City. You will be in charge of the city on behalf of Emperor Xia's realm. From then on, you will be in complete charge and not subject to anyone in Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyu said. She understood that it was inevitable for Futian to leave Emperor Xia's realm. Qinya City was regarded as their victory, and sending Futian to Qinya City as the city lord meant that he would be considered as a lord of the land. To name him as the city lord was not as fitting as saying that the city would be gifted to him, and they had to send cultivators there to assist with security. After all, Futian's strength was not yet enough to stand alone and defend a city. In the central area of Crimson Dragon Realm, many of the city lords were of the existence in Nirvana plane. A simple doctrine saint was not nearly the same. Many thanks to the princess. Futian nodded and did not refuse Xia Qingyuan's kindness. I'll return to the villa first, Futian said again. Xia Qingyuan nodded. I will see you off. And the two left together. Futian did not go to see Emperor Xia and request judgment regarding Xiaorong. Although Xiaorong hurt him this time, he was the crown prince of Emperor Xia's realm and the biological child of Emperor Xia. From the standpoint of Xiaorong, what was the problem of getting rid of someone powerful, such as the Imperial Advisor of Dali? Even though the means he used were underhanded, between the battle of two major Renhuang's realms, it honestly didn't mean much. Futian had no right to go to Emperor Xia and demand Xiaorong to be punished. He was the outsider, and to a certain extent, Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan had been extremely kind to him. Just because Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan treated him well did not mean that he could demand Emperor Xia to dispose of his own son on his account. Xiaorong was not Xiaosheng. Unless, one day, he had the ability himself to deal with Xiaorong, then there would be nothing else to discuss. He would do it himself. To ask Emperor Xia to handle the matter, what could be his reasoning? Of course, Futian would not form any opinion on Emperor Xia because of what Xiaorong did. Emperor Xia was Emperor Xia, and Xiaorong was Xiaorong, just like Xia Qingyuan was Xia Qingyuan. Everyone was an independent individual, even if they were a family. This was something that the Swordmaster of Lihan and the Imperial Advisor of Dali had both taught him by action. Of course, this principle could not apply to those who did evil. But for all this, he who had already entered the Saint Plane would make his judgment. After Futian left, Xia Qingyuan came to the place where Emperor Xia was. When Emperor Xia saw Xia Qingyuan arrive, he asked with a smile, "Are you here because of your brother?" "Father, does the last incident have anything to do with what happened this time?" Xia Qingyuan asked, What she was referring to was when Yi Futian's identity was exposed in Dali, in the event that happened at Crimson Dragon Realm. Last time, Xiaorong was not in the palace, Emperor Xia said, looking at Xiaqing. Xiaqing Yuan looked up at her father. She knew that her brother, Xiaorong, was often in the army, in charge of military affairs. Of course, absence does not mean that this matter has nothing to do with him. Maybe he did it, maybe your second brother, third brother. They are all possible suspects, Emperor Xia continued. But why didn't father ever inquire? Xiaqing Yuan asked. She understood that if her father had questioned these events, no matter how secretive they were, they would be able to find something. Will father not punish my brother this time? While at the Crimson Dragon Realm, Xiaorong wanted to hurt the imperial advisor of Dali. He did that by using Yi Futian's life as a bet, and there was a very high possibility that Yi Futian could have been killed. Dali dynasty incited the battle with us, and the conflict erupted in the Crimson Dragon Realm. Yi Futian took down Li Yao, but he wanted to release him because of the imperial advisor of Dali. What do you think of what he did? Asked Emperor Xia. Xia Qingyuan looked up at her father and was speechless for a moment. No matter how much respect the imperial advisor of Dali deserved, even if he is kind to Yi Futian, he was regarded as Yi Futian's master. But after all had been said and done, he was the imperial advisor of the enemy. For this battle, we mobilized inconsiderable power in Emperor Xia's realm, and several individuals in the Nirvana plane even went to the Crimson Dragon Realm in person as support. Although it was Yi Futian who took Li Yao down, and there was no issue with him seeing things from his angle, for your elder brother, as the Deputy General of Tian who accomplished all this, how could you accuse him? Emperor Xia continued. Xia Qingyuan listened quietly. She also wanted to hear what her father had to say. Whether it is your brother or Yi Futian, everyone is growing. They are all in the same plane. Whatever they want to fight for, I will not stop them, but they must be able to bear the price, even if it is fighting for the throne. Emperor Xia's voice seemed very calm. He said, many things that you have to do, I will support them. But in what way you want to accomplish these things solely depends on your ability, and you must consider the consequences. I heard that at the Crimson Dragon Realm, the imperial advisor sent Yi Futian a saying, gentlemen do not stand close to danger. He was right. Everything you do, you must consider its consequences and consider what kind of situation you will put yourself in. Today, I will not stop the secret jostling of power between them, nor will I punish your elder brother. In the future, if he has to pay for what he did one day, likewise, I will not stop that either. This is the path of your cultivation, and every cultivator will have to go through all of this in the path of growth, able to bear it all. Emperor Xia slowly said, you are the same, Qingyuan, and you are about to step into the same plane. Maybe, one day, you will fly on your own. I understand, Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly, then turned away without saying a word. Watching Xia Qingyuan's departing figure, Emperor Xia said nothing. This was their cultivation. All the storms, setbacks, and tribulations would work to build an era belonging to them. A few days later, clashes broke out between Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm in several places with spiritual resources. Subsequently, these conflicts continued to amplify and detonate. The two Runhuang realms kept battling on various major battlefields. King Tiandao and Sacred General of Tian led the armies to confront each other. These things quickly spread to the two realms, and soon, everyone knew that all this was caused by what happened in the Crimson Dragon Realm. Or rather, it was caused by the grievances between Yi Futian and Li Yao, the crown prince of Dali dynasty. Once upon a time, Li Yao killed Yi Futian's wife in the land of the Nine States, the lower world of Emperor Xia's realm. Now, Yi Futian took him down in Crimson Dragon Realm, which led to Li Yao's death. Of course, these border conflicts had not affected the central area of Emperor Xia's realm. Neither of the two realms had the idea of a full-scale border war. Otherwise, it would not just be limited to this scale. In Emperor Xia's palace, there was a declaration that Emperor Xia officially named Yi Futian as the city lord of Qinya City to guard Qinya City in the Crimson Dragon Realm for Emperor Xia's realm. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. For some time afterward, Yi Futian cultivated in retreat at the cottage villa. For some time afterward, Futian cultivated in retreat at the cottage villa. Not only him, but many at the villa had gained something during this trip, with several of them having broken into the Saint Plane. They needed to comprehend the way of the Saint Plane in earnest and integrate it into their strength. After Gu Donglu entered into the divine path, his whole person had gone through a great transformation. It was as if his life spirit had once again awoken, rendering his temperament even more remarkable. The same was also true of Yushang. He was born into the way, but his changes were more internal. Once in battle, his potential had completely erupted and was completely different from before. Many people in the Crimson Dragon realm had already experienced his battling method. After Yu Wuqian entered into the Saint Plane, he had endeavored to refine the Ranhuang sword will into his swordsmanship and was progressing little by little. After Huang Zhoge comprehended the swordsmanship, he had also begun to try to impact the realm of sainthood. Except for Glass Saint, she was still the same as before, unable to get out of the predicament she was in. This made it difficult for her to make progress in her cultivation. Even though she often cultivated with Yaya, she was still trapped by her own demons, as if she really wanted for nothing and felt nothing. A few months later, news came out of Emperor Xia's palace that the little princess Xia Qingyuan broke into the sainthood. This news soon spread throughout Emperor Xia's realm. The little princess was extraordinarily talented and very young. Among the many top characters in Emperor Xia's realm, she was the cultivator who entered into the divine path the fastest. Even compared to her several other brothers, none of them were younger than her when they entered the Saint Plane. Countless people lamented that perhaps in the future, little Princess Xia Qingyuan could match the achievements of Emperor Xia and enter the realm of Renhuang. Of course, this day was still too far away. Compared to this, the people of Emperor Xia's realm were more concerned about the marriage of the little princess. Looking at Emperor Xia's realm, who could be worthy of a peerless figure such as the little princess? And many had counted the many geniuses of Emperor Xia's realm. They found that in Emperor Xia's realm, the only person who was qualified to stand next to the little princess was still that person who could slay the saints while in the realm of sage. Princess Xia Qingyuan entered sainthood, and Emperor Xia hosted a feast in Emperor Xia's palace to celebrate, like a holy ceremony. Countless people felt the love that Emperor Xia had for the little princess. On this day, inside Emperor Xia's palace, many top principalities of Emperor Xia's realm gathered, along with those top figures whose fame was known throughout the world. Its scale was far grander than that of Old Man Zhao's birthday banquet. This was the celebration of Xia Qingyuan's sainthood. Perhaps there was a deeper meaning hidden behind Emperor Xia's action. Of course, no one knew exactly what Emperor Xia intended. On this day, almost all the top figures were there, including the peak existences such as the Swordmaster of Lihan, Lord of Xinyuan Palace, the Master of Jutian Temple, the Master of Tianji Pavilion, and the Valley Master of Divine Cloud Valley. At the banquet, Emperor Xia sat high upon his throne, with Queen Xiao and Xia Qingyuan on each side of him. The other princes were sitting below Xia Qingyuan. After all, this was a celebration for Xia Qingyuan. All the top figures had arrived, but at the banquet, Xia Qingyuan's look was calm, and she seemed uninterested. Her eyes sometimes looked far into the distance. Today's banquet was filled with many cultivators, but one person was missing. Many people had also noticed Xia Qingyuan's look, and these top figures understood. No one mentioned anything about the princess marriage at the banquet. It seemed that the crowning jewel in Emperor Xia's realm was now grown up, and her heart had already found its belonging. But that man was not there today. Perhaps it had something to do with what happened at the Crimson Dragon realm. Emperor Xia had already named him the Lord of Qianye City. Perhaps, soon, he would leave Emperor Xia's realm for Crimson Dragon realm. After that, it was very unlikely that he would return to Emperor Xia's realm in the future. After the banquet was over, Emperor Xia asked Swordmaster of Lihan, Lord of Xinyuan Palace, and other peak figures to stay so he could talk to them. No one knew what they talked about. Until not long after, people were able to faintly assume one thing, which shocked many in Emperor Xia's realm, and they continued to guess Emperor Xia's real motivation. When Emperor Xia's palace hosted the banquet, Futian was not in the upper world but went to the 9 states to take a few people to the upper world. A few days later, Futian and his party gathered at the cottage villa. Everyone from the lower worlds of 9 states was there. Yi Futian stood in front, holding the hand of a young girl. It was Little Grass, the daughter of the fourth senior brother, Shui Yi, and his wife, Yoshi. Linger stood on the other side and took Little Grass's other hand. Lulan Shui stood quietly behind them. Knife Saint, Gu Donglu, and Zhuge Mingyue were all there. Of course, Yi Wuchen, Huang Jiuge, Su Ke, and Yuan Zhang were also present. Yaya and Glass Saint stood quietly behind. Obviously, they were prepared to go on a long-distance trip. Otherwise, it would not involve everyone departing. Yi Futian levitated into the air and glanced behind him. They had stayed here for a few years. After leaving today, it would be unlikely that they would return often. Although the Red Dragon realm was chaotic and the strong preyed on the weak, in fact, it cohered more to the principle of survival of the fittest, where everything was more direct. Everything was based on power. More importantly, the Crimson Dragon realm was freer. As the primary realm of the Crimson Dragon region, no other Renhuang could interfere in the affairs of the Crimson Dragon realm. If one was strong enough, then one could create an empire of one's own. One that no one could shake, just like the city lords of yore. During this trip, he prepared to establish his foothold in the Crimson Dragon realm, and when everything was settled, he would embark to the more distant Supreme Path region. Yushang would also cultivate at the regional palace of the Crimson Dragon realm. "Let's go," Yi Futian said. Suddenly, this large group of people moved toward the distance. Soon, the cottage villa was emptied and seemed extraordinarily quiet. There were already many waiting in Emperor Xia's palace. When Yi Futian and his party arrived, they saw a group of people appearing in front of them, the head of which was Xiaqing. Obviously, Xiaqing Yuan was also preparing to leave Emperor Xia's palace and travel to Crimson Dragon realm. Aside from Xiaqing Yuan, Yi Futian also saw a lot of familiar faces. For example, the first person of Lihan Heaven, who once fought with him on the 33 layers of heaven, Wang Chuan. There were also Xinyuan Ao of Xinyuan Palace and Gong Sunzhong of Divine Cloud Valley. Yi Futian also saw the people from the 9 states, such as Bai Luli. After these people received the order from Xiaqing Yuan to go to the upper world, they were under the order of Xiaqing Yuan, and now they were planning on traveling with her. "Why are you here?" Behind Yi Futian, Luo Fan asked another person. Yi Futian looked over there and saw that next to Gong Sunzhong, Gong Sun and I and Gong Sun Xian were there, and Luo Fan was speaking to Gong Sun Xian. Clearly, he was surprised. "Why can't I be here?" Gong Sun Xian retorted. Luo Fan blinked and saw a pair of enchanting but slightly angry eyes, and he dared not look straight at them. Yi Futian watched with a smile on his face. Apparently, someone was able to trump the 5th senior brother. Luo Fan had always been cynical, but now it seemed that his status in the family would be jeopardized in the future. Yi Futian glanced at the people who were present and immediately understood that Emperor Xia had already talked to all the top forces. Many people from various forces had sent their youngsters to accompany them on the trip to the Crimson Dragon realm, but they should also be willing to go. After all, being able to travel long distances was a trial in itself. As for Emperor Xia's exact command, it was not something he could have known. However, to be able to see so many familiar faces had lifted his mood. Is the princess also prepared to stay in the Crimson Dragon realm for a long time? Yi Futian asked. In addition to those youngsters, each force had also dispatched some powerful saints to travel with them. Clearly, this was the result of the last banquet. This trip is for trials out there. You can rest assured that since my father, the emperor, named you the city lord of Qinya City, everyone will obey your orders in the city, including me, Xiaqing Yuan said to Yi Futian. "I would not dare," Yi Futian whispered softly, but seeing Xiaqing Yuan looking at him, he continued, "But thank you, your highness." Obviously, Emperor Xia did so because of what happened last time. He wanted to travel further, and so Emperor Xia deliberately arranged to secure the foundation of Qinya City. This was truly allowing him to become a lord of the empire. Qinya City was wholly entrusted to him. As for the result, it would solely be dependent on his ability. "Qing Yuan, when are we going?" At this moment, a voice was heard, and Yi Futian saw another group coming toward them. It was Yao Shi, who had also brought many people to go along with her. Xiaqing Yuan looked indifferent. She merely glanced at Yao Shi and ignored her question. "Young Master Yi, you've been well." Yao Shi was not bothered by Xia Qingyuan's treatment towards her and didn't get angry. She smiled at Futian. Yao Shi was clad in expensive clothing. She looked noble and holy, like a real noble princess, even more so than Xia Qingyuan. After all, Xia Qingyuan was still in man's clothing, casual and simple. Princess Yao Shi is also going to Qinya City, Futian said. Yes, Yao Shi said. I have always wanted to go out and see the world. Now that I have a chance, I will come along. Futian didn't say much. Yao Shi was now the princess of Emperor Xia's realm. Whatever she wanted to do was not something within his control. Let's go then, Futian said. Xia Qingyuan nodded, and the group set off immediately, moving towards the teleportation Grand Matrix. Gongsun Xian stepped forward, and without realizing it, approached Futian and his party, next to Luo Fan. Xinyuan Ao of Xinyuan Palace walked behind Yusheng. He asked him as he was walking, I heard that you decimated the geniuses of the Crimson Dragon Realm during the Battle of Crimson River, and will enter the regional palace at Crimson Dragon Realm to cultivate. As the descendant of Xinyuan clan, he certainly knew a little about the Crimson Dragon Realm. The ancient books in the family had also recorded what the regional palace was like, and many elders even knew about it. It was known as the first sacred place of cultivation in Crimson Dragon Realm. What is it? Yusheng said, looking at Xinyuan Ao. Xinyuan Ao also had a husky build. Standing next to Yusheng, he did not appear any less brawny. He looked at Yusheng and said, When we get to Crimson Dragon Realm, can I cultivate with you? Many people heard Xinyuan Ao's words and turned their heads back to look at him. This proud descendant of Xinyuan Palace showed no sign of proudness at this moment. This made many who knew Xinyuan Ao look rather strange. No. Yusheng spat. It was a resolute refusal. He continued to move forward, leaving a shocked crowd behind. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Crimson Dragon Realm, Qinya City. Crimson Dragon Realm, Qinya City. Futian and his party came forward in a mighty manner and descended directly into the City Lord's office of Qinya City. After that previous battle, the City Lord's office still seemed to be in ruins. The ruins were exceptionally quiet. An exhalation of breath seemed to be released from the dilapidated remains of the City Lord's office. Then Futian saw a figure rise up into the sky. It was the previous City Lord, Shan Tianzhan. Only Shan Tianzhan remained in the City Lord's office. Everyone else was gone. The City Lord has returned, Shan Tianzhan said to Futian. He'd known that Futian would come back sooner or later. This time, Futian seemed to have brought a lot of people with him. The princess of Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan, was among them as well. In addition, there were many cultivators from every plane, making the composition of the group even more complicated and mixed than it had been the last time. Elder, what is this? Futian asked, looking at the ruins. Since Shan Tianzhan had stayed to wait for him, it meant that he still recognized Futian as the City Lord of Qinya City. However, if that was the case, why had Shan Tianzhan not ordered for repairs of the City Lord's office? Moreover, why had everyone else disappeared? It seemed as if Shan Tianzhan was the only one left in this vast City Lord's office. After the battle a few months ago, the cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm both withdrew. Xiangnan saw that Qinya City was empty and wanted to take Qinya City for Emperor Xiang's realm. He ordered an attack to kill me. Not only me, but several principalities in Qinya City were also attacked by the people of Xiang City. Situ Zhong, the head of the Situ clan, was injured during these attacks. Many people lost their lives. I dismissed everyone from the City Lord's office to prevent them from being harmed, Shan Tianzhan said. When Futian heard what he said, his expression turned blank. In the past, during the battle between the two Renhuang realms, Xiangnan had wanted to take the opportunity to profit, wanting to gain all the advantages without participating in the war, to use threats to put a squeeze on their resources. He had given him some, but he'd been far from able to satisfy Xiangnan's appetite. On the day of the great battle, Xiangnan had brought people to threaten them. However, Xiaorong's iron-wrought determination had deterred Xiangnan. As soon as he'd made a move, he'd been caught up in the battle between the two Renhuang realms. The cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm would have killed him at any cost. Xiang Nan had not dared to make his move. Meanwhile, his followers had not been silly enough to interfere in the battle between the two Renhuang realms. But after the battle between the two Renhuang realms, they had returned to their respective lands. Xiang Nan had naturally anticipated that fightings would ensue within the two Renhuang realms, which would set off a storm, so he'd thought of attacking Qinya City. Emperor Xiang's realm already required a considerable number of cultivators to guard the one city they occupied. They could not spare too many others to be dispatched to the Crimson Dragon realm to guard the two cities for a prolonged period. Just like Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm, they did not have many who were of the Nirvana plane. They could not possibly dispatch them all to guard the Crimson Dragon realm. Therefore, it was more likely that Xiang Nan had wanted to vent the humiliation he'd suffered during the Battle of the Crimson River, during which he'd been scared by Xiaorong into not fighting, which had caused much of his indignation. As a result, he'd sent people to harass Shan Tianzhan, wanting him to submit and agree to defend Qinya City for Emperor Xiang's realm. However, Shan Tianzhan had resisted stubbornly, displeasing Xiang Nan considerably. Since Shan Tianzhan had been willing to surrender to Yi Futian but had refused to become an affiliate of Emperor Xiang's realm, one could imagine Xiang Nan's feelings about it. So, he'd repeatedly sent people to keep the city lord's office of Qinya City in a state of ruin. After Yi Futian learned what had happened, he said to Shan Tianzhan, "It's been hard for you. It's finally time to rebuild the city lord's office." Very well, Shan Tianzhan nodded. He had previously promised to stay on as the deputy city lord because of the defeat, though it had not been a sincere surrender. But what happened later had made him realize that maybe, by standing beside Yi Futian, he would see things differently. On the contrary, Xiang Nan, the prince of Emperor Xiang's realm, was resentful because of his defeat at Crimson River. He'd even gone so far as resorting to retaliation and extortion. His villainous acts were far worse than anything Yi Futian had ever done. Shan Tianzhan would loathe to even be in contact with such a person, much less follow and obey him. No matter what, he was on the Nirvana plane, the last realm of the divine path. Suddenly, a surging wind rose up. A group of people was seen walking in the air in the distant void. They stopped a ways off and looked at Yi Futian and the others. Likewise, Yi Futian and Shan Tianzhan looked at them. They heard the leader of the group say, "Shan Tianzhan, we had given you many opportunities, and His Royal Highness had been unceasingly benevolent. Our paths are different. We cannot work together," Shan Tianzhan said to the people in the void. Yi Futian turned and said to them, "Go back and tell Xiang Nan that if he wants Qinya City, send someone to come and fight me for it. If he dares not, then, by all means, stay quietly in Xiang City." The messenger stared at Yi Futian. After a while, he turned to leave, thinking that the people of Emperor Xia's realm had arrived too soon. What had happened in the past did not seem to have caused a division inside Emperor Xia's realm. On that day, Crown Prince Xiaorong, Xia Qingyuan, and Yi Futian had clearly been divided into two different camps. But now, Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan had returned together with reinforcements. This meant that Qinya City would most likely be entrusted to Yi Futian in the future. The people in Xiang City left, but Yi Futian's eyes still maintained their coldness. Xiang Nan had once again exercised his old trick of profiting from others' misfortunes. He had no conscience and was not afraid to show it. The news of Yi Futian's return and the return of all the top forces of Qinya City soon spread. Situ Yin and Situ Zhong had both arrived as well. "Elder, I know about Xiang Nan. I will settle the score with him on your behalf," Yi Futian said by way of greeting to Situ Zhong. "I am relieved to hear you say that, City Lord Yi," Situ Zhong responded. "I have also brought along some reinforcements to see if we can be of assistance." As he was speaking, Situ Zhong mobilized his people. Some of the top forces in Qinya City began working together to build the new City Lord's office. In the world of cultivators, the time spent building was extremely accelerated. In just a short time, a brand new City Lord's office rose from the ground. "Choose your place of cultivation," Yi Futian said as he walked toward the main hall of the City Lord's office. Xia Qingyuan chose a hall next to him. Yao Shi did the same, as if she was intentionally competing with her. The other cultivators all chose their places of cultivation in the new City Lord's office. Those who'd come from the top forces of Emperor Xia's realm each set up a camp and chose an area in which to reside. Yi Futian faced the people next to him and said, "Little butterfly, you should choose an area to be used as a medicinal pool and herb garden." Next to Little Butterfly was Saint Zhang's eldest disciple, Su Han. Not long ago when Yi Futian had taken the trip to the lower world, he hadn't only brought along his relatives. Saint Jiang had ordered Su Han, who had already entered the Saint Plane, to accompany him. The husband and wife, along with Little Butterfly, had followed Yi Futian and cultivated with him. In the days when the sacred war was being waged against the palace, Su Han had fully comprehended the way. Later, when he'd finally been able to enter the realm of the divine path by his own merit, Saint Jiang taught him everything he knew. The great teacher Su of today was no longer comparable to the one of the past. Furthermore, the resources of the Crimson Dragon realm were incomparable to those of the lower world of the 9 states. In the future, Su Han and Little Butterfly would need to collect better materials for treatments or medicinal baths. Yi Futian situated the people from the 9 states into one area. Yushang, Yi Qingxian, Wuchen and Lu Qinyu, Gu Donglu, the second senior sister, and the rest were staying in the main house with Yi Futian. After all the arrangements were made, Yi Futian went over to Yaya and said, "Yaya, come with me." Yaya nodded, walking away with Yi Futian and Black Wind Condor. In Peacock City of the Crimson Dragon Realm, Yi Futian found Kong Xian. Kong Xian was a little surprised by Yi Futian's arrival. She asked, "Are you looking for me?" "Yes." Yi Futian nodded. "There is a matter at hand that requires Princess Kong Xian's help." "What matter?" Kong Xian asked doubtfully. Beside her, Jialo Feng's eyes were extremely cold as he fixed his stare on Yi Futian. When he'd last been on the battlefield of Crimson River, his divine feathers had been plucked by Yushang. This demonic beast of mine has some gifts in cultivation, but he can't seem to enter the divine path. I'm not very familiar with the cultivation of the demonic realm and want to send this little condor to the Peacock Demon Emperor's realm to cultivate. Therefore, I've come to ask for your help," said Yi Futian. Even though Black Wind Condor already knew what Yi Futian wanted to do, when he heard those words, the Black Wind Condor couldn't help but turtle up his neck and shiver uncontrollably as he stole a glance at Kong Xian. It was a truly crazy idea that might cost the little condor his life. Even Kong Xian was stunned for a moment. Her cold and sharp eyes swept towards the Black Wind Condor. While they'd been at the empty realm, the Black Wind Condor had not spared her any humiliation. Those words echoed in her head to this day, "Kong Xian, come quickly to serve my lord." At the time, she could not wait to cut the Black Wind Condor into 1,000 pieces to quench the hatred in her heart. However, since she'd entered into sainthood, her state of mind had gone through some changes. Her hatred was not so strong anymore. That was why, when she'd first seen the Black Wind Condor, she had not immediately thrown a tantrum. She looked at Yi Futian coldly and said, "Yi Futian, do you know what you are asking? Have her take this Black Wind Condor to cultivate. This Black Wind Condor whose mouth spewed out nothing but garbage. Does this dumb beast qualify?" Jialo Feng asked mockingly. A sharp whistling sound came from the mouth of the Black Wind Condor. Suddenly, a great gust of wind whipped up. Its eyes glanced at Jialo Feng as its form morphed into a bolt of dark golden lightning and rushed toward him. The divine feathers of Jialo Feng glimmered brightly as the extremely sharp golden blades slashed towards them. The Black Wind Condor did not retreat. It turned into frightening lightning and thunder. Its wings extended, cutting through the void. Boom! With a loud sound, Jialo Feng's body was thrown backward. The Black Wind Condor returned to Yi Futian's side in a radiant arc and glanced scornfully at Jialo Feng. "The little condor possesses all the comprehension of my cultivation. It is very talented, but its entrance into the Saint Plane had been delayed. I don't know what should be done next, so I thought to send it to the Peacock Demon Emperor's realm," Yi Futian said. "I know that there were several offenses made in the past, but those are inevitable on the battlefield. We beg the princess's indulgence in these matters. I want to send Little Condor to the Demon Emperor's realm in the hopes of building a friendship, not a rivalry." Kong Xian looked at Yi Futian deeply, then nodded. "Very well." Seeing that Kong Xian had agreed, the Black Wind Condor took a secretive look at her beautiful face and shivered again. Little Condor was unlucky. It had barely escaped the hands of the she-devil, only to face yet another danger. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Yi Futian revealed a smile. Since Kong Xian had agreed, she must be willing to resolve the grievances of the past. Yi Futian revealed a smile. Since Kong Xian had agreed, she must be willing to resolve the grievances of the past. This way, there would be one less powerful opponent in the future. In the chaotic Crimson Dragon realm, even though one may be endowed with excellent abilities, there were just too many strong cultivators from other major Renhuang realms. However, if there was no feud to settle, there was no need to make enemies. In fact, the grudge between Yi Futian and Kong Xian had always been him continuously bullying her, so it was natural that he did not mind letting go of the grudge and turning war into peace. Going forward in the Crimson Dragon realm, I hope that Princess Kong Xian will watch out for us. Yi Futian slightly bowed and appeared very humble. Kong Xian looked at him and asked, "Do you have time to stay?" Yi Futian was stunned for a moment. Kong Xian seemed to have made quite a leap. Is there something else required by the princess? Yi Futian asked. "Fight with me," Kong Xian replied. Her eyes glowed with intensity as she stared at Yi Futian. Back when she had entered the divine path at the battlefield of Crimson River, she decided to forfeit and not to fight with Yu Sheng, who was already on the Saint Plane. This had since caused her to feel some regret. Now that she had been on the Saint Plane for several months, and her cultivation had gained a firm foundation, she lacked a good opponent to help hone her fighting skills. She wanted to see what level her fighting power had reached. Yi Futian revealed a strange look. Looking at her cold face, he asked, "That wouldn't exactly be appropriate, would it? They had just made peace. Why should that be followed by a fight?" Kong Xian was indeed a cultivator of the Peacock Demon Emperor clan, whose affinity to fight was innate. "There is a battle platform at my residence," Kong Xian said, eager to get going. "Very well," Yi Futian said begrudgingly. "Shall I go all out?" He was weighing whether or not he should let it rip. Would it be better to restrain himself? If he beat Kong Xian violently, would he be adding new hatred onto the old? Of course. Kong Xian glanced at Yi Futian coldly as the two walked toward the battle platform. It didn't take long for earth-shaking sounds to start coming out of the city lord's office of Peacock City. Many buildings collapsed and their dust filled the air. Emerging from the thick dust was a handsome, white-haired man. He cleaned the dust off his body as he walked away from the battle platform. From out of the dust, Kong Xian gradually appeared. She stared grimly at the departing figure, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. The little condor shivered from the sidelines as he watched the scene play out. How did he cultivate his physical body? Kong Xian asked the little condor, regarding him with an icy stare. This was Yi Futian's demonic beast, and must have the same mind as Yi Futian. This little condor would know how Yi Futian cultivated. "I don't know exactly." The little condor shook its head decisively, not wanting to betray its master. Kong Xian released a coldness from her body as she walked toward the shivering little condor. It looked at her and said, "Xiaqing," and gave him the method of cultivation. "It should be Emperor Xia's." Xiaqing Yuan? Kong Xian stopped. It was possible. Xiaqing Yuan had access to many kinds of methods. With her help, his body-enhancing techniques would be the strongest. Yes. The little condor nodded in earnest. But Xiaqing Yuan always wore men's clothing. She is far less attractive than Princess Kong Xian in looks and figure, and her personality is violent and manic, not at all gentle and soft like yours, Princess. You are like a goddess from heaven. How would you like to be my mistress in the future?" "Your mistress?" Kong Xian gave him a strange look. "Mm." The little condor nodded seriously. "Princess, you and my master are a match made in heaven. The princess may beat this condor without mercy. No need to spare it." Yi Futian's voice was heard from somewhere in the distance. Apparently, he knew what the black-winged condor was talking about. "Ah!" the black-winged condor screamed. When it saw Kong Xian walking his way, he was on the verge of tears. Afterward, there was a mix of violent screaming, pleading, and flattering, all rolled into one. The following period made the black-winged condor realize that Xiaqing Yuan was entirely too gentle. Yi Futian left the little condor in Peacock City and departed with Yaya. By sending the little condor to Peacock City, he hoped to resolve the grievances between himself and Kong Xian. It was also for the benefit of the little condor. It belonged to the demonic tribe and needed the tempering of its kind. He hoped that its luck would improve and that Kong Xian would send it to be taught by the great members of the Peacock Demon Emperor's realm to transform and cultivate. Yi Futian returned to the city lord's office of Qinya City and went to the newly built temple to cultivate. In the cultivation temple, he sat with his eyes closed, comprehending the omnipresent meaning of heaven and earth. There was a sacred radiance shining upon him. Its bright, shining light seemed to cast a matrix diagram surrounded by ancient characters around him. His body was in the center of the diagram. The might of the authority between heaven and earth seemed to be everywhere. A variety of different colors of the swordsmanship emerged, blooming around Yi Futian's body. Each color represented a different kind of swordsmanship. Inside his body, in the life palace, the ancient tree made a rustling sound. On top of the ancient tree, the colors changed until they converged into one color which flowed wildly into Yi Futian's body. At the same time, the splendid brilliance seemed to also turn into one color, integrating into Yi Futian's body like it was a furnace for refining. His body made roaring and booming sounds. The 5 elements of the Great Path were integrated into one. The universe returned to one as it refined the Great Path into one, fueling and strengthening the way. It was as if his swordsmanship had undergone transformation and sublimation. Moreover, this powerful swordsmanship resonated within the sanctified body. With a grasp of the palm, a force suddenly swept out, its violence extreme. If anyone faced it, no doubt they would find it difficult to breathe. The power of the deed of thorough comprehension was perfectly matched with his ability to cultivate. The master's vision could be described as extremely vicious. The ancient tree of the world seemed to be able to contain all things, and the deed of thorough comprehension aimed to temper the swordsmanship and sublimate it. The combination of the two allowed the refinement of many types of swordsmanship to form one that would be even more powerful after being sublimated. By using the deed of thorough comprehension to bring forth its full strength, its power became truly astounding. Moreover, he could always adjust the amount of swordsmanship that he wanted to release. As he stood up, Yi Futian waved his hand and flexed his fists. Every move seemed to be perfectly natural, blended with the great path, one with heaven and earth. The sacred light pouring over his body was like showering in divine radiance. Each unleashed strike may not seem strong, but it contained a curious power that gave out a dull sound with each blast, swirling as if they were devouring black holes, disappearing in an instant. In Crimson Dragon Realm, the opponents he would meet in the future would be even stronger. That day in the Battle of the Crimson River, he discovered that the strength of some of the geniuses was already very strong, and that was just the tip of the iceberg in the Crimson Dragon Realm. Every year, such cultivators would be born. In the future, he would likely face many descendants of Renhuang, and the gap between himself as these people would get increasingly smaller. Even those that he would meet on the supreme path in the future might not necessarily be less powerful than him. Therefore, the higher the level, the harder he needed to cultivate. Yi Futian left the cultivation temple and found Yusheng. It was time to send Yusheng to the regional palace to cultivate. Before long, a group of people arrived at the bank of the Crimson River. The crimson sky seemed to contain the mighty pressure of the great path. The Crimson River seemed like it was full magma. If anyone with weaker cultivation stepped into it, they would be burned to death immediately. Yusheng, go, Yi Futian said. Yusheng would soon enter into this most powerful spiritual holy land for cultivation. He would have the opportunity to touch the core of the Crimson Dragon Realm, the direct source of the Crimson Dragon Emperor's power. Yusheng nodded and walked into the void, traveling directly above the Crimson River toward the castle at the center of Crimson River. He knew what Yi Futian wanted him to do. He would fulfill his mission by gaining a steady foothold in the regional palace. There, he would come into contact with the core forces of the Crimson Dragon Realm. As he walked forward, the Crimson Red Castle came into view. Someone was standing guard there, and Yusheng handed them the token he carried. As he stepped through the towering heaven's gate that rose high into the sky, he officially entered the regional palace. From a distance, the regional palace looked just like any castle. Inside, however, it was something unique, like a city suspended above the Crimson River. In front of him, the shadows of figures stood above the void, watching Yu Sheng's arrival as if they were waiting for him. Each one among them possessed an extraordinary temperament. They were standing there like a natural chasm, blocking Yu Sheng's path forward. They were all cultivators of the regional palace. Like Yu Sheng, they had also shared the victory of the Battle of the Crimson River and had entered into the regional palace with great advantages. I heard that the newcomer is very powerful and has overwhelmed many powerful opponents with his strength, including the brother of Xing Kai, someone said. The welcome ceremony at the regional palace was always a little unusual. Perhaps the people he faced were just very weak, a woman crossing her arms in front of her said with a smile. Her manner was elegant. From the first glance, it was easy to tell that she was of uncommon and noble birth. Above the castle, Xing Kai stood, watching silently. Yu Sheng walked by someone and said, "Move." The rule at the regional palace is that the newcomer who enters the palace must respectfully address the elders as senior brothers and sisters. Only then will the brothers and sisters will make way, the man said with a smile. There were no rules in the regional palace except that the strongest fist rules the palace. Yu Sheng had already discovered that the people who were standing in front of him were all on the realm of proving holiness, just like him. Yu Sheng tightened both of his fists. With a roar, an extremely violent magical power swept through the air instantly. Behind him, a world-toppling demon king appeared. Above the firmament, the magical power tumbled and roared like a demonic god. The people in front of him revealed a look of surprise. Although the newcomers who entered the palace all chose to fight, such direct and powerful newcomers were still in the minority. Now they wanted to see how many obstacles he could pass through. Whether Yu Sheng could get through the barriers or not would be his first test of entering the regional palace. It would also determine how much value he would have in the palace. This was the welcoming ceremony of the regional palace. Boom! Yu Sheng took a step that shook the void with a roar. The Crimson River roiled. The entire castle seemed to be bombarded by the sound of thunder. On the bank of the Crimson River, Futian glanced in the direction Yu Sheng had gone, then turned to leave. The road to the regional palace would be walked alone by Yu Sheng. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Futian and his party did not return to Qinya City after leaving Crimson River. They were still inside Crimson Dragon City. Futian and his party did not return to Qinya City after leaving Crimson River. They were still inside Crimson Dragon City. This first major city of Crimson Dragon Realm was extremely vast, with many wonders and cultivation places that were not seen in other Renhuang realms. It was not only in possession of a battlefield like the Rising Dragon platform, but also had other places of cultivation. The land west of Crimson Dragon Realm was where Futian and his party had gone. There were countless roads in front of them. These roads were like the branches of an ancient tree, extending to different places in every direction. A faint sense of heat was transmitted from the place. On each ancient road, people coming and going. The place was filled with cultivators. People of the Saint Plain seemed to be everywhere as well. Futian looked forward and raised his head slightly to look at the sky. He saw something like a floating castle. It was boundless, reaching high above the sky. Even the Holy Will was unable to reach it. The sun and its radiance shone down from the sky. Above the castle, divine golden birds could be seen flying in circles. Bright flames rained down, holier than one could imagine. Standing next to all of it, Futian and his party seemed incredibly small. When someone walked past them and set foot on one of the roads, it was as if they had stepped onto a branch. "Is this the divine Jianmu tree?" Xiaoshi whispered. One of the 4 legendary divine trees in the lore, the divine Jianmu tree could connect the heaven and the earth. It was able to reach the depths of the earth and high above the firmament so that heaven and earth were connected. Each of his branches was an ancient road. Together, it formed thousands of ancient roads that led to Jianmu City, the city which lay in front of them. The Crimson Dragon Army guarded Jianmu City. Standing above the void, they looked like an army from heaven. Jianmu City was a holy place for cultivation. It was also one of the largest trading posts in Crimson Dragon City. To enter Jinmu City, payment of spirit stones of the Great Path was required. Otherwise, one was not eligible to cultivate in Jinmu City. Furthermore, the price of admission was not cheap. Those who were weak and small in their cultivation simply could not cultivate for long in Jinmu City. Otherwise, Jinmu City would have become overcrowded a long time ago. Go and feel it, Futian said. He walked over to the Crimson Dragon Army and paid the spirit stones required for everyone to enter. The group of people walked forward and entered a boulevard inside Jinmu City. The boulevard was lined with a lot of buildings that seemed to be no different from those on the outside. However, when you looked up at them, you would see a stout tree branch supporting a road above it. Furthermore, there was an extremely hot stream of air above the ancient tree, like the flaming breath of the Great Path. Jinmu City reaches the sky and goes deep into the ground, absorbing the fire of the Great Path. The higher that Jinmu City reaches upward, the more prosperous the trading post will become. Many top forces have been taking shape inside Jinmu City over the years and taking root here. The more rooted they are, the more suitable for cultivation. It is said that, at the bottom of Jinmu, ordinary cultivators of the Saint Plain are unable to stay without getting burned up into ashes under the fire of the Great Path, someone behind Futian said. The one who spoke was Shun Jun, the former young master of Chinya City. He'd always been very dashing and elegant, but now he was more subdued. He was acting as a guide for Futian and his group, introducing the background of the Crimson Dragon Realm to Futian. After all, he'd grown up in the Crimson Dragon Realm and knew much more about it than Futian. Futian nodded slightly, contemplating what kind of truth would be contained within the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In the empty realm, the will of space hung in the sky. The Crimson Dragon Realm was more powerful than the space will of the empty realm. This Crimson Dragon Realm truly belonged to a world of flames. It was said that those who cultivated in the art of flames were extremely powerful. Let's go up first, Futian said, then looked at Luofan beside him. Fifth senior brother, let's go see if there is a fire of the Great Path that is suitable for your cultivation. The number of flame cultivation methods in the Crimson Dragon Realm was endless. Many top figures had refined it into a special flame of the Great Path, which integrated the way into it. These flames were of great help to the future generations of cultivators. It could even be directly refined into the body. Learning to comprehend the divine path was of great help to one's cultivation. Although similar to Yiwuchen's Renhuang Sword Will, the fire of the saint was not as strong as the Renhuang Sword Will, so it was quite suitable for Luofan, who was still a sage. The higher one went, the more they discovered that the world of cultivators was destined to be unfair. All of this was unimaginable in the lower world of the 9 states. How could one compare the speed and limits of cultivation? I'm embarrassed to trouble my younger brother for money to spend on it, Luofan said. That's right. After all, I, your younger brother, am also poor. If that's the case, let's just not go, Futian said jokingly. Luofan stared at Futian with shock. He had not expected such a response from him. We are all brothers of the same master. Helping each other is a matter of course. Since the younger brother is so sincere, then I will gladly accept it. Luofan hugged Futian's shoulder, internally cursing him for being so tight with his wallet. The senior brother was clearly not as fortunate as the younger brother. Of course, if you something that strikes your fancy, please pick out whatever you want. By the way, choose a gift for Miss Xin too, Futian said with a smile. He'd been joking before. That's the spirit. Don't forget how nice I was to you when you were young. Luofan exclaimed with a thumbs up. Futian's face was a picture of confusion. When he was young. All right, perhaps 18 or 19 years old could be considered young. Have you found a good place? Futian asked Shun Jun. What level do you want? Shun Jun asked. The best, Futian responded. Luofan's eyes lit up. When he looked at Futian, he thought that his junior brother was even more handsome than ever. Heavenly Flames Avenue in Jinmu City is the most prosperous place for flame trading. Even Nirvana-level flames are not lacking there. Renhuang-level flames have even appeared there once, Shinjun said. Futian nodded. Let's go to Heavenly Flames Avenue then. Okay, then we need to hurry. Shinjun nodded. His body flickered as he led the way. Futian and his team followed behind. They all traveled fast as they shuttled through Jinmu City. Jinmu City was considered a renowned city for a reason. When all the areas above and below the surface, it was much larger than a city as large as Chinya City. Therefore, one could only imagine just how massive this ancient tree that connected the world was, or that it was still growing. In Heavenly Flames Avenue was a huge, wide-open square where many cultivators gathered to trade. There were a lot of shops in the square, many of them temporarily built by the cultivators. Outside of these shops were engraved signs displaying what items were available for trade. Of course, there were also some large, permanent structures that were used for long-term trading. The Tower of Heavenly Flames on Heavenly Flames Avenue, for example, belonged to a major force with many invaluable flames of the way. At the moment, many cultivators were assembled in the Tower of Heavenly Flames. Futian and his people had just arrived. There were many flame furnaces inside, all of which contained the flames of the way. Above the furnace, the name of the flame of the way, its grade, and its abilities were listed in great detail. The cultivation of flames in the Crimson Dragon realm was considered the epitome of the Crimson Dragon region. The classification and grade of the flames here were finer than anywhere else. Purple flame, unblemished medium-grade flame of the way, aggressive attacking power with a strong ability to break defenses. Futian looked at a flame furnace. Inside, a purple flame was making a sharp sizzling sound. Tiny bolts of lightning could be seen inside the flame. After cultivators entered the Saint Realm, if they majored in the flames, they would temper the flame of their great path, making them physical, multiplying their power, and refining them to contain great swordsmanship. The fire of the golden flames, unblemished upper-grade flames of the way, aggressive attacking power with the ability to melt anything. Good for attacking, forging armors. In yet another flame furnace, the golden flames shone brightly, lighting up the flame furnace with extremely bright golden flames. This would be more suitable for Gongsun Xian, but she came from Divine Kud Valley. Presumably, this grade of flame of the way would not be a great help to her, Futian whispered. Gongsun Xian's origin meant that she had tremendous spiritual resources of her own. In addition, her grandfather had reached the Nirvana plane. The flame he possessed could be tempered into the flame of Nirvana. The flames of the way in this area were artificially made. The flames of the way on the other side were formed naturally, Shinjun explained. Of course, there was no absolute advantage or disadvantage to choosing either. It was all dependent on the person who refined the flame and the strength of the natural formation. Futian and his party continued their search for an even stronger flame of the way. They came across another flame furnace. Inside, the flames seemed dim and ghostly like a shadow. The ghostly flame of the way, Nirvana mid-grade, possesses a strong sense of destruction. Its ability to burn and destroy souls was given by the Nether Saint Lord, said the line of writing engraved on the outside of the furnace. As Futian walked past the Tower of Heavenly Flames, he felt a dizzying sensation and some interest. The flames here were too strong. By comparison, the unblemished flames of Wei did not appear so precious. In fact, Futian had also cultivated inflaming ability. Not just the flame, he'd also cultivated many other kinds of abilities and comprehended all kinds of will. However, because many abilities were limited by magical powers, they were not strong enough. In fact, there was no absolute strengths or weaknesses between the kinds of will. Any kind of will could be cultivated to its highest level. Futian wondered if he could pick up some of them to cultivate. Senior brother, choose the one that suits you, Futian said to Luo Fan. Stronger was generally better, but it still needed to fit Luo Fan's ability to cultivate to be effective. For example, for those with extraordinary birthrights, if their forefathers had cultivated certain kind of flames, or even passed them on into the life spirit, they could inherit them in the form of comprehension, saving themselves half the trouble. Beggars can't be choosers. Let's just make do, Luo Fan said casually. However, his action was pretty deft. He pointed at a flame and said, "That's it." Futian saw the grade of the flame he wanted and felt a pinch in his heart. He said, "Senior brother, you don't want to spare me any expense. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.